Хочу обратно. Ничего там, правда, нету. Лучше это может сюда есть иду. Тюрьмы. Если можно, тогда обратно у меня домой. Индия.
3 days into his first mission, he surrendered to the Ukrainian troops. Amid his family's repeated appeals for government intervention, reports suggest that he will be transferred to a prisoners of war camp.
I'm standing right in front of Majyoti's house right now, the 22-year-old who was forced to join the Russian army after he was caught in a case, he was alleged in a case, and then he was forced by the Russian military army to sign a contract and serve them. And during the 63rd Mechanized Brigade, he was captured by the Ukrainian military forces. This is the house right here where Majyoti, the 22-year-old, lives and who was captured by the Ukrainian army. While he was serving for Russian army, I tried to interact with the family members of Majyoti, the 22-year-old who was captured by the Ukrainian army, but the family people have denied to interact with the media people. They have denied the help of police authority. They have denied to even interview with us. They have denied to add any further information regarding this particular case.
More than 3 years since the start of Russia-Ukraine conflict, Majyoti's case is just one of many of Indian men being duped in Russia and sent to war zone. Watch how others appeal to New Delhi from the front lines.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਧੋਖਿਆਂ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਗਿਆ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੈਸਿਆਂ ਲਾਲਚ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੰਮ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਰਮੀ 'ਚ ਭਰਤੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੰਮ ਤਾਂ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਲਿਆਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਧੱਕਾ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਰੋਟੀ ਪਾਣੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਜ ਨਾਲ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਬਾਈ ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਸੁਮਿਤ ਸ਼ਰਮਾ ਬਾਈ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਧੋਖਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫਸਾਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਬਾਈ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਮਦਦ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਮਦਦ ਕਰੋ ਬਾਈ
In Jammu, the family of Sachin Khajoria are waiting the return of their son who was sent to Russia on the pretext of employment only to be sent for weapons training.
वो 5 अगस्त को सुबह के 5 बजे की फ़्लाइट में रशिया गया था वो पढ़ाई के लिए और थोड़ा जॉब करने के लिए वहाँ से कोई रिजल्ट मिलता है वो बोलता है आपको काम दिलाएंगे वो आर्मी में उसको ले गए।
आपको इस बारे में कब पता चला कि उनको आर्मी मिलेगी?
जब उन्होंने वीडियो रिलीज़ की थी
वो जो कुछ लड़कों की वीडियोस आई थी तो उस एजेंट ने उनको क्या बताया था मतलब जो क्योंकि आपकी तब तक तो बात हो रही थी शायद 14 सितंबर को आखिरी बात हुई।
हाँ सर उसने हमको यही बताया कि पोर्टरों के लिए ले जा रहे हैं।
कोई पता नहीं है उसका कोई बात नहीं की उसने कोई मैसेज कुछ नहीं किया।
जब घर से गए थे तब आपसे आखिरी बात तभी हुई?
हाँ उस बार में तभी गए थे।
तो अभी तक क्या जानकारी कुछ मिल पाई कहाँ हैं क्या हालात हैं कुछ
नहीं कोई जानकारी नहीं मिली है उसकी।
कोई एक लेडीज़ मिलती है तो वो बोलती हैं कि आपको मतलब हम गवर्नमेंट में काम दिलवा रहे हैं आपको लेबर का काम करना पड़ेगा आर्मी में। तो इन्होंने भी सोचा कि अगर मतलब घर से गए हैं कुछ करने तो अगर काम मिल रहा है तो गवर्नमेंट में तो इससे ज़्यादा और कुछ क्या हो सकता है। तो ये भी इनका मतलब 15 लड़के थे इनका ग्रुप था तो इन्होंने भी मतलब वो ज्वाइन कर लिया। तो इनको मतलब एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन करवाया गया कोई रशियन लैंग्वेज में था।
They left their homes with hopes of a better future, conned, tortured and now trapped. Such is the ordeal of Indians in the Russian war front. The MEA has acknowledged the situation, confirming that India remains in close touch with Kremlin.
Getting some big breaking news coming in right now, viewers. We're talking about the killer cough syrup. The big update coming in on the story is that the Cold Reef cough syrup owner has been arrested from Chennai. That is right. And he's right now being brought to Kanchipuram. We're getting this big update coming in right now, Republic TV viewers. And according to the latest updates that we're getting for you, there has been a huge update because already we have seen after multiple children have died after consuming Cold Reef. There were FIRs against a doctor, there were FIRs against Sri Sun Pharmaceuticals. And now viewers, the latest coming in, the Cold Reef owner has now been arrested. Huge update coming in on Republic TV. This is very big because there were a lot of innocent lives and that too lives of children which were lost after having the poison, being called the poison syrup, poison cough syrup. On your screen, to the right hand of your screens, you can see that this is the Cold Reef owner who has now been arrested. And this is coming in a little too late, given the fact that at least 20 children have already lost their life because of the poison syrup. Republic Impact, Cold Reef owner has been arrested. Republic has been reporting back-to-back updates on what exactly happened. Republic has tracked down the Cold Reef cough syrup makers, and they were fake addresses. They were sealed factories when Republic tracked down the Cold Reef cough syrup makers. Now, after Republic's big impact, Cold Reef owner has now been arrested. Let's go to Sharda joining us. Sharda, yes, take our viewers to latest coming in. 20 children have lost their lives. And finally, the Cold Reef owner has been arrested. Let's take our viewers through who he is and when did the arrest take place. What is next for the Cold Reef owner now?
Shwangi, the Cold Reef owner, the Shrisen Pharmaceuticals manufacturer, has a manufacturing unit in Kanpur, but had given the distribution address in Kodambakam, and later the police investigated yesterday that he lives at Ashok Pillar in Chennai, and with the help of the Ashok Nagar police, the Madhya Pradesh Special Investigation Team, which was here yesterday, arrested him around 1:30 a.m. in the morning, and are now taking him to Kanchipuram for further investigation, where in the exact Sungwa Chatram police station where his manufacturing unit is located. He also, the Special Investigation Team took permission from both the Kanchipuram police and the Chennai City Police to arrest the Cold Reef owner, who is Ranganathan Govindarajan, who is the director of this particular company, which created the cough syrup Cold Reef. Following his arrest, now it's expected that the Special Investigation Team will be investigating him in the Kanchipuram police station, and following that, will be taking him to the Kanchipuram district court to get a special order copy to raid his factory, the manufacturing unit that is located there, from where we have been reporting for the past 2 days, showing how the factory, which is a very small building of at least 600 square feet alone, has been making this deadly cough syrup. And it's expected that the Madhya Pradesh SIT team will be taking him back to their state for further investigation after a series of inquiries are done here in the state of Tamil Nadu.
Okay, Sharada, I just want to help our viewers understand the Republic's impact. It's a Republic impact because a Republic investigation had already uncovered the major irregularities in the operations of Shrisen Pharmaceuticals, Tamil Nadu-based company behind Cold Reef syrup. Republic found the company's listed addresses in Chennai were fake. Manufacturing unit in Kanchipuram was sealed. The owner was missing. After Republic's intensive investigation, there's shots coming in for our viewers to see. Republic exclusive shots of how that manufacturing facility really looked like. This arrest finally has been made, Sharada.
True, Shivangi, this is a huge impact after Republic reported on the Cold Reef cough syrup owner, because we found that the distribution unit's address that he was given in Chennai were completely fake. Both the addresses were in residential place, where both the residents claimed that they were living for more than 50 years, and there's no pharmaceutical representation there. And we also tried to reach out to the owner whose phone was switched off. None of the workers there, what we got to learn when we went to the factory, was none of the workers there were people who studied medicine or people who studied pharmaceutical. They don't even wear lab coats when they come there. What we learned is that workers were very old people who were brought from another state, and they would walk into the factory at 9:30 a.m. in the morning and go back at 6, and they would not speak to the people around the pharmaceutical owner. What's more shocking is that next to the manufacturing unit is a construction site and a bike showroom, where both of them said that they did not even realize that it was a pharmaceutical unit that prepared medicines. And that is the shocker that's coming. We on the ground, we've been reporting how badly the place is constructed, how contaminated the place is for a building that should be developing medicines. And also what the Republic has done is, apart from reporting on from the site alone, we've been trying to track the owner who's been missing for a very long time. On October 1st, he went missing and there was no information. And now it was only after the Madhya Pradesh Special Investigation Team pressurized the state
Yes,
police, they
Sharda,
helped them
Sharda, yes,
and then
I'm
found
coming
it.
back. I'll come back to you, Sharda. The Cold Rift owner has now been arrested. Big Republic impact coming in. Thank you, Sharda, for getting those details. I'll be back taking a short break right now.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला. Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है. अरे मेरे राजा,
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा.
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं. रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड.
पहाड़ों में हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध. MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा.
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
Lashkar-e-Taiba's Deputy Chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे, सतलुज की लहरों में, सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है। और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है, ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी बदमाशी थी। और आज भी वो गीदड़ धमकियां लगाता है। 10 मई, वो 2025 का 10 मई आज हिंदुस्तान भूल गया। हम कहते हैं अपने सिपह सलार को, अपने फील्ड मार्शल को, आज का ये हजारों का मजमा, ये अपने फील्ड मार्शल को, अपने आर्मी चीफ को, पाकिस्तान के अजीम सिपह सलार को हम सब मुतालबा करते हैं कि अभी एक मर्तबा फिर नरेंद्र मोदी की मुरम्मत की जरूरत मौजूद है। ये हालात का तकाजा मौजूद है। ये ऐसे बात नहीं आएगा, ये बातों से बात नहीं आने वाला। ये बड़ा सिर्फ इंसान है, दिन का सिर्फ इंसान है। इसके रबों को बेगुनाहों का खून चिमटा हुआ है। ये जब तक खून खाली न करे, लाशों को न गिराए, इंसानियत को न कर पाए, इसको चैन और सुकून नहीं आता। हम अपने सिपह सलार से कहते हैं एक मर्तबा फिर 10 मई की तारीख को दोहराने की जरूरत।
The statement is being seen as a direct provocation against India. Kasuri claims to be acting in the name of flood relief work and blames India for Pakistan's recent floods, accusing New Delhi of engaging in what he calls water terrorism. The timing of this video has drawn attention because it comes shortly after Pakistan's Prime Minister Shehbaz Sharif raised the Indus Waters Treaty issue at the United Nations General Assembly. During his speech on September 26th, Sharif accused India of violating the treaty and called its decision to hold it in abeyance an act of war.
Once again, in anybody's mind, as I said last year, in this hall, from this podium, we will definitely and ardently defend, inshallah, the inseparable right of our 240 million people on these waters. To us, any violation of this Indus Treaty represents an act of war.
However, the Pakistani Prime Minister made no mention of terrorism originating from Pakistani soil, a key issue repeatedly raised by India. After the Pahalgam terror attack in April this year, which killed 26 civilians, India decided to place the Indus Waters Treaty in abeyance as part of its countermeasures against Pakistan's continued support for cross-border terrorism. The Indus Waters Treaty, signed in 1960 with the help of the World Bank, divides the rivers of the Indus Basin between the two nations. Under the agreement, India controls the eastern rivers Beas, Ravi and Satluj, while Pakistan controls the western rivers Indus, Jhelum and Chenab. Despite wars and decades of tension, the treaty has survived, often praised as a rare symbol of cooperation.
Massive explosion in Kanpur, 8 injured. Eyewitnesses claim scooter parked at a market exploded.
प्रथम दृष्टया ये लग रहा है कि घनी आबादी वाला इलाका है, तो पटाखों का भी हो सकता है और किसी की शरारत भी हो सकती है। तो हर एंगल से हम लोग जांच पड़ताल कर रहे हैं।
Top police claims illegal fireworks likely the reason behind explosion in Kanpur. Further probe underway. World Health Organization seeks clarification from India on whether the cough syrup linked to over 15 deaths of children in the country has been exported to other countries. Prime Minister Modi is all set to meet UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer in Mumbai today. The trade talks are likely to be the key focus. Former FBI Director James Comey pleads not guilty to criminal charges after Trump's call for prosecution. We were 6 South African activists are back home after being released by Israeli authorities. They claim they were mistreated during their detention, saying that they were abducted while attempting to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza as part of the global Sumud flotilla. Now, Israel has now denied those allegations. Here's a full story on what exactly happened.
6 South African activists returned home after being released by Israeli authorities. Among the activists receiving a warm hero's welcome was Nelson Mandela's grandson and pro-Palestinian activist Manla Mandela. All of them claimed that they received mistreatment during their abduction while attempting to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza via the global Sumud flotilla. Denial of legal representation and personal dignity. Mandela lamented that the South African detainees experienced harsher treatment than others.
We were subjected to all forms of brutality from them. But it's nothing compared to what Palestinians have been subjected to on a daily basis. We were kidnapped on international waters. Palestinians are attacked, maimed, and killed.
The South African activists claimed that it was a politically motivated harshness linked to South Africa's genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice.
We are the ones who took Israel to the ICJ and ICC, so there is a bit of anger about that, and we don't have an embassy in Israel. We have our embassies in Ramallah in Palestine. So our consular officials tried to come to us. They tried to come to us even from Thursday, and they were not allowed. And then when they finally saw us, it was Sunday. And on Sunday, they were only really allowed like 2 minutes, and they said time up, and then we said no.
Despite their ordeal, they expressed solidarity and urged global action to break the siege on Gaza. Alongside Mandela were other activists who were also on board the vessel transporting aid to Gaza. The 2 women stated that they were exposed to ill treatment by Israeli military.
They came into our room, attacked 2 women outside our door. We're trying to get mattresses into our rooms. They came back with approximately 35 soldiers. We had rifles pointed at our foreheads, backed against the room to take out forcibly 2 of our comrades to solitary confinement. We are a direct, non-violent movement.
Israeli authorities, meanwhile, have rejected mistreatment accusations that have emerged after the return of these activists.
Viewers, France's National Assembly has now rejected an impeachment bid against President Emmanuel Macron. That is right, the motion brought forward by lawmakers from the far left France party has now, and many other Green deputies accused Macron of fueling the country's ongoing political crisis. Meanwhile, another prime minister has stepped down amid the turmoil. Here's the full story, viewers, what is happening on France.
The French National Assembly has thrown out a motion to impeach President Emmanuel Macron, calling it inadmissible. The move, proposed by lawmakers from the far-left France and Boat party and some Green deputies, blame Macron for France's deepening political crisis. But with support from his centrist and conservative allies, the proposal did not make it past the first stage. Members of the far right abstained, causing anger among the opposition. The impeachment attempt came as France is facing mounting instability. Macron's controversial decision in 2024 to dissolve parliament and call early elections has backfired. The snap polls have left parliament fragmented with no clear majority, starting a series of government crises. This left the French president struggling to push through new laws. France has now seen 5 prime ministers resign in less than 2 years. The most recent, Sébastien Lecornu, stepped down this week after less than a month in office.
Both opposition and some of his former allies are calling for snap parliamentary elections or even for Macron to resign. Both French talks and public confidence has hit new lows. Macron, however, believes he intends to serve his term until 2027. All eyes will now be on Macron's next move.
In Russia, at least 3 people have been killed and 9 others injured in a new Ukrainian strike on the border region of Belgorod. The regional governor says drone and missile attacks damaged homes, vehicles and power lines across many districts. It's the 3rd straight day of strikes on the region as cross-border tensions continue to rise. Here's a full story.
Ukraine has struck Russia's Belgorod region for a 3rd consecutive day, leaving at least 3 people dead and 9 others injured. Local authorities say drone and missile attacks overnight damaged homes, vehicles, a sports facility and power lines in multiple districts. Rescue workers are still searching for people feared trapped under collapsed structures, while temporary accommodation is being arranged for displaced families. Governor Gladkov inspected the damage Wednesday morning and described the situation as extensive.
Разрушение большое, мне нужно посмотреть фундамент. Если фундамент не поврежден, мы начнем сразу восстанавливать. Если фундамент подтвержден и дом восстановлению подлежит, это уже новое жилье.
Russian officials said thousands of residents were left without power following the strikes. The attack is part of a broader escalation. Ukraine has increased its assaults on Russian border areas and energy facilities, including oil refineries, in recent months. With Belgorod once again under fire, the cross-border conflict shows no sign of easing, now entering its 4th year with mounting civilian tolls on both sides.
In other news, at least 3 people have been killed and many others missing after torrential rains triggered severe flooding across northern Vietnam in the aftermath of Typhoon Matmo. Although the storm did not make a landfall in Vietnam, it brought heavy downpours at swelled rivers, submerged homes and set off landslides in many provinces. Authorities have launched large-scale evacuation and rescue operations with alerts still in place for low-lying areas. Here's a full story.
Northern Vietnam is battling severe flooding after torrential rains followed Typhoon Matmo's passage. At least 3 people have died and several others are missing after the storm's heavy rains triggered landslides and overflowing rivers across the region. Authorities say that the typhoon did not make a landfall, but its impact was devastating. As rivers overflowed, streets turned into streams and dozens of homes were submerged. Provinces like Cao Bang and Thai Nguyen bore the brunt of the floods. In Thai Nguyen, floodwaters rushed in so swiftly that residents had no time to move their belongings. Entire neighborhoods were cut off, prompting rescue teams to deploy boats to reach stranded families and deliver supplies. While rains have eased since Wednesday, officials warn that flood alerts remain in place for several low-lying areas where water levels are expected to stay dangerously high until the weekend. Vietnam has already endured several typhoons and tropical storms since September, and this latest round of flooding adds to the strain on communities while still recovering from previous disasters. From homes swept away to lives lost, northern Vietnam now faces another test of resilience as rescue and relief efforts continue under challenging conditions.
Getting you some updates coming in, viewers. Ali Amin Kanpur, the Chief Minister of Pakistan's northwestern Khyber Pakhtunkhwa province, has now stepped down from his position on instructions of party leader and former Prime Minister Imran Khan, ending weeks of speculation about a leadership change. The news comes amid mounting criticism of provincial government handling of law and order. In a statement, Kanpur said that he had resigned on Khan's direction. He said in a quote here, "The position of Chief Minister was a trust given to me by Imran Khan." He said, "On his instruction, I'm returning that trust to him and submitting my resignation." A former FBI Director, James Comey, pleaded not guilty to charges of making false statement and obstruction. The indictment follows President Trump's public calls for his prosecution. Comey's legal team now plans to challenge the charges, citing vindictive and selective prosecution and questioning the appointment of Trump's former lawyer as U.S. attorney. Russian President Vladimir Putin has arrived in Tajikistan for a 3-day state visit, which includes a series of meetings with leaders of former Soviet nations. During his visit, Putin will hold talks with Tajik president and participate in a Russia-Central Asia summit with leaders from Kazakhstan, Kyrgyzstan, Turkmenistan and Uzbekistan. The meetings come as Russia seeks to strengthen trade and regional ties and ongoing Western sanctions linked to its military action in Ukraine. Israeli security agencies have intercepted a massive Iranian weapons shipment intended for terrorist groups in the West Bank. According to the officials, the haul, coordinated by Iran's IRGC and the Quds Force, includes 29 Claymore mines, 4 drones, 15 anti-tank rockets, RPG launcher, 3 warheads, 20 hand grenades, 53 pistols and much more. Israeli authorities said the interception highlights Iran's ongoing efforts to destabilize the region, warning that lasting peace will remain elusive as long as such threats continue. The World Health Organization has delivered medical supplies and food to Gaza, where hospitals are overwhelmed amid the ongoing conflict. Aid workers are seen treating patients in makeshift field hospitals and Al-Aqsa and Al-Ahli hospitals as doctors struggle with shortages and overcrowding. WHO warns that while some relief has reached patients, humanitarian crisis in Gaza remains severe, with thousands displaced and children losing parents in the conflict. Viewers, UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer meets Prime Minister Narendra Modi in Mumbai today in a trade, technology, strategic cooperation. All of this is going to be the top agenda. All eyes are on Mumbai as the two leaders will be holding major talks. Here's the full story.
United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer touches down in Mumbai. His first visit to India as UK's Prime Minister. Today, he's set to meet Prime Minister Modi, a high-stakes meeting aimed at deepening UK-India ties. Starmer arrived with a 125-member delegation, the UK's biggest trade mission to India ever. The visit comes months after the historic free trade agreement signed between the two nations. Top focus, implementation of the trade deal and boosting investment in tech, energy and education. Both leaders will also speak at the Global FinTech Fest in Mumbai, pushing digital cooperation and innovation. This visit comes at a time when New Delhi and London are navigating major geopolitical realignments, particularly in the trade relations with the United States amid President Donald Trump's tariff policy. As the two leaders meet, all eyes are on Mumbai, where the future of India-UK relations could take a defining turn.
A 22-year-old student from Gujarat's Morbi district has been reportedly captured by Ukrainian troops, viewers. The Indian student, identified as Majoti Sahil Mohammad Hussain, was reportedly fighting on behalf of Russia when he was captured by the Ukrainian soldiers. After being captured, Majoti shares his ordeal, recounting the time when he came to Russia to pursue his studies. But he was sentenced to 7 years in prison on drug-related charges. Republic tracks down the family of the Indian national captured in Ukraine. Here is a report. Take a look.
A 22-year-old Indian student from Gujarat's Morbi district has reportedly been captured by Ukrainian troops. Majoti Sahil Mohammad Hussain was reportedly fighting on behalf of Russia when he was captured. After being captured, he shared his ordeal, recounting the time when he came to Russia to pursue his studies, but he was sentenced to 7 years in prison on drug-related charges. Out of desperation, he signed a contract with the Russian Defense Ministry to avoid further punishment, hoping to escape once deployed to the front.
University, student. И потому меня в тюрьму посадили за наркотики, кстати. Csurma mine dale semblet. Ja nie khatele da csurma sidit. Potom ja kontrakt pisal СВО. Khater убегать хотели. У нас сказали 1 год контракт есть. И 1 год служишь, и потом, домой опускают. Кто сказал 100 тысяч, кто сказал 500 000, кто сказал 1,5 миллиона дают. У меня ничего не дали. Короче, все так пизда был там. Последний месяц, сентябрь, я там полигоне был. И 16 дней там был, как держит, стреляли, раз, два, все. ТТФ-ке, вот как включать, кидай, все. И 30 сентября, 4 дня назад, мне перевели зеленый лин. Следующий день, 1 число. Командир сказал, готов, мы 3 человека. Готов, приехал. 3 либо 3,5 километра мы ходили. Нам надо это как блиндаж. Блиндаж надо копать. Надо убегать. Командир сказал, я не хочу, но сейчас я сильно устал. Ноги болят у меня, сердце болит. Так командир, конфликт был у нас. Он сказал, у него рацию забери, я пускай у него. Пошел нахуй. Я сам слышал. Нормально. Он рацию забрал. Потом я убегал. 2-3 километра там ваш блиндаж, украинский блиндаж. Я смотрел, там пошел, сразу автомат. Я не хочу, это война, все, помоги надо, помочь надо. Никому не убил, никому плохо не делал. Я просто 3 дня сюда приехал. Я не хотел это война, я просто хотел убегать. Россия не хочу обратно. Ничего там правда нету. Лучше там сюда я сиду, в тюрьме. Если можно, тогда обратно у меня домой, Индия.
3 days into his first mission, he surrendered to the Ukrainian troops. Amid his family's repeated appeals for government intervention, reports suggest that he will be transferred to a prisoners of war camp.
I'm standing right in front of Majoti's house right now, the 22-year-old who was forced to join the Russian army after he was caught in a case, he was alleged in a case, and then he was forced by the Russian military army to sign a contract and serve them. And during the 63rd Mechanized Brigade, he was captured by the Ukrainian military forces. This is the house right here where Majoti, the 22-year-old, lives and who was captured by the Ukrainian army. While he was serving for Russian army, I tried to interact with the family members of Majoti, the 22-year-old who was captured by the Ukrainian army, but the family people have denied to interact with the media people. They have denied the help of police authority. They have denied to even interview with us. They have denied to add any further information regarding this particular case.
More than 3 years since the start of Russia-Ukraine conflict, Majoti's case is just one of many of Indian men being duped in Russia and sent to war zone. Watch how others appeal to New Delhi from the front lines.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਧੋਖਿਆਂ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਗਿਆ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੈਸਿਆਂ ਲਾਲਚ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੰਮ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਰਮੀ 'ਚ ਭਰਤੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੰਮ ਦਾ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਲਿਆਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਧੱਕਾ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਰੋਟੀ ਪਾਣੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਜ ਨਾਲ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਬਾਈ ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਸੁਮਿਤ ਸ਼ਰਮਾ ਬਾਈ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਧੋਖਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫਸਾਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਬਾਈ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਮਦਦ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਮਦਦ ਕਰੋ ਬਾਈ
In Jammu, the family of Sachin Khajoria are waiting the return of their son who was sent to Russia on the pretext of employment only to be sent for weapons training.
वो 5 अगस्त को सुबह के 5 बजे की फ़्लाइट में रशिया गया था वो पढ़ाई के लिए और थोड़ा जॉब करने के लिए वहाँ से कोई एजेंट मिलता है वो बोलता है आपको काम दिलाएंगे वो आर्मी में उसको ले गए।
आपको इस बारे में कब पता चला कि उनको आर्मी मिले?
जब उन्होंने वीडियो रिलीज की थी
वो जो कुछ लड़कों की वीडियोस आई थी तो उस एजेंट ने उनको क्या बताया था मतलब जो क्योंकि आपकी तब तक तो बात हो रही थी शायद 14 सितंबर को आखिरी बात हुई।
हाँ सर उसने हमको यही बताया कि पोर्टरों के लिए ले जा रहे हैं।
कोई पता नहीं है उसका कोई बात नहीं की उसने कोई मैसेज कुछ नहीं किया।
जब घर से गए थे तब आपसे आखिरी बात तभी हुई?
हाँ उस बार में तभी गए थे।
अभी तक क्या जानकारी कुछ मिल पाई कहाँ हैं क्या हालात हैं कुछ?
नहीं कोई जानकारी नहीं मिली है उसकी।
कोई एक लेडीज़ मिलती है तो वो बोलती हैं कि आपको मतलब हम गवर्नमेंट में काम दिलवा रहे हैं आपको लेबर का काम करना पड़ेगा आर्मी में। तो इन्होंने भी सोचा कि अगर मतलब घर से गए हैं कुछ करने तो अगर काम मिल रहा है तो गवर्नमेंट में तो इससे ज़्यादा और कुछ क्या हो सकता है। तो ये भी इनका मतलब 15 लड़के थे इनका ग्रुप था तो इन्होंने भी मतलब वो ज्वाइन कर लिया। तो इनको मतलब एक कंट्रैक्ट साइन करवाया गया, कोई रशियन लैंग्वेज में था।
They left their homes with hopes of a better future, conned, tortured, and now trapped. Such is the ordeal of Indians in the Russian war front. The MEA has acknowledged the situation, confirming that India remains in close touch with Kremlin.
And viewers, getting you some more updates coming in right now from the world of. We're getting some more updates coming in. Let's start ahead with the other stories we're tracking on Republic TV. Afghanistan's Taliban Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi has arrived in New Delhi for his first visit since the Taliban took power. And this happened in 2021. The trip highlights Taliban's efforts to expand engagement with regional powers in a quest for economic ties and eventual diplomatic recognition. Amir Khan Muttaqi will hold talks with Indian Foreign Minister Subramaniam Jaishankar and other officials on political, economic and trade issues. Although New Delhi does not officially recognize Taliban government but has taken tentative steps to soften ties with meetings and talks between senior officials in their respective foreign ministries. Securities and Exchange Board of India is consulting stakeholders to make it easy to lend and borrow shares and boost volumes, as it would increase liquidity in India's cash markets, which presently lag behind its active derivatives market. This move seeks to make the SLB mechanism more efficient and increase market participation. Bajaj Finserv has rebranded its insurance arm to Bajaj General Insurance and Bajaj Life Insurance, marking a significant shift after acquiring Alliance SE stake for full ownership. This move signifies a renewed commitment to India's insurance sector, emphasizing trust and national growth. With this move, the company aims to empower Indians financially while upholding core values. RBI has launched a retail sandbox for central bank digital currency, allowing fintech firms to build and test solutions. Part of the ongoing pilot, RBI's first retail e-rupee pilot, its version of a CBDC, began on December 1st, 2022. Currently, there are 7 million users in CBDC. National Commission Academy has signed a global MOU with the GSM Association as part of its collaboration in digital transformation. The MOU will unlock a new era of collaboration and will strengthen cooperation in telecom policy, research and capacity building. It is designed to facilitate joint research, knowledge exchange and training programs for professionals from both public and private telecom sectors.
Living my best life. Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रुंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रुंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin,
If you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list?
MDH की देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च Living my best life
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला स्टर करो पुदीना चटनी तैयार MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे सतलुज की लहरों में सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Very good morning, viewers. Thanks for tuning into Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor, and in the next half an hour, I'll be getting you all the biggest news stories from India and across the world, and we'll continue getting all the updates on the killer cough syrup in India. Now there has been an update because now the owner of the Cold Reef cough syrup has been arrested. We'll get you all the updates as well. Here are the headlines that we are tracking for you at this hour. Big Republic TV impact. The Cold Reef owner arrested from Chennai, being brought to Kanchipuram for further investigation. Massive explosion in Kanpur, 8 injured. Eyewitnesses claim scooter parked at the market exploded.
प्रथम दृष्टया ये लग रहा है कि क्योंकि घनी आबादी वाला इलाका है तो पटाखों का भी हो सकता है और किसी की शरारत भी हो सकती है, तो हर एंगल से हम लोग जांच पड़ताल कर रहे हैं।
Top police claims that illegal fireworks likely the reason behind the explosion in Kanpur. Further probe underway. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to meet UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer in Mumbai today. Trade talks likely to be the key focus. And former FBI Director James Comey pleads not guilty to criminal charges after Donald Trump's call for prosecution. And viewers, we have big breaking news coming in as far as the killer cough syrup is related, and the Cold Reef cough syrup owner has been arrested from Chennai. And he's being brought now to Kanchipuram. That is the biggest story that we are tracking for you at this hour. So this is a big Republic impact. Now the owner of the company that manufactured Cold Reef cough syrup has now been arrested. Remember, the Coldreef syrup was found to be contaminated and it caused death of a number of children across the states of Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. And this is after a number of states banned the use of Coldreef cough syrup after a number of child deaths there. And a probe has also been launched. This was manufactured by the Shrisan Pharmaceuticals, and there were reports of severe side effects resulting in the death of several children in different states. The government has also ordered an investigation of such syrups, following which the Food Safety and Drug Administration is also conducting raids across several states on the medical stores as well as other places where Coldreef syrup is being sold. So this is the big Republic impact. The owner of the Coldreef syrup, that company, has now been arrested. Sharda, my colleague, is now joining us for more updates. Sharda, what are the details that you can get us in the case?
Well, the Shrisan Pharmaceuticals owner Ranganathan Govindarajan was arrested by the special investigation team of Madhya Pradesh that came here yesterday. Around 1:30 a.m. today morning, he was caught in his home after the Madhya Pradesh police had announced a ransom of rupees 20,000 of getting a tip-off, following which he was arrested by the Madhya Pradesh police with the help of Ashoknagar police inspector, following which he was investigated in his house, and it is now expected that they'll be seeking court orders from both Chennai and Kanpur district to do a further investigation. And the photo of Ranganathan Govindarajan has also been released by the Madhya Pradesh police, and now it's expected that they will be taking him to the factory unit to inquire more on how the medicine was how the production line happened there, following which is expected that the company will be sealed.
Right. And Sharda, if you can just give us more details of the child deaths, because the number of reports and the number is constantly increasing. We understand right now more than 20 children have died across the states of Madhya Pradesh and Rajasthan. But at the same time, there are several other children that are admitted in various hospitals as well. If you can update us about their condition as well.
Well, 16 children have lost their life in Madhya Pradesh, almost 3 in Rajasthan, and a few more still in critical condition around multiple other states in North India. This Coldreef cough syrup has caused multiple children to lose their life and also be in critical condition. It's expected that the ban has been given to all states. The diethylene glycol, which is not supposed to be used in cough syrups, was the first mistake that the Coldreef manufacturer had done. The raw material that was added to it is a chemical that will be used in brake solvents, paints, and also for other automobile workshops. However, this has caused a huge problem. Now, apart from banning the Coldreef cough syrup, the state government has also put a show cause notice to the owner, stating that if there is no proper and valid explanation within 7 days, which is October 13 is the date that they have given, the permanent license of the manufacturing unit of the Shrisan Pharmaceutical will also be revoked.
All right, Sharda, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. We have more breaking news coming in related to the deadly cough syrup, and that is the Tamil Nadu Drug Control Department has now warned against the purchase and sale of 2 Gujarat-made cough syrups. That is Relief and Recipe Fresh TR, and another one. And this after they were flagged as not of standard quality. Now, sources from the State Drug Control Office said that there is possibility of adulteration with the diethylene glycol, and now an alert has been sent to the retailers and the pharmacies throughout Tamil Nadu, asking them to stop the sale of these 2 syrups as well. Let's go back to Sharda, who's joining us live. Sharda, now it is not just the Coldreef syrup that we are talking about. The crackdown is continuing on the other cough syrups as well, and there are 2 now more medicines that have been flagged now. Now, is this a part of the nationwide crackdown, after which this was found that these 2 medicines also had a high toxic adulteration?
But actually, it's not a nationwide crackdown. The Food and Drug Control Administration of the Tamil Nadu are following the cold reef has announced that there'll be a proper check done through all the manufacturing units from the state, as it is a private organization. We also heard the health minister saying that multiple private health run organizations have these cough syrups that are being sold without a proper authentication and approval from the Tamil Nadu Health Board. So following that is when this crackdown is now going to happen. They have now banned 2 Gujarat-made cough syrups because of the same reason. The diethylene glycol being adulteration is expected in that same 2 cough syrups. And this also comes after the Madhya Pradesh administration of the drug control had given them a warning saying that this might be there, but it is not proven yet. Following is when the Tamil Nadu has now ordered a ban, and also the Tamil Nadu Health Secretary will now be talking on to the Pharmaceutical Administration, seeking help to make sure that all the medicines that are being done by both the public and the private health sectors, the medicines will be gone under test, because the most important thing that caused the deaths of 20 children was this cold reef cough syrup. Authentication was done back in 2011, and in the past 15 years they did not check on the medicine, and that is the reason why there's been multiple lapses over the checking, and the Tamil Nadu will be taking that step now.
All right, Sharda, thank you so much for those details there. We'll keep coming back to you in the subsequent bulletins for more on that story. And now let's move on from there to news from Uttar Pradesh, and that is panic-gripped Meston Road in Kanpur on Wednesday evening after a low-intensity explosion in 2 parked scooters left 8 people injured, including a woman. Now, Police Commissioner of Kanpur during a interview confirmed that the preliminary investigation revealed that the blast was caused by illegally stocked firecrackers. Now, the explosion occurred around 7:15 p.m. in the Mishri Bazaar area, falling under the Mulganj police station, a densely populated locality known for its small toy and firecracker shops. Now, eyewitnesses reported a loud blast and rising smoke, prompting panic among the residents and shopkeepers. All the injured were immediately admitted to the nearby Ursula Hospital. 2 sustained minor injuries and were discharged after first aid. Now, 4 suffered serious burn injuries, while 2 others remain under treatment. The most seriously injured is a female waste collector. 4 victims were referred to the Lucknow PGI for advanced treatment. All right, so explosion in Kanpur, there 8 injured. What the police are saying at the moment, it is likely that these were the firecrackers that have exploded. However, number of injuries have been reported. In fact, some of them, the residents and the people who were there in that locality at that time, they suffered burn injuries as well. They are undergoing treatment in nearby hospitals.
बहुत तेज विस्फोट की आवाज़, एकदम तो इतनी तेज आवाज़ थी कि कानों में गूंज रही थी आवाज़ 7-10 पे।
अरे बहुत तेज भैया था, तभी तो हम लोगों ने क्या हुआ, हम लोग देखा फिर इधर से निकल रहे थे, देखा बड़ी यहाँ फोर्स वगैरह थी, गाड़ियाँ खड़ी थी प्रशासन की, तो हम लोग चले गए। हमने कहा क्या करना है, जो होगा देखा जाएगा।
हम लोग का आगे गणेश लक्ष्मी का दिवाली का त्यौहार है, तो सब लोग यही रोड पे रहते हैं, क्योंकि दुकानें सब लगी रहती हैं। बहुत तेज धमाका था, और धमाका ये इसके पहले ही पूर्व में कई बार हो चुका है। इसके पहले यहाँ पे सवारी निकली थी जिसमें अब विवाद उत्पन्न हुआ था। प्रशासन से अनुरोध भी किया गया था, लेकिन प्रशासन यहाँ खुले में पटाखा बिकता है। जब घनी बस्तियों में पटाखा बिक्री पर रोक है, तो कैसे यहाँ पटाखा बिकता है?
देखिए, जो जगह है ये मूलगंज थाना के अंतर्गत आती है, मिश्री बाजार नाम का एरिया। यहाँ पर छोटे खिलौनों की दुकान है। यहाँ पर 2 स्कूटी खड़ी थी, स्कूटी के नंबर भी हैं। उसमें ब्लास्ट हुआ है, करीब 7:15 बजे की घटना है। हम सब मौके पे आए, हमारी फॉरेंसिक टीम भी आई है, वो यहाँ जरूरी आवश्यक सबूत इकट्ठा कर रही है। करीब 6 लोग इसमें इंजर्ड हुए हैं, जिसमें एक महिला भी है, उनको उर्सुला में भर्ती कराया गया। फिलहाल कोई अभी क्रिटिकल नहीं है, सभी खतरे के बाहर हैं, उनका इलाज किया जा रहा है।
सर, कितने लोग हैं इसमें?
6 लोग, जैसा कि मैंने बताया, उसमें एक महिला भी है।
संदिग्ध विस्फोट बताया जा रहा है कुछ?
हाँ, अभी हम लोग, इट इज़ वेरी अर्ली टू से एनीथिंग, अभी हमको पड़ताल करनी पड़ेगी। हमारी फॉरेंसिक टीम आई हुई है और हम देख रहे हैं कि इसका कोई क्या स्थानीय कारण हो सकता है, और जैसे ही मिलेगा हम अपडेट कर देंगे।
right, so let's get you the details of what exactly happened. So panic-gripped Meston Road in Kanpur on Wednesday evening after a low-intensity explosion in two parked scooters that left at least 8 people injured, including a woman. Now, police have said that the preliminary investigation revealed that the blast was caused by illegally stocked firecrackers. However, further investigation is currently underway to determine the exact cause of the incident. Let's take a look at what really happened.
A massive explosion ripped through Kanpur's Mishri Bazaar yesterday evening. Panic quickly spread across the market. The explosion was powerful enough to be heard at least 500 meters away. Two parked scooters suddenly exploded, injuring at least 6 people, including one woman who suffered severe burns and was in critical condition. The blast totally destroyed both scooters, damaged nearby shops and vehicles, and caused a panic across the market.
कानपुर में हुए ब्लास्ट में 6 लोग गंभीर रूप से घायल हैं और यही वो स्कूटियां हैं जो कि मौके पर देखी गई थी। देखिए किस तरह से जो स्कूटी है उसके परखच्चे जो हैं वो पूरी तरह से उड़ चुके हैं और ये पेट्रोल की स्कूटियां थी और एक एक करके दोनों को ही यहाँ से ले जाया जा रहा है। खास तौर से जो फॉरेंसिक की टीम है वो इनके सैंपल्स भी कलेक्ट करके ले गई है और दोनों गाड़ियों में चाबी भी मौजूद थी और जिसके चलते जो यहाँ पर ब्लास्ट हुआ था उसके बाद तमाम लोग जो मार्केट में मौजूद थे मार्केट करने के लिए, तो मैं आपको अगर अपनी दाईं तरफ एरिया दिखाऊं तो पूरी मार्केट का एरिया है और शाम के वक्त यहाँ पर हज़ारों की तादाद में जो भीड़ है वो होती है और उसी के समय 7:कुछ पर यहाँ पर जो ब्लास्ट है वो होता है और जिसके बाद यहाँ पर जो लोग मार्केट में मौजूद थे गंभीर रूप से घायल हो जाते हैं।
The injured were immediately rushed to the hospital. But the exact cause of the blast is still under investigation, with multiple teams called to the scene to probe.
2 स्कूटर में ब्लास्ट होता है और वो एक दुकानदार हैं अब्दुल्ला, उनके दुकान पे भी जो है कुछ डैमेज होता है। ये घनी आबादी वाला एक समुदाय का ही जो है रियासी इलाका है। मौके पे फॉरेंसिक टीम, ATS की टीम, हमारी BDDS टीम और हमारे अधिकारी वहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और सारी सूचनाएं सारे घटना का एनालाइज कर रहे हैं और जल्दी ही जो हमारे पास इंफॉर्मेशन आएगी तो जो साक्ष्य सामने आपके साथ शेयर करेंगे। प्रथम दृष्टया ये लग रहा है कि क्योंकि घनी आबादी वाला इलाका है तो पटाखों का भी हो सकता है और किसी की शरारत भी हो सकती है, तो हर एंगल से हम लोग जांच पड़ताल कर रहे हैं।
Authorities are examining whether the explosion was due to a mechanical fault or if it was a result of sabotage or a deliberate act.
तो यहाँ दृश्य जो है आप लोग बता रहे हैं कि स्कूटर पर कोई लाल बंगले के कोई लोग थे या कहीं के लोग थे, कस्टमर थे। यहाँ 2 स्कूटर में चाबी लगी थी और इन लोगों के बताने के मुताबिक इन लोग एक करे उसी में बम रखा था, वो एक बैग से फूटा। ये मिली जुली क्या कहते हैं आबादी है, हिंदू भी है, मुस्लिम भी है और दिवाली का त्यौहार है। क्यों माहौल आदमी कोई ख़राब करे, काहे लिए माहौल ख़राब करेगा? हिंदू नहीं, अरे तो हिंदू भी है, मुस्लिम है, त्यौहार में क्यों ऐसा कोई करे? मुझे मैपो के आया ये मैं अधिकारियों से पूछूं कि क्या मामला है। मैं अभी पुलिस कमिश्नर से मैं पूछूं कि क्या मामला है।
The incident took place in a locality known for firecracker manufacturing and a busy toy market. And illegal firecrackers were found at the scene, and multiple investigation agencies, including NIA and Uttar Pradesh ATS, are involved in the inquiry. Eyewitnesses recalled the incident and confirmed that the 2 scooters just parked on the roadside and market suddenly exploded.
कैसे ब्लास्ट?
भाई विस्फोट हुआ था एक धमाकेदार, जिसकी आवाज़ 1 से 1.5 किलोमीटर के दायरे में पहुंची है। परेड तक की आवाज़ गई है, उधर चौक सर्राफे पे गई, वहाँ से भी लोग आए, तमाम यहाँ के भी लोग थे। धीरे धीरे 2-4-5 मिनट के अंदर प्रशासन भी आया और अगल बगल के रहने वाले भी सब लोग आए।
विस्फोट का कारण को समझे क्योंकि यहाँ पर पटाखे भी बिकते हैं जैसा कि बताया,
मगर अभी पटाखे बिक नहीं रहे थे और ये पटाखे का नहीं है। पटाखे का होता तो इतना बड़ा कांड नहीं होता।
इस तरीके से कंडीशन है गाड़ी की, उस हिसाब से लग रहा है गाड़ी में कुछ था और कुछ नहीं समझ में आ रहा है। पटाखा होता तो पटाखे में इतनी धमाका नहीं होता इतना।
इस मामले को पूरी साजिश के तौर पर देखते हैं।
ये भी क्वांटिटी होनी चाहिए
क्योंकि मार्केट का समय है और फेस्टिवल टाइम है, मार्केट में भीड़ होती है।
ये साजिश हो सकती है, जिस तरीके से ब्लास्ट हुआ है वो साजिश को दर्शाता है।
Authorities discovered a large stockpile of firecrackers at a local shop near the blast site, which were being sold illegally. The shop owner was summoned for questioning but failed to appear, prompting the police to break the locks and conduct a search. The exact cause of the explosion is still under investigation, with officials considering various possibilities, including an accidental explosion or a deliberate act. Multiple central and state investigation agencies are on the scene of the Kanpur Mulganj blast.
All right, let's get you some other news. A 22-year-old Indian student from Gujarat's Morbi district has been reportedly captured by the Ukrainian troops. The Indian student, identified as Majoli Sahil Mohammad Hussain, was reportedly fighting on behalf of Russia when he was captured by the Ukrainian soldiers. And after being captured, Majoli has shared his ordeal, recounting the time when he came to Russia to pursue his studies, but he was sentenced to 7 years in prison on drug-related charges. The Republic tracks down the family of the Indian national who has been captured in Ukraine. Here's a report.
A 22-year-old Indian student from Gujarat's Morbi district has reportedly been captured by Ukrainian troops. Majoli Sahil Mohammad Hussain was reportedly fighting on behalf of Russia when he was captured. After being captured, he shared his ordeal, recounting the time when he came to Russia to pursue his studies, but he was sentenced to 7 years in prison on drug-related charges. Out of desperation, he signed a contract with the Russian Defense Ministry to avoid further punishment, hoping to escape once deployed to the front.
University student. И потому меня в тюрьму посадили за наркотики статьи. Тюрьму меня дали 7 лет. Я не хотел в тюрьме сидеть. Потом я контракт писал в СВО. Хотел убегать. У нас сказали, 1 год контракт есть. Ты 1 год служишь, и потом, домой опускают. Кто сказал 100 тысяч, кто сказал 500 000, кто сказал 1,5 миллиона дают. У меня ничего не дали. Короче, все так пизда был там. Последний месяц, сентябрь, я там в полигоне был. И 16 дней там был, как держит, стреляли, раз, два, все. ТТФ-ке, вот как включать, кидай, все. И 30 сентября, 4 дня назад, мне перевели в зеленый лин. Следующий день, 1 число. Командир сказал, готов, мы 3 человека. Готов, приехал. 3 либо 3,5 километра мы ходили. Нам надо это как блиндаж надо копать. Надо убегать. Командир сказал, я не хочу, но сейчас я сильно устал. Ноги болят у меня, сердце болит. Так командир, конфликт был у нас. Он сказал, у него рацию забери, я пускаю у него. Пошел нахуй. Я сам слышал. Нормально. Он рацию забрал. Потом я убегал. 2-3 километра там ваш блиндаж, украинский блиндаж. Я смотрел, там пошел, сразу автомат. Я не хочу, это война, все, помоги надо, помочь надо. Никому не убил, никому плохо не делал. Я просто 3 дня сюда приехал. Я не хотел это война, я просто хотел убегать. Россия не хочу обратно. Ничего там правда нету. Лучше там сюда я сиду, в тюрьме. Если можно, тогда обратно у меня домой, Индия.
3 days into his first mission, he surrendered to the Ukrainian troops. Amid his family's repeated appeals for government intervention, reports suggest that he will be transferred to a prisoners of war camp.
I'm standing right in front of Majoti's house right now, the 22-year-old who was forced to join the Russian army after he was caught in a case, he was alleged in a case, and then he was forced by the Russian military army to sign a contract and serve them. And during the 63rd Mechanized Brigade, he was captured by the Ukrainian military forces. This is the house right here where Majoti, the 22-year-old, lives and who was captured by the Ukrainian army. While he was serving for Russian army, I tried to interact with the family members of Majoti, the 22-year-old who was captured by the Ukrainian army, but the family people have denied to interact with the media people. They have denied the help of police authority. They have denied to even interview with us. They have denied to add any further information regarding this particular case.
More than 3 years since the start of Russia-Ukraine conflict, Majyoti's case is just one of many of Indian men being duped in Russia and sent to war zone. Watch how others appeal to New Delhi from the front lines.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਧੋਖਿਆਂ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਗਿਆ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੈਸਿਆਂ ਲਾਲਚ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੰਮ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਰਮੀ 'ਚ ਭਰਤੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੰਮ ਦਾ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਲਿਆਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਧੱਕਾ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਰੋਟੀ ਪਾਣੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਜ ਨਾਲ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਬਾਈ ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਸੁਮਿਤ ਸ਼ਰਮਾ ਬਾਈ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਧੋਖਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫਸਾਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਬਾਈ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਮਦਦ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਮਦਦ ਕਰੋ ਬਾਈ
In Jammu, the family of Sachin Khajoria are waiting the return of their son who was sent to Russia on the pretext of employment only to be sent for weapons training.
वो 5 अगस्त को सुबह के 5 बजे की फ़्लाइट में रशिया गया था वो पढ़ाई के लिए और थोड़ा जॉब करने के लिए वहाँ से कोई एजेंट मिलता है वो बोलता है आपको काम दिलाएंगे वो आर्मी में उसको ले गए।
आपको इस बारे में कब पता चला कि उनको आर्मी मिलेगी?
जब उन्होंने वीडियो रिलीज की थी
वो जो कुछ लड़कों की वीडियोस आई थी तो उस एजेंट ने उनको क्या बताया था मतलब जो क्योंकि आपकी तब तक तो बात हो रही थी शायद 14 सितंबर को आखिरी बात हुई।
हाँ सर उसने हमको यही बताया कि पोर्टरों के लिए ले जा रहे हैं।
कोई पता नहीं है उसका कोई बात नहीं की उसने कोई मैसेज कुछ नहीं किया।
जब घर से गए थे तब आपसे आखिरी बात तभी हुई?
हाँ उस बार में तभी गए थे।
तो अभी तक क्या जानकारी कुछ मिल पाई कहाँ हैं क्या हालात हैं कुछ?
नहीं कोई जानकारी नहीं मिली है उसकी।
को एक लेडीज़ मिलती है तो वो बोलती हैं कि आपको मतलब हम गवर्नमेंट में काम दिलवा रहे हैं आपको लेबर का काम करना पड़ेगा आर्मी में। तो इन्होंने भी सोचा कि अगर मतलब घर से गए हैं कुछ करने तो अगर काम मिल रहा है तो गवर्नमेंट में तो इससे ज़्यादा और कुछ क्या हो सकता है। तो ये भी इनका मतलब 15 लड़के थे इनका ग्रुप था तो इन्होंने भी मतलब वो ज्वाइन कर लिया तो इनको मतलब एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन करवाया गया कोई रशियन लैंग्वेज में था।
They left their homes with hopes of a better future, conned, tortured and now trapped. Such is the ordeal of Indians in the Russian war front. The MEA has acknowledged the situation, confirming that India remains in close touch with Kremlin.
And US Prime Minister Narendra Modi will host British Prime Minister Keir Starmer in the scenic Raj Bhavan in Mumbai today. And this will be their third meeting after talks in Chequers in Birminghamshire in July and on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Rio de Janeiro last November. Now, Prime Minister Modi will be joined in by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, External Affairs Minister S. Shankar and Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. Starmer's visit to India comes months after the two nations signed a landmark free trade agreement aimed at boosting bilateral trade. So here's a report on the leaders' meeting in Mumbai today.
United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer touches down in Mumbai. His first visit to India as UK's Prime Minister. Today, he's set to meet Prime Minister Modi, a high-stakes meeting aimed at deepening UK-India ties. Starmer arrived with a 125-member delegation, the UK's biggest trade mission to India ever. The visit comes months after the historic free trade agreement signed between the two nations. Top focus, implementation of the trade deal and boosting investment in tech, energy and education. Both leaders will also speak at the Global FinTech Fest in Mumbai, pushing digital cooperation and innovation. This visit comes at a time when New Delhi and London are navigating major geopolitical realignments, particularly in the trade relations with the United States amid President Donald Trump's tariff policy. As the two leaders meet, all eyes are on Mumbai, where the future of India-UK relations could take a defining turn.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना। आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता, उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ, 8 मिनट में तैयार, क्या टेस्ट है, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on...
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरी राजा, सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी every day.
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे सतलुज की लहरों में सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई।
Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. All eyes on the big meet. That is right. PM Modi and the UK PM Keir Starmer to meet today in Mumbai. Big push to the India-UK partnership. We'll get to all the details, but the headlines first. Let's get started. Big Republic TV impact. Coldref owner arrested from Chennai being brought to Kanchipuram for further investigation. Massive explosion in Kanpur, 8 injured. Eyewitnesses claim scooter parked at market exploded.
आबादी वाला इलाका है तो पटाखों का भी हो सकता है और किसी की शरारत भी हो सकती है तो हर एंगल से हम लोग जांच पड़ताल कर रहे हैं.
Top police claims illegal fireworks likely the reason behind the explosion in Kanpur. Further probe underway. Prime Minister Modi is all set to meet UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer in Mumbai today. Trade talks very likely to be the key focus. A former FBI Director James Comey pleads not guilty to criminal charges after Trump's call for prosecution. Viewers, we're live this morning. Let's start with some global stories we're tracking. 6 South African activists are back home after being released by Israeli authorities. They claim that they were mistreated during their detention, saying they were abducted while attempting to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza as part of the global Sumud flotilla. Israel has now denied those allegations. Here's the full story. Take a look.
6 South African activists returned home after being released by Israeli authorities. Among the activists receiving a warm hero's welcome was Nelson Mandela's grandson and pro-Palestinian activist Manla Mandela. All of them claimed that they received mistreatment during their abduction while attempting to deliver humanitarian aid to Gaza by the global Sumud flotilla. Denial of legal representation and personal dignity. Mandela lamented that the South African detainees experienced harsher treatment than others.
We were subjected to all forms of brutality from then. But it's nothing compared to what Palestinians have been subjected to on a daily basis. We were kidnapped on international waters. Palestinians are attacked, maimed, and killed.
The South African activists claimed that it was a politically motivated harshness linked to South Africa's genocide case against Israel at the International Court of Justice.
We are the ones who took Israel to the ICJ and ICC, so there is a bit of anger about that, and we don't have an embassy in Israel. We have our embassies in Ramallah in Palestine. So our consular officials tried to come to us. They tried to come to us even from Thursday, and they were not allowed. And then when they finally saw us, it was Sunday. And on Sunday, they were only really allowed like 2 minutes, and they said time up, and then we said no.
Despite their ordeal, they expressed solidarity and urged global action to break the siege on Gaza. Alongside Mandela were other activists who were also on board the vessel transporting aid to Gaza. The 2 women stated that they were exposed to ill treatment by Israeli military.
They came into our room, attacked 2 women outside our door. We're trying to get mattresses into our rooms. They came back with approximately 35 soldiers. We had rifles pointed at our foreheads, backed against the room to take out forcibly 2 of our comrades to solitary confinement. We are a direct, non-violent movement.
Israeli authorities, meanwhile, have rejected mistreatment accusations that have emerged after the return of these activists.
France's National Assembly has rejected an impeachment bid against President Macron. Now, the emotion brought forward by lawmakers from the far-left France Unbowed Party and several Green deputies accused Macron of fueling the country's ongoing political crisis. Meanwhile, another prime minister has stepped down amid the turmoil. Here's a full story. Take a look.
The French National Assembly has thrown out a motion to impeach President Emmanuel Macron, calling it inadmissible. The move, proposed by lawmakers from the far-left France Unbowed Party and some Green deputies, blame Macron for France's deepening political crisis. But with support from his centrist and conservative allies, the proposal did not make it past the first stage. Members of the far right abstained, causing anger among the opposition. The impeachment attempt came as France is facing mounting instability. Macron's controversial decision in 2024 to dissolve parliament and call early elections has backfired. The snap polls have left parliament fragmented with no clear majority, starting a series of government crises. This left the French president struggling to push through new laws. France has now seen 5 prime ministers resign in less than 2 years. The most recent, Sébastien Lecornu, stepped down this week after less than a month in office. Both opposition and some of his former allies are calling for snap parliamentary elections or even for Macron to resign. Both French stocks and public confidence has hit new lows. Macron, however, believes he intends to serve his term until 2027. All eyes will now be on Macron's next move.
In Russia, at least 3 people have been killed and 9 others injured in a new Ukrainian strike on the border region of Belgorod. The regional governor says the drone and missile attacks damaged homes, vehicles and power lines across many districts. It's the 3rd straight day of strikes on the region as cross-border tensions continue to rise. Here's a full report.
Ukraine has struck Russia's Belgorod region for a 3rd consecutive day, leaving at least 3 people dead and 9 others injured. Local authorities say drone and missile attacks overnight damaged homes, vehicles, a sports facility, and power lines in multiple districts. Rescue workers are still searching for people feared trapped under collapsed structures, while temporary accommodation is being arranged for displaced families. Governor Gladkov inspected the damage Wednesday morning and described the situation as extensive.
Разрушение большое, мне нужно посмотреть фундамент. Если фундамент не поврежден, мы начнем сразу восстанавливать. Если фундамент подтвержден и дом восстановлению подлежит, это уже новое жилье.
Russian officials said thousands of residents were left without power following the strikes. The attack is part of a broader escalation. Ukraine has increased its assaults on Russian border areas and energy facilities, including oil refineries, in recent months. With Belgorod once again under fire, the cross-border conflict shows no sign of easing, now entering its 4th year with mounting civilian tolls on both sides.
At least 3 people have been killed and many others are missing after torrential rains triggered severe flooding across northern Vietnam in the aftermath of Typhoon Mathmo. Although the storm did not make a landfall in Vietnam, it brought heavy downpours, swept the rivers, submerged homes and set off landslides in several provinces. Authorities have launched large-scale evacuation and rescue operations with alerts still in place for low-lying areas. Here's a full report.
Northern Vietnam is battling severe flooding after torrential rains followed Typhoon Mathmo's passage. At least 3 people have died and several others are missing after the storm's heavy rains triggered landslides and overflowing rivers across the region. Authorities say that the typhoon did not make a landfall, but its impact was devastating. As rivers overflowed, streets turned into streams and dozens of homes were submerged. Provinces like Cao Bang and Thái Nguyen bore the brunt of the floods. In Thái Nguyen, floodwaters rushed in so swiftly that residents had no time to move their belongings. Entire neighborhoods were cut off, prompting rescue teams to deploy boats to reach stranded families and deliver supplies. While rains have eased since Wednesday, officials warn that flood alerts remain in place for several low-lying areas where water levels are expected to stay dangerously high until the weekend. Vietnam has already endured several typhoons and tropical storms since September, and this latest round of flooding adds to the strain on communities while still recovering from previous disasters. From homes swept away to lives lost, northern Vietnam now faces another test of resilience as rescue and relief efforts continue under challenging conditions.
Union Home Minister Amit Shah will chair a high-level security review meeting on Jammu and Kashmir in the national capital today to assess the prevailing security situation and interagency coordination in the Union territory. Overall security situation in Jammu and Kashmir will be reviewed in the meeting to enhance coordination among security agencies and assess the progress of ongoing counter-terror operations across the region. Meeting will be attended by Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha along with senior officials from the Union Home Ministry and the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Security forces in Jammu and Kashmir, including the Border Security Force and the Army, are on high alert as intelligence reports indicate that 100 to 120 terrorists may be positioned near launch pads along the line of control. Officials warn that terrorists could attempt infiltration before the onset of harsh winter. With about 2 months remaining, currently forces are using modern surveillance technology to monitor the area and prevent any attempts at crossing the border. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, heading the Indian parliamentary delegation, has arrived in Barbados to participate in the 68th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference from October 5th to 12th. The conference, one of the largest gatherings of parliamentarians from across the Commonwealth, provides a platform to discuss strengthening democratic institutions, promoting good governance and addressing global challenges. He will chair a workshop on digital democracy and address the General Assembly on India's commitment to democratic values and global parliamentary cooperation. The World Health Organization has raised concerns over gaps in India's cough syrup testing after 70 children died from consuming toxic medicines. Indian authorities have now warned against 2 more brands after tests found dangerous levels of a chemical linked to kidney failure and death. The WHO confirmed that 3 contaminated syrups were identified, though none of them were exported. Madhya Pradesh Chief Minister Mohan Yadav has vowed to eliminate Maoism in the state by March 2026. Speaking on Wednesday, he noted that 10 Maoists have been killed in 8 encounters so far this year, emphasizing the need for a robust strategy to make the state Maoist-free. Prime Minister of India Shri Narendra Modi has inaugurated the Navi Mumbai International Airport, one of India's most ambitious infrastructure projects and a defining milestone in the nation's aviation journey. Speaking on the occasion, the Prime Minister said that Mumbai's long wait was over as the city has now received its second international airport. Added that the Navi Mumbai International Airport would play a major role in establishing the region as Asia's biggest connectivity hub. Viewers, UK PM Keir Starmer will be meeting Prime Minister Modi in Mumbai, and the big focus will be trade, technology and strategic cooperation, and that will be the top agenda. All eyes are on Mumbai as the 2 leaders will be holding major talks. Here's a full story. Take a look.
United Kingdom Prime Minister Keir Starmer touches down in Mumbai. His first visit to India as UK's Prime Minister. Today, he's set to meet Prime Minister Modi, a high-stakes meeting aimed at deepening UK-India ties. Starmer arrived with a 125-member delegation, the UK's biggest trade mission to India ever. The visit comes months after the historic free trade agreement signed between the 2 nations. Top focus, implementation of the trade deal and boosting investment in tech, energy and education. Both leaders will also speak at the Global FinTech Fest in Mumbai, pushing digital cooperation and innovation. This visit comes at a time when New Delhi and London are navigating major geopolitical realignments, particularly in the trade relations with the United States amid President Donald Trump's tariff policy. As the 2 leaders meet, all eyes are on Mumbai, where the future of India-UK relations could take a defining turn.
A 22-year-old Indian student from Gujarat's Morbi district has been reportedly captured by Ukrainian troops. The Indian student, identified as Majoti Mohammad Hussain, was reportedly fighting on behalf of Russia when he was captured by the Ukrainian soldiers. After being captured, Majoti shared his ordeal, recounting the time when he came to Russia to pursue his studies, but he was sentenced to 7 years in prison on drug-related charges. Republic tracks down the family of the Indian national captured in Ukraine. Here's a report.
A 22-year-old Indian student from Gujarat's Morbi district has reportedly been captured by Ukrainian troops. Majoti Sahil Mohammad Hussain was reportedly fighting on behalf of Russia when he was captured. After being captured, he shared his ordeal, recounting the time when he came to Russia to pursue his studies, but he was sentenced to 7 years in prison on drug-related charges. Out of desperation, he signed a contract with the Russian Defense Ministry to avoid further punishment, hoping to escape once deployed to the front.
University student. Я потом у меня тюрьму посадили за наркотики статьи. Тюрьму у меня дали 7 лет. Я не хотел это тюрьме сидеть. Потом я контракт писал в СВО. Хотел убегать хотел. У нас сказали 1 год контракт есть. Ты 1 год служишь, и потом, домой опускают. Кто сказал 100 тысяч, кто сказал 500 000, кто сказал 1,5 миллиона дают. У меня ничего не дали. Короче, все так пизда был там. Последний месяц, сентябрь, я там полигоне был. И 16 дней там был, как держит, стреляли, раз, два, все. ТТФ-ке, вот как включать, кидай, все. И 30 сентября, 4 дня назад, у меня перевели зеленый лин. Следующий день, 1 число. Командир сказал, готов, мы 3 человека. Готов, приехал. 3 либо 3,5 километра мы ходили. Нам надо это как блиндаж. Блиндаж надо копать. Надо убегать. Командир сказал, я не хочу, но сейчас я сильно устал. Ноги болят у меня, сердце болит. Так командир, конфликт был у нас. Он сказал, у него рацию забери, я пускай у него. Пошел нахуй. Я сам слышал. Нормально. Он рацию забрал. Потом я убегал. 2-3 километра там ваш блиндаж, украинский блиндаж. Я смотрел, там пошел, сразу автомат. Я не хочу, это война, все, помоги надо, помочь надо. Никому не убил, никому плохо не делал. Я просто 3 дня сюда приехал. Я не хотел это война, я просто хотел убегать. Россия не хочу обратно. Ничего там правда нету. Лучше там сюда я сиду, в тюрьме. Если можно, тогда обратно у меня домой, Индия.
3 days into his first mission, he surrendered to the Ukrainian troops. Amid his family's repeated appeals for government intervention, reports suggest that he will be transferred to a prisoners of war camp.
I'm standing right in front of Majoti's house right now, the 22-year-old who was forced to join the Russian army after he was caught in a case, he was alleged in a case, and then he was forced by the Russian military army to sign a contract and serve them. And during the 63rd Mechanized Brigade, he was captured by the Ukrainian military forces. This is the house right here where Majoti, the 22-year-old, lives and who was captured by the Ukrainian army. While he was serving for Russian army, I tried to interact with the family members of Majoti, the 22-year-old who was captured by the Ukrainian army, but the family people have denied to interact with the media people. They have denied the help of police authority. They have denied to even interview with us. They have denied to add any further information regarding this particular case.
More than 3 years since the start of Russia-Ukraine conflict, Majoti's case is just one of many of Indian men being duped in Russia and sent to war zone. Watch how others appeal to New Delhi from the front lines.
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਧੋਖਿਆਂ ਲੈਂਦਾ ਗਿਆ ਇੱਥੇ ਪੈਸਾ ਲਾਲਚ ਦੇ ਕੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਵੀ ਤੁਹਾਨੂੰ ਕੰਮ ਦੇਵਾਂਗੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਸੀਗਾ ਵੀ ਇਹਨਾਂ ਨੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਆਰਮੀ 'ਚ ਭਰਤੀ ਕਰਨਾ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਕੰਮ ਦਾ ਕਹਿ ਕੇ ਅੱਗੇ ਲਿਆਏ ਸੀਗੇ ਤੇ ਹੁਣ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਧੱਕਾ ਕਰ ਲਿਆ ਰੋਟੀ ਪਾਣੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਚੱਜ ਨਾਲ ਦਿੰਦੇ ਸਾਨੂੰ
ਹਾਂਜੀ ਸਤਿ ਸ਼੍ਰੀ ਅਕਾਲ ਬਾਈ ਮੇਰਾ ਨਾਮ ਸੁਮਿਤ ਸ਼ਰਮਾ ਬਾਈ ਸਾਡੇ ਨਾਲ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਧੋਖਾ ਹੋਇਆ ਸਾਨੂੰ ਫਸਾਤਾ ਗਿਆ ਬਾਈ ਜਿੰਨੀ ਮਦਦ ਹੋ ਸਕਦੀ ਸਾਡੀ ਮਦਦ ਕਰੋ ਬਾਈ
In Jammu, the family of Sachin Khajoria are waiting the return of their son who was sent to Russia on the pretext of employment only to be sent for weapons training.
वो 5 अगस्त को सुबह के 5 बजे की फ़्लाइट में रशिया गया था। वो पढ़ाई के लिए और थोड़ा जॉब करने के लिए। वहाँ से कोई एजेंट मिलता है, वो बोलता है आपको काम दिलाएंगे, वो आर्मी में उसको ले गए।
आपको इस बारे में कब पता चला कि उनको आर्मी मिले?
जब उन्होंने वीडियो रिलीज़ की थी,
वो जो कुछ लड़कों की वीडियोस आई थी, तो उस एजेंट ने उनको क्या बताया था? मतलब जो, क्योंकि आपकी तब तक तो बात हो रही थी, शायद 14 सितंबर को आखिरी बात हुई।
हाँ सर, उसने हमको यही बताया कि पोर्टरों के लिए ले जा रहे हैं।
कोई पता नहीं है उसका, कोई बात नहीं की उसने, कोई मैसेज कुछ नहीं किया।
जब घर से गए थे तब आपसे आखिरी बात तभी हुई?
हाँ, उस बार में तभी गए थे।
अभी तक क्या जानकारी कुछ मिल पाई? कहाँ हैं, क्या हालात हैं? कुछ
नहीं, कोई जानकारी नहीं मिली है उसकी।
कोई एक लेडीज़ मिलती है तो वो बोलती हैं कि आपको मतलब हम गवर्नमेंट में काम दिलवा रहे हैं, आपको लेबर का काम करना पड़ेगा आर्मी में। तो इन्होंने भी सोचा कि अगर मतलब घर से गए हैं कुछ करने, तो अगर काम मिल रहा है तो गवर्नमेंट में, तो इससे ज़्यादा और कुछ क्या हो सकता है। तो ये भी इनका मतलब 15 लड़के थे, इनका ग्रुप था, तो इन्होंने भी मतलब वो ज्वाइन कर लिया। तो इनको मतलब एक कॉन्ट्रैक्ट साइन करवाया गया, कोई रशियन लैंग्वेज में था।
They left their homes with hopes of a better future, conned, tortured, and now trapped. Such is the ordeal of Indians in the Russian war front. The MEA has acknowledged the situation, confirming that India remains in close touch with Kremlin.
Getting us some more updates coming in, viewers. Afghanistan's Taliban Foreign Minister Amir Khan Muttaqi has arrived in New Delhi for his first visit since the Taliban took power in 2021. The trip highlights Taliban efforts to expand engagement with regional powers in a quest for economic ties and eventual diplomatic recognition. Amir Khan Muttaqi will hold talks with Indian Foreign Minister Jaishankar and other officials on political, economic and trade issues. Although New Delhi does not officially recognize the Taliban government, but has taken tentative steps to soften ties with meetings and talks between senior officials in their respective foreign ministries. Securities Exchange Board of India is consulting stakeholders to make it easy to lend and borrow shares and boost volumes, as it would increase liquidity in India's cash markets, which presently lag behind its active derivatives market. A move seeks to make the SLB mechanism more efficient and increase market participation. Bajaj Finserv has rebranded its insurance arm to Bajaj General Insurance and Bajaj Life Insurance, marking a significant shift after acquiring Alliance SC stake for full ownership. The move signifies a renewed commitment to India's insurance sector, emphasizing trust and national growth. With this move, the company aims to empower Indians financially while upholding core values. RBI has launched a retail sandbox for its central bank digital currency, allowing fintech firms to build and test solutions as part of the ongoing pilot. RBI's first retail e-rupee pilot, its version of CBDC, began on December 1st, 2022. Currently, there are 7 million users in CBDC. National Communication Academy has signed a global MOU with GSM Association as part of a collaboration in digital transformation. MOU will unlock a new era of collaboration and will strengthen cooperation in telecom policy, research and capacity building. It's designed to facilitate joint research, knowledge exchange and training programs for professionals from both public and private telecom sectors.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
भारत की अपनी दुकान, इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान, इंडिया सोना।
इंडिया जोना।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
Living my best life. Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along...
Republic Jack Oliver studio. Stay tuned for all the breaking news and updates. I am Tanisha Avasthi. Let's get started.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
MDH की देगी मीरज,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मीरज।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे, सतलुज की लहरों में, सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है। और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है, ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी बदमाशी थी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
morning, viewers. You are watching live and breaking on Republic TV. I'm Aishwarya Kapoor, and in the next half an hour, we'll be getting you the biggest news stories from India and across the world. The top story that we continue to track today is the big meeting that is going to take place in Mumbai today. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is going to meet his UK counterpart, Keir Starmer, and trade is going to be topping the agenda. Remember, this coming in after India and the UK signed recently a free trade agreement. We'll get you all the updates on that big story and much more. Here are the headlines that we are tracking for you. Big Republic TV impact. A coal reef owner arrested from Chennai being brought to Kanchipuram for further investigation. The World Health Organization seeks a clarification from India on whether the cough syrup linked to over 15 child deaths in country has been exported to other countries. India and Australia signed crucial defence pacts during Rajnath Singh's visit, strengthening strategic and military cooperation between two nations. Eight injured in scooter explosions at a Kanpur market. Probe underway. And Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to meet UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer in Mumbai today. Trade talks likely to be the key focus. Viewers, we are getting in some breaking news right now. Republic So we are getting in some big breaking news, viewers. Republic has accessed CCTV footage of Kanpur explosion that injured 8 people. Video shows a moment of the explosion. All right, this is the video that we have gotten access to. And that is showing the CCTV footage of the Kanpur explosion that injured 8 people. Remember, this explosion took place yesterday in Kanpur. 8 people were injured. And this is a busy market area where the explosion occurred. And the police say that illegal firecrackers would have caused the blast. And these are the visuals that we are getting in. You can see the CCTV footage. And this is just moments during which the explosion occurred. And one can see the scooter there. And in a moment, one can see the screen getting absolutely blurred because of the smoke that is coming in from that explosion. Now, preliminary investigations have revealed that firecrackers were being illegally stored and sold in the area, and police say that is likely the cause of the explosion. Number of people have been injured. 8 people have been injured, and the initial report say that it is the illegal firecrackers that is likely has caused the entire that explosion. And this is the exclusive visuals that we are getting in. Gaurav, my colleague, is now joining us for more updates. Gaurav, what are the updates now that the police are saying that it is likely that these firecrackers were illegally being stored and that is likely to have caused the explosion? What more details have emerged in the case?
देखिए, बिल्कुल कानपुर के स्थित वेस्टर्न रोड की ये बैसाखी बाजार है, जहां पर अवैध पटाखे की बाजार लगने की बात सामने आई है। और साफ तौर पर पुलिस ने कल देर रात जब छापेमारी करी है तो कई दुकानों पे इस तरह के जो क्रैकर्स थे उनको देखा गया कि वो स्टोर किए हुए थे। और उसके बाद कल जिस तरह से धमाका हुआ है, पहले इस पूरी घटना को गुमराह करने के लिए उन दुकान वालों ने अपने बयान भी दिए थे कि यहाँ पर जो ब्लास्ट हुआ है उसकी वजह कई और हो सकती है। लेकिन आपको बता दें, कल देर रात जिस तरह से पुलिस ने छापेमारी की उसमें 5 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया है, जिनमें पटाखे को स्टोर करने की बात सामने आई। और वही जो पटाखे थे उनको ये लोग यहाँ से लेकर के जा रहे थे जिस दौरान ये पूरा ब्लास्ट हुआ है। तो साफ तौर पर ये पूरा मामला मतलब जिस तरह से देखा गया है कि यहाँ पर जो पटाखे थे उनको गैर कानूनी तरीके से स्टोर किया गया था और इलीगल मार्केट थी पटाखे की है, जो कि कहीं से भी एक तरह से देखा जाए तो पूरी तरह से घनी आबादी का एरिया था जहां पर इन पटाखों को रखा गया था। उसके बाद ही इस तरह का जो कल ब्लास्ट होता है, जिसके बाद पुलिस पहुंचती है और उसके बाद पूरी इन्वेस्टिगेशन करती है। तो साफ तौर पर अब तक इस पूरे मामले में 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया गया, उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है कि पटाखे वहां पर कहां से आए थे और किस तरह से वहां पर जो लोग थे वो खरीदने आए थे, उनको कैसे बेचे जाते, जिसके बाद ये पूरा ब्लास्ट होता है। बैक टू यू।
तो मार्केट है यहाँ पर, जिस तरह से हमें पता लग पाया है, यहाँ पे कुछ टॉयज़ की शॉप्स भी थी और ऑलरेडी फायर क्रैकर्स की शॉप्स वहाँ पे ऑलरेडी थी। तो ऐसा तो नहीं होगा कि पुलिस को इस बारे में कोई जानकारी नहीं होगी कि यहाँ पर इस तरह से पटाखे बिक रहे हैं, ख़ास तौर से दिवाली से पहले का वक्त है। तो ये जो बात सामने आ रही है कि इलीगली तरीके से फायर क्रैकर्स को स्टोर किया गया था, इसके बारे में अगर पुलिस कहती है कि हमारे को कोई जानकारी नहीं थी, तो ये थोड़ा मानने लायक बात नहीं लगती।
देखिए, आपको बता दें, इस तरह से कल कमिश्नर से इस तरह का सवाल पूछा गया था तो उनका साफ तौर पे कहना था लोकल पुलिस का इसमें इन्वॉल्वमेंट है और कहीं ना कहीं जो लोग दोषी हैं उन पर कार्रवाई होगी। क्योंकि आपको बता दें, मानक के हिसाब से देखा जाए तो पटाखों की अक्सर जो मार्केट होती है वो खुली जगहों पर लगाई जाती है, जहां पर मैदान होता है। घनी आबादी के क्षेत्रों में पटाखे की मार्केट नहीं लगाई जाती, लेकिन चूंकि ये घनी आबादी की मार्केट थी, वहां पर इलीगल तरह से पटाखे जो है वो बेचे जा रहे थे, जिसके चलते पुलिस कमिश्नर का साफ तौर पे कहना है इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में लोकल पुलिस का इन्वॉल्वमेंट भी है और जो इंटेलिजेंस है उसका भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट हो सकता है, क्योंकि उनकी जानकारी के बिना इस तरह की जो इलीगल पटाखे की मार्केट है वो नहीं चल सकती, जिसके चलते पूरा एक्शन होगा और साफ तौर पर जो लोग इसमें दोषी उन पर सख्त से सख्त कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
जी गौरव, आपको क्या जानकारी मिल पाई है कि जो लोग अस्पतालों में अभी इस समय भर्ती हैं, काफ़ी लोगों को बर्न इंजरीज हुई थी, उनकी हालत अभी कैसी है? क्योंकि कई लोगों को तो फर्स्ट एड देकर घर भेज दिया गया था, लेकिन काफ़ी सारे लोग ऐसे थे जिनको काफ़ी बर्न इंजरीज ज़्यादा हैं, उनकी हालत के बारे में कुछ पता चल पाया है?
मामले में आपको बताएं कि 8 लोग जो थे वो पूरी तरह से इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में घायल हुए थे, जिनको आपको बता दें 2 लोगों को जो माइनर इंजरीज थी उनको वहां पर ट्रीटमेंट देने के बाद घर भेज दिया गया, लेकिन 4 लोग ऐसे थे जिनको यहां से लखनऊ रेफर किया गया था और कुछ लोग ऐसे थे जिनका कानपुर में ही इलाज चल रहा है। तो साफ तौर पर इस पूरे घटनाक्रम में 8 लोग घायल थे, जिनको लेकर के जो 4 लोग थे जिनको मेजर इंजरीज थी, जो बर्न इंजरीज थी, उनको यहां से लखनऊ शिफ्ट कर दिया गया था, लेकिन बाकी का इलाज यहीं पर चल रहा है। फिलहाल मौके पर पुलिस कल रात से ही लगातार जो दुकान थे उनके शटर तोड़कर वहां पर जो जांच है वो कर रही है, चूंकि वहां पर एक कॉमन चीज ये देखी गई है कि जो वहां पर टॉयज की दुकान थी, जो वहां पर अलग अलग सामानों की दुकान थी, जो कि कॉस्मेटिक्स की भी थी, वहां पर यह देखा गया है कि साफ तौर पर जो पटाखे थे वो इलीगल तरह से वहां पर रखे गए थे, कहीं पर जो शटर है उसके ऊपर छुपा के रखे गए थे, जिसको लेकर के कल पूरी रात सर्च ऑपरेशन चला है, जिसके बाद 5 से 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया गया, उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है कि किसके इन्वॉल्वमेंट से, चूंकि साफ तौर पर वहां पर जो पुलिस स्टेशन है वो भी वहां से कुछ ही कदम की दूरी पर है। तो कहीं ना कहीं एक बड़ा सवाल ये भी खड़ा होता है कि पुलिस के इन्वॉल्वमेंट से इस तरह की जो इलीगल मार्केट थी वो वहां पर चल रही थी, जिसके बाद कल इस तरह का जो हादसा है वो होता है।
जी गौरव, ये बताइए, आपने बताया कि 6 से 7 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया गया है। ये जो लोग हैं क्या इलीगल फायर क्रैकर्स को स्टोर करते थे या किस तरह से इनको किन चार्जेस के अंडर हिरासत में लिया गया है?
जी बिल्कुल, देखिए साफ तौर पर आपको बता दें, कल जिस तरह से ब्लास्ट होता है उसके बाद जब लोकल पुलिस वहां पर पहुंचती है, जो इन्वेस्टिगेशन करती है, तो साफ तौर पर ये वो लोग थे जिन्होंने बताया कि ये पूरी मार्केट जो थी वो टॉयज की थी, कॉस्मेटिक्स की थी, और उसके चलते यहाँ पर जो ब्लास्ट हुआ है तो उसकी जो वजह है वो संदिग्ध हो सकती है। जिसके बाद पुलिस ने जब इन्वेस्टिगेशन करी तो साफ तौर पर देखा कि वहां पर इन्हीं लोगों की शॉप्स थी जहां पर भारी मात्रा में जो क्रैकर था वो मिला और इनके पास किसी तरह का लाइसेंस नहीं था, जिसके बाद 5 से 6 लोगों को हिरासत में लिया गया है और अन्य दुकानों का जो सर्च ऑपरेशन था वो रात भर चला है। पुलिस का साफ तौर पे कहना है जो लोग इस तरह से इलीगल तरह से जो क्रैकर्स है उनको स्टोर कर रहे थे उन पर इस तरह की कार्रवाई होगी, चूंकि उनके पास किसी तरह का लाइसेंस नहीं था और घनी आबादी के क्षेत्र में जो क्रैकर्स है उनको रखना ये भी इलीगल है। तो इस तरह के मामले में उनको कल देर रात उठाया, उनसे लगातार जो पूछताछ है पुलिस वो कर रही है।
जी गौरव, क्योंकि आप अभी इस समय घटना स्थल पर मौजूद हैं, तो ये बताइए हमारे व्यूअर्स को कि अभी फ़िलहाल वहाँ पर हालात कैसे हैं, क्योंकि लोगों को चोटें जो आई हैं वो तो हैं, साथ ही साथ वहाँ पे दुकानों को भी क्षतिग्रस्त हुई होंगी। अभी मार्केट खुली है, लोग आ जा रहे हैं, उसके बारे में बताइए।
जी बिल्कुल, आपके बता दें कि मार्केट अभी नहीं खुली है, चूंकि सुबह का वक्त है और मार्केट अभी नहीं खुलेगी, चूंकि मार्केट 11-12 बजे के आसपास खुलती है। लेकिन दुकानों में बहुत ज्यादा क्षतिग्रस्त नहीं हुई थी। जो लोग वहां मौजूद थे सिर्फ उन्हीं को चोटें आई थी, जिनका इलाज लगातार कल से जारी है। तो साफ तौर पर 11-12 बजे के आसपास मार्केट जो है वो खुलेगी। लेकिन जिन दुकानों पर इलीगल तरह से पटाखे बिक रहे थे, उन दुकानों पर जो ताले हैं वो लगातार लगे दिख रहे हैं। वो दुकानें अभी नहीं खुलेंगी, चूंकि तमाम जो दुकान के ओनर्स थे उनको पुलिस ने अभी तक हिरासत में लिया, उनसे लगातार पूछताछ कर रही है।
जी गौरव, ये बताइए कि अभी फिलहाल जिस तरह से कल ये हादसा हुआ है, तो क्या कोई सुरक्षा वहाँ पे बढ़ाई गई है, कुछ बदलाव किया गया है सुरक्षा व्यवस्था को लेकर? पुलिस ने कुछ कहा है कि आज कुछ अलग व्यवस्था देखने को मिलेगी, या फिर जो रूटीन पुलिस वहाँ पर होती हैं वही रहेंगी?
देखिए बिल्कुल साफ तौर पर बता रहे, कल जिस तरह से 7 बजे के बाद इस तरह की घटना हुई है, ब्लास्ट हुआ, उसके बाद से ही भारी मात्रा में पुलिस बल वहां पर तैनात कर दिया गया है। पीएसी भी वहां पर लगाई गई है और साफ तौर पर कल पूरी रात जिस तरह से पूरी मार्केट में सर्च ऑपरेशन चला है, तो कहीं ना कहीं जो स्पॉट है वहां पर जो भारी मात्रा में पुलिस बल तैनात है। आते जाते जो लोग हैं उनसे भी पूछताछ लगातार की जा रही है और जो लोग वहां स्थानीय हैं उनसे भी लगातार जो सर्च ऑपरेशन है वो जारी है कि किस तरह से भारी मात्रा में जो क्रैकर थे उनको स्टोर किया गया था, क्योंकि ये लंबे समय से वहां पर एक इलीगल तरह से मार्केट चल रही थी, जिसको पुलिस की एक तरह से कह सकते हैं जानकारी में इस तरह की मार्केट थी, लेकिन इसके पहले कभी कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया गया, जिसके चलते कल देर रात देखा गया कि जिस तरह से जो हादसा हुआ है उसके बाद कल सच जो ऑपरेशन है वो चलाया गया और कई लोगों को हिरासत में लिया गया, उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही है कि किसके संरक्षण में इस तरह की जो मार्केट थी वो चल रही थी। साफ तौर पर यह भी देखा गया कि जो दुकानें थी जिनमें टॉयज की शॉप थी, कॉस्मेटिक्स की शॉप थी, उन शॉप्स में इलीगल तरह से क्रैकर्स को रखा गया था, स्टोर किया गया था और उनको वहां से बेचा जा रहा था लोगों को। तो कहीं ना कहीं अपने आप में बड़ा मामला है और जिसको चलते लगातार जो पुलिस की टीम्स है वो सर्च ऑपरेशन कल रात में चलाई है। 5 से 6 लोगों को अभी तक हिरासत में लिया गया है और उनसे लगातार पूछताछ की जा रही है। अन्य लोगों पर भी कार्रवाई की बात सामने आ रही है, क्योंकि जो स्कूटी की बात आ रही थी, ब्लास्ट की बात आ रही थी, उसके चलते साफ तौर पर ये देखा गया कि उन स्कूटीज में जो क्रैकर्स हैं उनको लेकर के जाया जा रहा था, जिसके चलते कल ये देर रात बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ है। बैक टू यू।
Right. Gaurav, stay with us. We'll just come back to you. Meanwhile, let's listen in to what the eyewitnesses said. Some of the eyewitnesses we have spoken to. Let's listen in.
बहुत तेज विस्फोट की आवाज, एकदम तो इतनी तेज आवाज थी कि कानों में गूंज रही थी आवाज। 7-10 पे
अरे बहुत तेज हुआ था, तभी तो हम लोगों ने क्या हुआ, हम लोग देखा, फिर इधर से निकल रहे थे, देखा बड़ी यहाँ फोर्स वगैरह थी, गाड़ियाँ खड़ी थी प्रशासन की, तो हम लोग चले गए। हमने कहा क्या करना है, जो होगा देखा जाएगा।
हम लोग का आगे गणेश लक्ष्मी का दिवाली का त्यौहार है, तो सब लोग यही रोड ही पे रहते हैं, क्योंकि दुकानें सब लगी रहती हैं। बहुत तेज धमाका था और धमाका ये इसके पहले भी पूर्व में कई बार हो चुका है। इसके पहले यहाँ पे सवारी निकली थी जिसमें अब विवाद उत्पन्न हुआ था। प्रशासन से अनुरोध भी किया गया था, लेकिन प्रशासन यहाँ खुले में पटाखा बिकता है, जब घनी बस्तियों में पटाखा बिक्री पर रोक है तो कैसे यहाँ पटाखा बिकता है।
देखिए जो जगह है ये मूलगंज थाना के अंतर्गत आती है, मिश्री बाजार नाम का एरिया। यहाँ पर छोटे खिलौनों की दुकान है। यहाँ पर 2 स्कूटी खड़ी थी, स्कूटी के नंबर भी हैं, उसमें ब्लास्ट हुआ है। करीब 7:15 बजे की घटना है। हम सब मौके पे आए, हमारी फॉरेंसिक टीम भी आई है, वो यहाँ जरूरी आवश्यक सबूत इकट्ठा कर ली। करीब 6 लोग इसमें इंजर्ड हुए हैं, जिसमें एक महिला भी है, उनको उर्सुला में भर्ती कराया गया। फिलहाल कोई अभी क्रिटिकल नहीं है, सभी खतरे के बाहर है, उनका इलाज किया जा रहा है।
सर कितने लोग हैं इसमें?
6 लोग, जैसा कि मैंने बताया, उसमें एक महिला भी है।
संदिग्ध विस्फोट बताया जा रहा है कुछ?
हाँ, अभी हम लोग इट इज़ वेरी अर्ली टू से एनीथिंग, अभी हमको पड़ताल करनी पड़ेगी। हमारी फॉरेंसिक टीम आई हुई है और हम देख रहे हैं कि इसका कोई क्या स्थानीय कारण हो सकता है, और जैसे ही मिलेगा हम अपडेट कर देंगे।
So viewers, was a panic-gripped Meston Road in Kanpur on Wednesday evening after a low-intensity explosion in two parked scooters that had left at least 8 people injured, including a woman. Now, police say that the preliminary investigation has revealed that the blast was caused by illegally stocked firecrackers, and further investigation is underway. We understand from our reporter that a few people have been arrested as well. Here are the details.
A massive explosion ripped through Kanpur's Mishri Bazaar yesterday evening. Panic quickly spread across the market. The explosion was powerful enough to be heard at least 500 meters away. Two parked scooters suddenly exploded, injuring at least 6 people, including one woman who suffered severe burns and was in critical condition. The blast totally destroyed both scooters, damaged nearby shops and vehicles, and caused a panic across the market.
कानपुर में हुए ब्लास्ट में 6 लोग गंभीर रूप से घायल हैं और यही वो स्कूटियां हैं जो कि मौके पर देखी गई थी। देखिए किस तरह से जो स्कूटी है उसके परखच्चे जो हैं वो पूरी तरह से उड़ चुके हैं और ये पेट्रोल की स्कूटियां थी और एक एक करके दोनों को ही यहाँ से ले जाया जा रहा है। खास तौर से जो फॉरेंसिक की टीम है वो इनके सैंपल्स भी कलेक्ट करके ले गई है और दोनों गाड़ियों में चाबी भी मौजूद थी और जिसके चलते जो यहाँ पर ब्लास्ट हुआ था उसके बाद तमाम लोग जो मार्केट में मौजूद थे मार्केट करने के लिए, तो मैं आपको अगर अपनी दाईं तरफ एरिया दिखाऊं तो पूरी मार्केट का एरिया है और शाम के वक्त यहाँ पर हज़ारों की तादाद में जो भीड़ है वो होती है और उसी के समय 7 बजकर कुछ मिनट पर यहाँ पर जो ब्लास्ट है वो होता है और जिसके बाद यहाँ पर जो लोग मार्केट में मौजूद थे गंभीर रूप से घायल हो जाते हैं।
The injured were immediately rushed to the hospital. But the exact cause of the blast is still under investigation, with multiple teams called to the scene to probe.
2 स्कूटर में ब्लास्ट होता है और वो एक दुकानदार हैं अब्दुल्ला, उनके दुकान पे भी जो है कुछ डैमेज होता है। ये घनी आबादी वाला एक समुदाय का ही जो है रियासी इलाका है। मौके पे फॉरेंसिक टीम, ATS की टीम, हमारी BDDS टीम और हमारे अधिकारी वहाँ पर मौजूद हैं और सारी सूचनाएं सारे घटना का एनालाइज कर रहे हैं और जल्दी ही जो हमारे पास इंफॉर्मेशन आएगी तो जो साक्ष्य सामने आपके साथ शेयर करेंगे। प्रथम दृष्टया वो ये लग रहा है कि क्योंकि घनी आबादी वाला इलाका है तो पटाखों का भी हो सकता है और किसी की शरारत भी हो सकती है, तो हर एंगल से हम लोग जांच पड़ताल कर रहे हैं।
Authorities are examining whether the explosion was due to a mechanical fault or if it was a result of sabotage or a deliberate act.
तो यहाँ दृश्य जो है आप लोग बता रहे हैं कि स्कूटर पर कोई लाल बंगले के कोई लोग थे या कहीं के लोग थे, कस्टमर थे। यहाँ 2 स्कूटर में चाबी लगी थी और इन लोगों के बताने मुताबिक इन लोग एक करे उसी में बम रखा था, वो एक बैग से फूटा। ये मिली जुली क्या कहते हैं आबादी है, हिंदू भी है मुस्लिम भी है और दिवाली का त्यौहार है। क्यों माहौल आदमी कोई ख़राब करे, काहे लिए माहौल ख़राब करेगा? हिंदू नहीं, अरे तो हिंदू भी है मुस्लिम है, त्यौहार में क्यों ऐसा कोई करे? मुझे मैपो के आया, अब ये मैं अधिकारियों से पूछूं कि क्या मामला है। मैं अभी पुलिस कमिश्नर से मैं पूछूं कि क्या मामला है।
The incident took place in a locality known for firecracker manufacturing and a busy toy market. And illegal firecrackers were found at the scene, and multiple investigation agencies, including NIA and Uttar Pradesh ATS, are involved in the inquiry. Eyewitnesses recalled the incident and confirmed that the 2 scooters just parked on the roadside and market suddenly exploded.
कैसे ब्लास्ट?
भाई विस्फोट हुआ था एक धमाकेदार, जिसकी आवाज़ 1 से 1.5 किलोमीटर के दायरे में पहुंची है। परेड तक की आवाज़ गई है, उधर चौक सर्राफे पे गई, वहाँ से भी लोग आए, तमाम यहाँ के भी लोग थे। धीरे धीरे 2, 4, 5 मिनट के अंदर प्रशासन भी आया और अगल बगल के रहने वाले भी सब लोग आए।
विस्फोट का कारण को समझे क्योंकि यहाँ पर पटाखे भी बिकते हैं जैसा कि बताया, मगर
अभी पटाखे बिक नहीं रहे थे और ये पटाखे का नहीं है। पटाखे का होता तो इतना बड़ा कांड नहीं होता।
इस तरीके से कंडीशन है गाड़ी की, उस हिसाब से लग रहा है गाड़ी में कुछ था और कुछ नहीं समझ में आ रहा है। पटाखा होता तो पटाखे में इतनी धमाका नहीं होता इतना।
इस मामले को पूरी साजिश के तौर पर देखते हैं।
ये भी क्वांटिटी होनी चाहिए
क्योंकि मार्केट का समय है और फेस्टिवल टाइम है, मार्केट में भीड़ होती है।
ये साजिश हो सकती है, जिस तरीके से ब्लास्ट हुआ है वो साजिश को दर्शाता है।
Authorities discovered a large stockpile of firecrackers at a local shop near the blast site, which were being sold illegally. The shop owner was summoned for questioning but failed to appear, prompting the police to break the locks and conduct a search. The exact cause of the explosion is still under investigation, with officials considering various possibilities, including an accidental explosion or a deliberate act. Multiple central and state investigation agencies are on the scene of the Kanpur Mulganj blast.
And viewers, Gandhi Gram and designer Kaveri Lalchand launched the Songs of the Spindle, a khadi collection blending tradition with the modern style. The collection debuts on 8th of October at the Kaveri store in Chennai, celebrating sustainability and artisan support. It will also be showcased at the Kochi Biennale. Take a look.
As you know, Gandhigram produces khadi, which is 100% cotton, hand spun and hand woven. And we are here at the launch of a new collection with Kaveri, where Kaveri has used our khadi fabrics to design a beautiful collection of very comfortable and festive khadi outfits. And we would really like for everyone to come and visit the event.
We have brought out a limited edition collection of my contemporary styles in khadi, and we're thrilled to present our beautiful legacy historic fabric, which is the fiber of our land, to present this fabric in a new and interesting and contemporary way, which is easy to wear. You dress it up for parties or wear it to work in beautiful new styles. So to promote and to preserve our beautiful fabric, khadi.
Powered by Century Ply Club Prime. Raho befikar.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जल जीरा मसाला। सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप MDH का जल जीरा सिप।
Living my best life. Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। राजा और प्योर मसाला।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान
इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
MDH।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला। भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना,
अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना,
इंडिया सोना। दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डवेयर मसाला।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से
For years, health has been a major concern for people in Dharavi. Water was not always clean. Poor sanitation, open drains, and shared toilets. These kind of conditions made people vulnerable to a lot of diseases like diarrhea, cholera, dengue, malaria, and many more. Most of the homes are so small that there is hardly any ventilation. The family members, they stay very close to each other. And in case if one person falls sick, there are high chances it will spread to others very easily. The treatment has never been easy. There are very few clinics inside Dharavi, as you can see, one behind me. There are long waiting times with long queues too. And if someone wants to attend to another patient, he might have to taken off from the duty. That means he has to lose on money because a lot of people here work on daily wage system.
मेरा नाम रविंद्र किशन दुर्वे। पिछले 40-50 सालों से मैं धारावी में रहता हूँ और प्राइवेट क्लिनिक के लिए हम लोग आते हैं। सरकारियों में जाओ तो घंटों धक्का खाना पड़ता है, तो प्राइवेट में भी आते हैं। तो वही हालत यहाँ पे इंदिरा नगर में जब से स्टार्ट किया है हॉस्पिटल का, तो 1-2 क्लिनिक थे छोटे मोटे, अभी 2-4 बढ़ने के बावजूद भी घंटों लाइन लगाना पड़ता है।
But now, change has begun to show. More healthcare centers are being set up closer to homes. Mobile medical vans are also providing with basic medical aid and checking on the blood pressures and sugar levels of people. On top of that, better waste management system has also reduced in mosquito breeding. It will take time, but people here, they believe that healthier Dharavi is absolutely possible. Each person will have right to clean water, better drainage system, proper sanitation, cleaner toilets. Health is not just about curing a particular illness. It is about boosting the confidence in the society that they can live here without being afraid of the next disease. Well, in the next episode, we'll be discussing how education is opening doors for the younger generation of Dharavi.
Morning Villa में breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. And the big story, very soon, Prime Minister Modi and the UK PM Keir Starmer will be meeting in Mumbai. Remember that UK PM Keir Starmer said that the FTA between India and UK is a launch pad for growth. So big push when it comes to the India-UK ties. All this and much more coming right up. But the headlines first. Let's get started. Big Republic TV impact. Coal reformer arrested from Chennai being brought to Kanchipuram for further investigation. The World Health Organization seeks clarification from India on whether the cough syrup linked to over 15 child deaths in the country has been exported to other countries. India and Australia signed crucial defence pacts during Rajnath Singh's visit, strengthening strategic and military cooperation between the two nations. Eight injured in scooter explosion at Kanpur market, probe underway. Prime Minister Modi is all set to meet UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer in Mumbai today. Trade talks likely to be the key focus. US Prime Minister Modi and his UK counterpart will be meeting at Raj Bhavan in Mumbai today. And the two leaders will hold talks to further strengthen the India-UK comprehensive strategic partnership as outlined in Vision 2035 roadmap. This, viewers, will be the third meeting, I repeat, the third meeting between the two leaders since Starmer became British PM in July 2024. The first two meetings were held at Chequers in July this year and on the sidelines of the G20 summit in Rio de Janeiro last November. PM Modi will be joined by National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar and Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. On the UK side, Starmer will be accompanied by Peter Kyle, Secretary of State for Business and Trade, Jason Stockwood, Minister of State for Investment. All right, Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor, is joining us on the phone line. Abhishek, this is huge coming in because we are counting down to that meeting which will be taking place in the beautiful, scenic Raj Bhavan. Third meeting between the two leaders and also just talking about UK PM, talking about the FTA deal yesterday. He was so excited and he was saying that this is the launch pad for growth.
Yes, and we have seen those numbers being bandied about, and you heard it in the excitement that was there in the voice of Sir Keir Starmer yesterday when he was introducing his delegation. He called it the biggest trade mission that he has led to India ever, or that has come from the United Kingdom, maybe second biggest if you look historically, but not going there. The fact of the matter is that it took 3 years for the two sides to really stay the course and sign the free trade agreement, which the two leaders, Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Starmer, did in London in the month of July. The details were thrashed out and finalized in the month of May. Remember, on the side of UK, 4 prime ministers from both the Labour and Conservative dispensations, which means that there is complete bipartisan consensus that this deal with India is important, and that's getting reflected in the delegation that Sir Starmer is leading. We know the details of the free trade agreement already. Sure, the overall UK GDP by a certain percentage point. Similarly, for India, it is going to act as a model during our talks with the European Union. Also, remember, India has been in a free trade agreement signing spree over the last few years and essentially resetting our trade terms with the most important trade geographies of the world. So be it EFTA within a small European bloc, be it with the UAE, be it with Australia, and the United Kingdom has been the biggest one, because remember, London still effectively happens to be the financial capital of Europe. And for this kind of trade deal to materialize, with bilateral trade projected to double by 2030, it is as of now around $55 billion. And that really gives you an idea of the kind of push that's going to come in to research and innovation, to companies and corporations setting shop in respective countries, in United Kingdom and in India. And of course, the showpiece, the most talked about thing of so far as the takeaways for the United Kingdom is concerned, India happens to be the world's biggest whiskey market, and there are going to be tremendous revenue benefits for the Scottish whiskey companies, about which the UK side has been talking about. There were some issues now, but India has already halved the tariff, and subsequently is going to be brought down to 10%. Insofar as UK is concerned, they have already almost for 99.1% or 99% of tariff lines. They have become with 100%. They have offered 99% plus tariff lines with 100% trade value, and most of them for zero duty. So I think that this is going to be a very indicative agreement. But of course, apart from that, when the delegations meet, as is going to happen from 10 a.m. onwards at the governor's residence in Mumbai. So it's not just about trade; it's about defense. And even in defense, for example, the defense industrial roadmap, Shivangi, for collaboration on things like designing together, co-development, and production of defense products mutually in a mutually beneficial manner. I think that's also one aspect which is going to be there in the delegation level talks: research, innovation, defense, trade, culture, people-to-people connect. Also remember this, the one more defining aspect of this trade agreement is the mobility aspect, by which I mean when we are facing those headwinds from the United States on H-1B visa, the India-UK FTA is actually a model in terms of allowing a free flow of talent in a mutually beneficial manner. So be it our talent pool when it comes to the health industry, education, and even engineering and IT, the manner in which the free trade agreement frames the visa ecosystem is something which is again going to be a model. So I think in that sense, it's a very significant dialogue happening. This is the third time in last 6 months that the two leaders are meeting. They had a phone call in May when the agreement was finalized. They met in July when Prime Minister traveled to London. They met in Kananaskis, Canada, on the sidelines of the G7 summit in the month of June. And then, of course, they're meeting now with a likely meeting again in less than a fortnight if Prime Minister to Malaysia for the East Asia summit for the ASEAN. So I think in that sense, the people-to-people relationship, the education and health relationship connect, and the industry, defense, and larger strategic partnership. Remember, in 2022, India and the United Kingdom decided to upgrade the relationship to a comprehensive strategic partnership. So all those aspects on Indo-Pacific, though, of course, there is a bit of a churn there because of the Trump turbulence. So whether Indo-Pacific still remains that kind of focus without the United States is something. But obviously, even those things are going to be discussed. In that sense, we are looking forward to a very important dialogue taking place between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Starmer in just a while from now in Mumbai.
All right. right. Well, thank you, Abhishek, for getting those details for us. We are looking forward for that meet between Prime Minister Modi and the UK PM Keir Starmer. Like Abhishek said, a lot of important topics will be on agenda in that meet. We have to move ahead right now, viewers, because we're getting some more breaking news coming in. The Bharat Rashtra Samiti, BRS working president KTR, along with other BRS leaders, are under house arrest. Heavy police, I repeat, heavy police deployed at the BRS working president KTR's house as he was scheduled to participate in the Chalo Bus Bhavan program in protest against the hike in RTC ticket prices. BRS party was scheduled to in March to the TGRTC Bhavan and submit a representation against the price hike. KTR, condemning this action, said that the Congress government should concentrate on developing Hyderabad and Telangana rather than trying to hinder a peaceful protest organized by the opposition party. So this is what you see right now. As you can see, viewers, KTR, BRS leaders have now been put under house arrest. This is a developing news story which is happening right now, viewers. And just taking you through the latest updates that we are getting on the story. KTR and some of the other BRS leaders have been now put under house arrest. Also getting you these pictures which are coming in. The latest coming in, they were about to participate in a Chalo Bus Bhavan program in protest against a hike in RTC ticket prices. BRS party was scheduled to march to the TGRTC Bhavan and submit a representation against the price hike. KTR, condemning this action, said that the Congress government should concentrate on developing Hyderabad and Telangana rather than trying to hinder a peaceful protest organized by the opposition party. We'll of course get you more updates coming in, but the police have placed BRS leaders including KT Ramarao and others under house arrest to prevent them from joining the Chalo Bus Bhavan protest against the RTC fare hike. Heavy police deployment can be seen. As you can see, those are the pictures on your screen. We have to move ahead right now, viewers, getting some more breaking updates, getting some more news coming in. All right, security forces have launched an extensive search operation in dense forests in Jammu and Kashmir's Anantnag district after losing contact with 2 soldiers during an anti-terror combing exercise. The operation began 2 days ago, following intelligence inputs about the presence of terrorists. However, during the mission, 2 members of an elite para unit went missing after communication with them was lost. Helicopters have since been deployed for aerial survey to help trace the missing personnel. I want to go across to Zinat. 2 soldiers missing. 2 soldiers missing in the Jammu and Kashmir forest, Zinat, and we're getting some statements. We're getting some information coming in. What really happened? Just take our viewers through the latest.
Shivani, this is an operation that was launched on Tuesday after getting an input about the terrorist movement in the Gadol of Anantnag. This is a forest ridge which has been active for the last 2 years. If you remember the encounter in September 2022 when Army Colonel Major and DYSP of J&K police lost their life and a Lashkar terrorist was neutralized in around 6 to 7 day long operation. Once again, knowing that the terrorists have formed a base in this Gadol forest area, it was the team of 20 people, the SOG, Anantnag, DIG's personal squad of South Kashmir, along with the Indian Army. There's a it's an elite force, the para commandos who were the part of the combing operation. 18 of them returned Tuesday evening when the 2 of them they lost the contact.
Zinat, I'm getting some issue with your audio. I'll have to come back to you. I'm getting some more updates coming in. There's a statement coming in from Prime Minister Modi. We welcome the agreement on the first phase of President Trump's peace plan. This is also a reflection of the strong leadership of PM Netanyahu. Prime Minister Modi welcomes Trump's Gaza plan. And PM Modi says, we hope the release of hostages and enhanced humanitarian assistance to the people of Gaza will bring respite to them and pave the way for lasting peace. That is right, viewers. Prime Minister Modi welcomes Trump's Gaza peace deal, hails Netanyahu's leadership. He welcomed the first phase of Trump's peace plan between Israel and Hamas, viewing it as a step forward towards lasting peace. I just read out what Prime Minister Modi has said. He has welcomed the agreement on the first phase of US President Trump's peace plan between Israel and Hamas, calling it a step towards lasting peace in the region. And PM Modi has expressed hope for stability in Gaza, adding that the release of hostages and enhanced humanitarian assistance will bring respite to them and pave the way for lasting peace. PM Modi's statements come hours after Donald Trump announced that both Israel and Hamas had agreed to a US and Qatari brokered deal for the release of hostages and partial troop withdrawal. Let's go to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor. Abhishek, Prime Minister Modi welcoming Trump's Gaza plan. This is the second time that he has welcomed Trump's Gaza plan. The first time was, in fact, a couple of weeks ago when Trump spoke about the truce that he's working on.
Well, yes, and the second or third time that the Prime Minister is actually reinforcing the message. So I think this is essentially aimed at leaving no doubts in the mind of DC establishment that India is there fully backing the peace efforts, as in the case of Europe war, so in the case of West Asia. And the Gaza peace plan that has been thrashed out by President Trump, the 20-point plan, which begins with hostage exchange and which is likely to take place later this week, is the closest we have come to ending this war. And it's not that this is completely pro-Israeli. The Hamas has not liked some parts of it, but even Israel has not liked some parts of it, to the extent that President Trump has expressed his frustration with the Israeli leadership, with Prime Minister Netanyahu. So in that backdrop, for whatever little we have done by way of engaging with both the sides, providing the humanitarian assistance in Gaza for the people of Gaza, the Palestinians, and engaging with the Israeli side, and a couple of times dialogue has taken place between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Netanyahu on how to take things forward, and also, of course, in the case of the Ukraine war. So I think this is about messaging. This is about India very directly, and Prime Minister himself posting and tagging President Trump on X is clear signaling that whatever President Trump is doing to bring peace, India fully backs it, and whatever credit President Trump should get for ending of this war, he should get is I believe the subtle message that's coming in from this post by Prime Minister.
Yes, and Abhishek, all this while India has maintained it supports all the diplomatic efforts when it comes to making sure that there is peace in the region. And in fact, in many international forums and meets that we have seen, India has maintained that India also wants to see peace in the region. Yes, Abhishek.
Well, yes, absolutely. And the manner in which India has been first responder in times of crisis, even with a regime like Taliban in Afghanistan, providing them with whatever relief aid they needed in the immediate aftermath of the earthquake just last month, even asking the Americans to relax their sanctions for one more month so that more aid could go to the Chabahar port. Incidentally, acting foreign minister of Afghanistan happens to be in New Delhi today, and External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar is meeting him. So in the case of the Ukraine war, perhaps Prime Minister Narendra Modi is the only leader this side of the Suez Canal who has been to Kiev and Moscow both, and spoken about the imperatives of ending the war to both the sides. So in that sense, I think there is no better peace constituency than India and Prime Minister Modi. And he's just reinforcing it time and again, at every opportunity, whenever President Trump has done something in any theater of war, to make sure that the message that India is a values-driven partner of the United States is not missed by the DC establishment. And this latest post is an example of that.
All right. Yes, Abhishek. Thank you so much, Abhishek Kapoor, Senior Executive Editor, for getting us this detail, especially the update on PM Modi welcoming the Gaza deal. And it's been 2 years, viewers, 2 years into the devastating Israel-Hamas war, a major breakthrough may be on the horizon. US President Trump says both Israel and Hamas have now agreed to the first phase of the Gaza peace plan, a deal he calls historic and unprecedented. Here's a report. Take a look.
In what he hailed as a strong, durable and everlasting peace, US President Donald Trump announced that Israel and Hamas had signed off on the first phase of the 20-point Gaza peace plan. On his Truth Social platform, Donald Trump declared all hostages will be released very soon and Israeli troops will pull back to an agreed line. The announcement followed marathon talks in Egypt mediated by Qatar, Egypt and Turkey. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu welcomed the breakthrough, saying he would bring the hostages home with God's help. Donald Trump, buoyed by the deal, said that he might travel to the Middle East later this week, possibly to Egypt or even to Gaza itself.
I was just dealing with people from the Middle East, Arab people and other people on the potential peace deal for the Middle East. Peace for the Middle East, it's a beautiful phrase and we hope it's going to come true, but it's very close. And they're doing very well. We have a great team over there, great negotiators, and there are unfortunately great negotiators on the other side also. But it's something I think that will happen, got a good chance of happening. I may go there sometime toward the end of the week.
Trump's plan calls for a ceasefire, Hamas disarmament and a gradual Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and envoy Steve Witkoff were already in Egypt finalizing the details. Hamas, which submitted a list of prisoners to be freed, is expected to release the remaining 47 Israeli hostages, both alive and dead, taken in October 7, 2023 attacks. Hamas negotiator says that the group wants guarantees from President Trump and mediators that the war will end once and for all. Donald Trump, on his part, thanked the mediators and wrote, "Blessed are the peacemakers." As the world watches this rare glimmer of hope, the question remains, can Trump's peace plan truly bring an end to one of the bloodiest conflicts of our time?
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगे। हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का। अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
Living my best life. Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office,
powered by Century Ply Club Prime. रहो बेफिकर।
भारत की अपनी दुकान इंडिया सोना, अपने देश का सामान इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना, इंडिया सोना।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे, सतलुज की लहरों में, सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है। और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है, ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Prime Minister Narendra Modi hails Netanyahu's strong leadership, welcomes Donald Trump's Gaza peace plan. Big Republic TV impact. Cold Reef owner arrested from Chennai being brought to Kanchipuram for further investigation. World Health Organization seeks clarification from India on whether the cough syrup linked to over 15 child deaths in the country has been exported to other countries. Afghan Foreign Minister Amir Muttaqi arrives in New Delhi. Key meetings on the agenda. 8 injured in scooter explosions at Kanpur market. Probe underway. Prime Minister Narendra Modi is set to meet UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer in Mumbai today. Trade talks likely to be the key focus. Viewers, we have big breaking news coming in. India has extended a warm welcome to Afghan Foreign Minister Amir Muttaqi upon his arrival in New Delhi. The visit is expected to foster discussions on strengthening bilateral relations and addressing regional issues. India's engagement with Afghanistan aims to promote stability, security and cooperation between the two nations. So very significant visit by Afghan Foreign Minister in New Delhi. And this is a key visit because Afghanistan's Taliban Foreign Minister has come to New Delhi, and this is his first visit to India by a Taliban leader since the group seized power in 2021. All right, Chandrakala, my colleague, is now joining us for more details. Chandrakala, this is a very significant visit, considering the fact that this is the first time that any Afghanistan Taliban leader has come to our country. Of course, New Delhi really looking to foster ties between the two nations, especially because this is the first visit of a Taliban leader to our country.
Yes, absolutely. This is the first such visit by a Taliban foreign minister after the Taliban regime came into power in Afghanistan. Now the foreign minister has reached New Delhi, and of course several bilateral talks are expected to take place on regional and global issues. The fact that of course India does not officially recognize the Taliban regime, but of course pragmatically continues to strengthen ties via humanitarian aid and also via trade, of course, as far as the Chabar port is concerned. Now, this particular visit is also focused on discussing as to the Afghan foreign minister will also be keen to discuss as far as recognizing the Taliban regime is concerned with New Delhi. Apart from that, humanitarian assistance and infrastructure program of India would be discussed on during this meeting. And this particular visit comes right after the UNSC has lifted the ban as far as the travel exemption is concerned on the Taliban foreign minister. So a very important visit that New Delhi is looking forward to, because this also is seen as a significant engagement between New Delhi and Taliban since 2021, after the Taliban came into power. So yes, a very important meeting. He is here from his visits begin from today, and he will be here till 16th of October. This is what we are learning right at this moment, and several bilateral talks are also scheduled to take place, including his meeting with External Affairs Minister. As we have seen the MEA spokesperson tweeting that a very warm welcome has been given to the Afghan Foreign Minister right at this moment. And of course, regional and global issues would also be discussed. Afghanistan will also be discussed during this meeting. Over to you.
Right, Chandrakala, any updates on, how does the itinerary of the Afghan foreign minister is going to look like? Of course, you mentioned about the fact that he is going to have talks with, of course, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar. Talks with Ajit Dovals are also planned, what we understand. But what is going to be the likely focus of this these talks? Any updates on what are your sources telling you?
We are still looking forward for the official itinerary to be, put it out by the Ministry of External Affairs, because no official schedule has been provided yet. But yes, of course, the meeting is focused mainly on humanitarian assistance and infrastructure program that India has been providing to Afghanistan. And of course, as I have already mentioned, that the Afghan foreign minister would be keen to discuss as far as recognition, as far as official recognition of Taliban regime is concerned with New Delhi. Over to you.
Right, and Chandrakala, one of the other issues that could, likely feature is, of course, discussion on the Chabahar port, because that is an issue that, of course, both Afghanistan government and Indian government are keenly looking at, and cooperation on that front is not only important for both of our nations, but in terms of regional stability as well.
Yes, right. Of course, Chabahar port has been very crucial for India's development, as we have seen that Afghanistan and India has been cooperating on trade facilitation via Chabahar port, and absolutely Chabahar port would be discussed significantly during this particular visit, as we are looking also that various humanitarian programs, various infrastructure projects between India and Afghanistan will also be discussed during this meeting. And of course, the primary focus will be on the Chabahar port, and also the humanitarian assistance, and also that as far as recognizing Taliban regime is concerned. New Delhi is really looking forward as to how to take these ties. The ties forward, because as I have already mentioned that that India does not recognize Taliban regime yet, but of course the relations between India and Afghanistan.
We'll just come back to you right now. Let's take a look at we are getting the visuals of Piyush Goyal meeting with the UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer. Remember, Keir Starmer is in India. This is his first visit to our country. And these are the visuals of the meeting between UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer and Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal. So UK Prime Minister is in India for the first official visit. This is the second day. He arrived in Mumbai yesterday. He met with the top business leaders. And this visit, remember, coming in months after India and the UK signed the landmark free trade agreement that is aimed at boosting the bilateral trade. So the outcome of these meetings, especially the meeting that is going on right now between Piyush Goyal and UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer, is going to be very, very significant. Chandrakala is now joining us. Chandrakala, we are getting these visuals of Piyush Goyal meeting with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer today. And of course, there is another meeting that is very, very significant, and that is his meeting with Prime Minister Narendra Modi today. If you could just take us through the topics that are going to come up in these meetings.
Well, yes, absolutely. The British Prime Minister has just met the Union Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal, as we can see in the visuals, and a very, very important meeting is also scheduled between Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the British Prime Minister. Of course, the top focus being trade, as we know that the British Prime Minister is leading the largest ever trade delegation to India. 125 CEOs and entrepreneurs are accompanying him. Also, Rolls-Royce are some of the companies that are accompanying the British Prime Minister. As we can see that this particular FTA being signed between India and UK in the month of July opens up employment opportunities, of course, businesses. British economy is going to flourish, as Prime Minister Keir Starmer has also mentioned clearly that this is one of the biggest deal being struck between both the countries, and a lot are expected as far as this deal is concerned. And yes, this particular meeting between Prime Minister Keir Starmer and Piyush Goyal is very important, as of course the trade would be the main focus of this discussion. As of course, India's average tariff on UK products will drop from 15% to 3% after this under this deal.
All right, our senior editor Niranjan is now joining us on the phone line. Niranjan, very good morning. We are seeing these visuals of the Prime Minister welcoming Keir Starmer in Mumbai, and the two leaders are going to hold significant talks today. Give us an update on what really can we expect out of this very significant meeting.
Well, Keir Starmer already has declared that this is going to be one of his most significant visits outside of the UK in the recent times. He's spoken about how this is going to be the biggest deal for the UK and has been the most significant deal that the UK has signed in the last few years. Now, he came in with that intent, and he has already declared that with the 125-member delegation, the size of his delegation, and all of them focusing purely on trade, and all of them industry leaders from the UK, part of the delegation, trade is on his mind, and that is why they have chosen Mumbai, India's financial capital, as a location where the Prime Minister will be meeting British Prime Minister Starmer. The meeting is ongoing in Mumbai. They will look to, on the face of it, enhance the India-UK comprehensive strategic partnership. Don't forget that some of UK's biggest companies are run by Indians and Indian firms. We are one of the biggest employers in the UK. So the focus will be on trade, the focus will be on technology, focus will be on defense. And this meeting is a huge step in taking forward the bilateral relations outlined in the 2035 roadmap, the 10-year roadmap that has been set out, and they will look to follow that roadmap. And as far as the meeting is concerned, this is, on the face of it, a third meeting between the Prime Minister and Starmer. Starmer, of course, is on his first visit to India since becoming the Prime Minister of the UK. And the first two meetings, of course, were held in different venues, one in UK and the other was at G20 Rio de Janeiro. And in the last few hours, the 24 hours that he's been here in India, Starmer has been meeting different stakeholders. He met members of different industries yesterday in a series of industry meetings for him. Well, he also met a few studios and Bollywood producers on Wednesday. And in this particular meeting, National Security Advisor Ajit Doval, External Affairs Minister S. Jaishankar, Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri, all present. And on the UK side, Starmer is being accompanied by Peter Kyle, who is the Secretary of State for Business and Trade, Jason Stockwood, Minister of State for Investment. And discussions, of course, will focus on what Starmer announced on landing in India, that they want more business. And they spoke about more jobs. One of the key messages that Starmer also sent out was to Donald Trump when he said that India is going to be one of the biggest job creators for his country in the next few years. And that is why he's here, so that more industries can also open up in UK and expand their business. And the focus in these talks that are currently ongoing will be on trade, investment, technology, defense, climate action, education. And that is why, interestingly, you see a lot of your members who are here as part of the UK delegation are also from different universities in the UK, which attract a lot of Indian students. And they want to now set up campuses in India. And that is why they want to focus on India as a big market, not just for industry, but also for education. And in the 125-member delegation, their focus will also be on opening up these premier universities that are over a century old in UK on Indian soil. So the two leaders will also expectedly take part in the India-UK CEO Forum and the Global FinTech Fest 2025. Now, the Global FinTech Fest is the big draw this year in Mumbai. And the Prime Minister, along with Keir Starmer, will be present here today after this meeting. And the two Prime Ministers will take stock of the progress in diverse aspects. We are told, according to the MEA, they will discuss the UK Comprehensive Strategic Partnership, Vision 2035, and the 10-year roadmap of programs and initiatives that will focus on a time-bound plan to ensure that trade goes, just higher and higher from where it currently is between both India and UK. But the pillars, like they've been mentioning, trade and investment, technology and innovation, defense and security, climate and energy, health, education, people-to-people relation. This is what the Prime Minister's office said in a very detailed statement that was issued yesterday. And the two leaders are also expected to hold talks with top business and industry figures to explore opportunities under the India-UK Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement. And that is going to be one of the key pillars for their future economic partnership.
All right. Thank you so much, Niranjan, for joining us and sharing your insights on that big story that we are tracking, viewers. And right now, we are also joined in by our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who is joining us live from the national capital. Abhishek, we are getting these visuals. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and Keir Starmer have started the talks. And, you know, what is very significant is that British Prime Minister Keir Starmer has said that he spoke about the India-UK FTA yesterday, and he called it, and he said that the opportunities are waiting to be seized under the trade agreement that are unparalleled. And he, in fact, went on to say that this is the biggest deal that we have ever struck since we left the European Union. So these are huge words coming in from the UK Prime Minister. And he said this is also the biggest deal that India has ever struck. So it is hugely important. So give us an overview of now that this trade deal is going to be, finally, slowly going to be implemented. What all sectors and areas are going to see, boom? Because UK Prime Minister spoke about job opportunities in UK. For India, what does this really mean?
Well, you see, if this is what is good for the goose, good for the gander. So if the British are so excited about this trade deal, obviously there are going to be corresponding benefits for India also. The fact that tariff lines for almost 99% plus goods and services are negotiated in this deal, and at a majority of cases 0%. From the British side, if you look at it, the duties on whiskies and wines come down considerably, already reduced by half even before the agreement kicks in, and subsequently to be tapered off till about 10%, to about 10%. And that's going to, and remember, India is the world's biggest whiskey market. So in that sense, for the Scotland-based whiskey industry, it's going to be a big plus. Apart from that, wherever the United Kingdom and the British industries have an edge, they get a huge captive market in India. Similarly, for India, the trade agreement is one of its kind in terms of talking about mobility, which is about a free flow of talent and without restrictive visa practices. And this is really significant in the light of the H-1B visa issue we are dealing insofar as the United States is concerned with the changes that have been brought in by the Trump administration. Just to give you some numbers, about 170,000, 170,000 students of Indian origin studying in various British universities. And that's a tremendous amount of money that the universities get by way of tuition fee, and the living expenses of this student community across United Kingdom. Look at health, for example. The NHS, the National Health Service, is populated tremendously by Indian nursing talent. Almost one-third or more than one-third of it, about 40% of nurses in United Kingdom happen to be from India. And so the mobility component, the visa component of the trade agreement, so it's not just about tariffs, which the present global zeitgeist makes the world to believe that trade is just about tariffs, which it is not. It is about people, ultimately, when they are consumers. It is about people when they are producers. It is about people when the producers and the consumers need to be connected. And in that sense, this FTA is a model. Remember also that it kicks in only after the British Parliament approves, as is their system, sometime in the month of next year, sometime between February and May. So there is still some time. But already the tailwinds, the momentum, the goodwill, and the vibes, some of those were visible. In fact, we can play that soundbite again for variety and for viewers to understand the manner in which Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, while introducing the delegation that he is traveling with, said about the things he said about the manner in which the British are expecting that there would be deals, to the extent that he said that while on his flight back to London, he would be speaking to each of these delegation members, including his secretaries, including his ministers, and ask them what exact deal you signed. And the fact, I mean, look at the optics. The British Prime Minister and the delegation have traveled to Mumbai. They have not traveled to Delhi. And this really itself is an indication that they are traveling to the financial capital and not to the political capital. And the focus is entirely on operationalizing the trade deal and looking at an early harvest of the momentum and whatever is there in the agreement. So obviously, since Brexit, the British economy has been a little wobbly. They have been struggling, and this trade deal means a lot. And the fact that over 3 years between both the Conservative and Labour governments, this was negotiated on their side, really speaks volumes of the kind of intent, the kind of express intent that was there, cutting across the political divide in London and Westminster, and to make sure that this deal is seen through, and which has happened. And now the two leaders, of course, also having parallelly, this is, remember, the delegation talks are, it's not about trade, it would be about defense cooperation, it would be about research and innovation cooperation. Remember also that there are about 600,000 British nationals, many of them perhaps of Indian origin, but 600,000 plus British nationals also working in India. And so it's a two-way street. It's a two-way economic relationship. It's not a one-way street. And in that sense, I think this dialogue gains that much more significance.
Right. Abhishek, stay with us. And as our executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, mentioned that, it was a busy day yesterday for Keir Starmer in Mumbai. And he spoke about a lot of issues, especially he talked about the FTA that was recently signed between the two nations. Let's listen in to what he had said yesterday.
You. And the first thing I want to say is a massive thank you to all of you for being here in India with us, because this is the biggest trade mission that the United Kingdom has ever sent to India. And I think it's really good evidence of just how strong the relationship is and how many business opportunities there are. And we've got businesses, some of the biggest businesses doing deals and business with India, some of the iconic businesses, small businesses as well. So we've got all sorts of businesses here. We've got great academic institutions represented, brilliant universities that are already doing great stuff here and about to do even more of it. And then we've got art and culture, film, drama, sport as well. So a really important and big delegation. So thank you for being here. There's a real buzz about it already. I hope you felt that before we got on the plane and on the plane and all the way through. Obviously, this is a two-parter, if you like. We had Prime Minister Modi over to the United Kingdom earlier this year to sign the FTA, the free trade agreement that we agreed, and today is the return leg of that, if you like. That FTA is really important for us. It's the biggest deal that we've struck since we left the EU. And I think it's the biggest deal that India has ever struck, so hugely important. I'll tell you how it all started. Prime Minister Modi and I at the G20 last November sat down and asked each other one-to-one, did we really want to press ahead with this? And if we did, will we knock the barriers out the way and get on with it? And 6 months later, we had the agreement, we signed it in July. And it provides huge opportunities. I've asked the team to implement it as quickly as humanly possible so that it's in place. But I think it's already changed the mood music, frankly. I think the opportunities are already opening up. The contact has already increased. Trade with India went up hugely in the last 12 months. And climbing. So I think there's real opportunities here. I've got a number of ministers with me. I can't quite see them, but we've got Peter, as you quite know, Secretary of State for Business is around. Douglas, Secretary of State for Scotland, really important amongst other things for whisky. And Justin, who's the new investment. Justin, the investment minister. Our job is to make it easier for you to seize the opportunities. And we're trialling something which I think is really important, because until now governments have done trade deals and then sort of left them on the table and said to business, you take over. I think we should continue our work supporting and helping businesses take advantage of the trade deals. So we're here to help do that, to open those opportunities for you and to make sure there's follow through, if you like, for the trade deal rather than just a trade deal put on the table. So take maximum advantage of us. And a little test for you all, by the time I walk around on the plane on the way home, I want each of you to tell me what you've got out of this trip, a deal, a contact, or something else, because this is the chance now over the next 2 or 3 days to really take advantage. We've got Tracy Babin here as well, a West Yorkshire mayor with us. But let's have that conversation, but we've got a lot of time together. It's really great to see you. Thank you so much for coming. This is a wonderful opportunity. Let's go out and seize it.
All right, let's go back to Abhishek Kapoor, who is joining us live from the national capital. Abhishek, one thing that Starmer would be really looking at keenly is the issue of growth, because this is something that he has asked for. He has this is one of his priorities, because back home he would like to reverse his Labour Party slide in the polls. There is a budget also that is going to come up, so he would like the benefits of the FTA to come in as soon as possible.
You are absolutely right, bang on there, because much of these optics are also for home consumption, because Keir Starmer is looking at a stalled economy, and this trade deal really means a lot. Remember yesterday when he was on the flight, the British Airways flight that he took along with his delegation, he went into the cockpit and made an announcement. This is your Prime Minister in the cockpit. And no, it's not a safety announcement. It's your Prime Minister greeting the passengers. It's fantastic to have you all on board. And then we are having the biggest trade mission to India and that UK has ever sent. I'm looking forward to working with you as we explore all the opportunities in our free trade agreement. And then, while introducing the same delegation in Mumbai, he said on his flight back, he would ask them what deals did they sign. So obviously, I think there are some numbers in his mind. There are some substantive contracts and deals in his mind. And he wants to really go back to London and show that the 2-day visit to Mumbai has given a fillip to industrial production based in United Kingdom, has given a fillip to its tourism industry. For example, yesterday, Starmer visited the Yash Raj Films studios, and it's been about a decade that they have shot any film in any of those locales of the United Kingdom. So yesterday they signed an agreement that beginning now they would travel to UK and shoot for at least 3 of their upcoming movies at various locations in England and Scotland and Wales and whatnot. So I think in that sense, he's also looking at takeaways. He has met Nandan Nilekani, India's UIDAI, former UIDAI chief, the man who really spearheaded the Aadhaar rollout. So whether it's on IT, it's on software, it's on trade and tourism, it's on industry.
Right, Abhishek, we'll come back to you because we'll continue to get all the insights on that big story that we are tracking. But we have to take a break right now. And after the break, we continue tracking this big story. Prime Minister Narendra Modi meeting with UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer in Raj Bhavan in Mumbai. Stay tuned.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला डिलीशियस हेल्दी एवरीडे।
इसको घर पे लगाओगे तो शादी का तो पता नहीं, पर घर पक्का नहीं टूटेगा।
रूंगटा नहीं तो घर स्ट्रॉन्ग नहीं। रूंगटा स्टील TMT बार एकदम सॉलिड।
पहाड़ों में एक हाइकिंग स्टिक भी बन सकती है।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk.
Prime Minister Modi meets Keir Starmer in Mumbai. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal meets UK PM, focus on strategic partnership. PM Modi welcomes Trump's Gaza peace plan, praises Netanyahu's strong leadership. Afghan Taliban foreign minister in India for the first visit to foster ties abroad. Owner of Shrishan Pharma, maker of cold reef syrup, arrested over child deaths. Big updates coming in right now, viewers of Republic TV. Pictures coming in of that meeting between Prime Minister Modi and his UK counterpart Keir Starmer. And this is the first visit of the UK PM after being appointed the Prime Minister. Two leaders during the talks are celebrating the deepening ties between India and UK and are expected to announce further investment plans. So the Modi-Starmer meet happening as we speak. PM Modi and Keir Starmer met for the first time after trade agreement between India and UK was finalized. Defense and trade will be the top topics here. I want to go across to our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, to take our viewers through these pictures that we are getting, Abhishek.
Well, yes, I think so. Both the prime ministers, both the leaders are bonding. And remember, this is their third meeting in the last 6 months, beginning with the May phone call. And then they met in June on the sidelines of the G7 summit in Canada. And then they met in July when Prime Minister Modi traveled to London for the signing ceremony of the agreement, which is effectively the showpiece of this visit, so to say. The two leaders are in animated conversation along the Mumbai coast from the Raj Niwas, which is the residence of the governor. And whenever Prime Minister travels to these state capitals, Raj Niwas becomes his office, and operating out of that place, and the delegation talks happening there. In fact, these are pictures from a little earlier that the talks are already on. And since it's the biggest delegation that Prime Minister Starmer is leading, India also having its national security advisor there, having its commerce minister in Piyush Goyal there. Also remember, Piyush Goyal happens to be a Bombay boy. He's a member of parliament from there. He's been commerce minister now for more than a decade, and he in fact spearheaded the agreement, trade agreement talks all through all the rounds, 15-20 rounds that took place, even as the trade representative from the British side kept changing, 4 or 5 of them in the last 3 years. But Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal was the stabilizing and continuity factor. And so he's present. He just had a meeting with Prime Minister Starmer before the delegation talks.
And it would be interesting to hear from both the sides what all went also. For example, did they discuss how to handle Trump between them? Because while our trade talks with the Americans are still stuck, with the British, we could really press on the paddle and really get the deal going. And the excitement and a sense of satisfaction is mutual for both the sides, because it's a great deal. It's a big deal for the UK, and it's a great deal for India because it opens a window for the larger European market. Remember, we are in the midst of trade agreement talks with the larger European Union, even as one small block of EFTA with the 4 smaller European economies has already been signed. But the larger EU deal is coming possibly in a few months. And the contours of the India-UK comprehensive economic trade agreement, CETA as it is being called, are going to provide a template on which India and the EU really can build on. So it's a big deal. And remember, post-Brexit, the UK was sort of feeling a bit cornered. And while it was something which was decided collectively by the British population, British citizens, the fact of the matter is, in economic terms, it sort of led to a bit of an isolation for the United Kingdom within the European Economic Community. So I think now in these pictures, again from earlier, both the sides introducing each other, and the two leaders having restricted format talks also. Those were along the, you could see the coastline when they were talking and walking. And these are pictures of the introduction of the delegation. And then, of course, the talks that are going on. Our High Commissioner Vikram Doraiswamy has traveled from London to be here. And he's part of the delegation, as also, of course, rest of the Ministry of External Affairs diplomats, part of the team. In a while, I think the joint statement is going to be around 11:30, so in an hour from now. If the talks get extended, that would be an indication that there is substantive dialogue that has taken place. So, for example, I was mentioning about the strategic component coming together of, our interest in the defense domain, Indo-Pacific. The fact that the United Kingdom has not been part of Quad, but they have evolved an Indo-Pacific policy. So on that, with the Quad facing headwinds because of the turbulence in India-United States relationship, whether that also was discussed, something we should be looking forward to. And of course, we will know in a while what very comprehensive talks that are taking place between Prime Minister Modi and Prime Minister Starmer and the respective delegations.
You know, Abhishek, I just wanted to once again point out what the UK PM said. He said it's the biggest deal we have struck. He's talking about the FTA since we left the European Union. I think it's also the biggest deal that India has ever struck. So the UK PM has really, he's so excited about this FTA deal. And it also shows how seriously he's taking this deal, because he has come with a huge delegation, big business leaders, entrepreneurs. They all have accompanied Mr. Starmer. All right. We'll go back to Abhishek Kapoor, senior executive editor, but also being joined right now by Chandrakala, who's joining us. Chandrakala, I'll just take this question to you as well, because we see that Mr. Starmer is accompanied by a delegation of 100 entrepreneurs.
ये कि किसी हम कनेक्ट कर रहे हैं, चोरी की स्कूटी भी किसी व्यक्ति की है, और जैसे ही वो कनेक्ट हो जाए हम आपको उसके बारे में डिटेल।
जिस दुकान पे इस मार्च 2023 को स्कूटी चोरी थी नीले रंग की, वो यहाँ मिली है, इसका कुछ है क्या?
अब उसकी हम जांच पड़ताल कर रहे हैं कि ये किसके पास थी, लेकिन पूर्ण रूप से मैं ये फिर से कहना चाह रहा हूँ कि आप सीसीटीवी फुटेज देख लीजिए। ये घटना पूरी रूप से बारूद से संबंधित है और अवैध पटाखों से संबंधित है।
बाकी कुछ नहीं। सर, ये जो स्कूटी है चोरी की, जो
इसकी ये भी बताना है कि ये जो वहाँ पर मौके पे जो साक्ष्य मिले हैं, हमारी फॉरेंसिक टीम फील्ड यूनिट है, उसके द्वारा परीक्षण किया गया है। लो इंटेंसिटी का एक्सप्लोसिव मिला है, जिसमें पटाखे होने के पूरे सबूत हमारे पास हैं। इसलिए हम पुनः खंडन कर रहे हैं कि ये किसी भी प्रकार की आतंकवादी, विघटनकारी किसी भी प्रकार की घटना नहीं है।
सर, जो चोरी की जो स्कूटी है उसको जो आदमी यूज कर रहा था, वो आदमी आप लोगों ने डिटेन किया है क्या? क्या वही आदमी घायल है कि या दूसरा स्कूटी वाला घायल है?
एक स्कूटी जो अश्विनी
जो चोरी की स्कूटी है, जो आदमी वो चोरी की स्कूटी यूज कर रहा था, क्या आप लोगों ने उसको डिटेन किया है या दूसरी स्कूटी वाले को डिटेन किया है?
ये 2 स्कूटी हैं। एक स्कूटी कनेक्ट हो चुकी है, वो इंजर्ड है। दूसरी स्कूटी में कौन व्यक्ति था, क्योंकि 4 लोगों को हायर सेंटर रेफर किया गया है, तो हो सकता है किसी की हो सकती है, उस पर हम अभी जांच पड़ताल कर रहे हैं।
जिस दुकान पे विस्फोट हुआ है वो किस चीज की दुकानें थी?
जिस दुकान के पास में विस्फोट हुआ है वो बेल्ट और बक्कल का काम करते हैं। बहुत छोटी सी दुकान है और इस दुकान का इस घटना से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। इनके सामने वो एक्सप्लोसिव किसी ने जो लेके जा रहे थे, संभवतः जिनकी स्कूटी थी, संभवतः वही लेके जा रहे हों, तो ये घटना हुई है। वे पूरी तरह से बारूद से जुड़ी हुई घटना है।
सर, ये जो एक बार एक्सप्लेन कर दी, जो पुलिस कर्मी सस्पेंड हुए हैं उसको थोड़ा सा एक्सप्लेन प्लीज।
इनकी लापरवाही के लिए, क्योंकि बहुत ज्यादा दूर नहीं है थाने से, इसमें थानाध्यक्ष सहित 5 पुलिस थानाध्यक्ष सहित 5 व्यक्ति जो है, 5 पुलिस अधिकारी कर्मचारी निलंबित किए गए हैं और उस क्षेत्र के, जिनके क्षेत्र में ये घटना घटित हुई है, उस क्षेत्र के एसीपी साहब को भी वहां से हटा दिया गया। अभी परवेज जिसकी मकान है, परवेज के बेटे और एक तारिक का और नाम आ रहा है, तो परवेज और परवेज के बेटे हमारे पास हैं। उनके सहित 12 लोगों को डिटेन किया गया और एक तारिक के नाम और नया आ रहा है। तारिक को भी हम लोगों को जल्दी, जिसके नाम पे शॉप जो है जिसने किराए पर ले रखे, उनको भी जल्दी पकड़ा जाएगा और स्थिति और क्लियर हो जाएगी।
परवेज और उसके बेटे की भूमिका क्या है जिसके लिए
ये हम लोग ढंग से पूछताछ करेंगे और कोई निर्दोष व्यक्ति न जाए। जो जिम्मेदार लोग हैं इस घटना से जुड़े हुए, जिन्होंने इलीगल स्टॉकिंग करी है, जो इसका फायदा उठाते थे, उनके खिलाफ कार्रवाई की जाएगी।
All right, so we just had cut across to that press conference of the Kanpur police, and they were talking about the incident which is reported in the Moolganj area of the city, and that is where the incident was reported, where there was a scooter explosion injuring many in Kanpur. The probe was underway. The Kanpur police is saying that the shop nearby was around, and we are investigating everything. We have detained some people in the case, and also adding that the cracker shops are being investigated. There is some relationship between what happened and firecracker. So that is one important point that the Kanpur police has said, that there's some relationship to firecrackers, and we have proved that it is somewhere related to firecrackers, and we are also investigating if there was any other angle involved. So this is what we see right now, viewers. Back-to-back updates coming in, saying that at least 12 people have been detained, and also looking for the mastermind, looking for the real culprit behind this blast. So this is what we see right now. We have put the CCTV picture out for you. This is a CCTV picture out for you, showing you exactly what happened. You can see the moment the blast took place. All right, we're being joined by Gaurav. Gaurav is joining us right now. Gaurav, I'm coming across to you. Just help our viewers understand what is the Kanpur police saying there. They're making it very clear that there was some kind of a relationship between the blast and firecrackers. 12 people have been detained so far. Gaurav, can you hear me? Gaurav, if you can hear me, just take our viewers through what the Kanpur police is saying on the blast. 12 people have been detained so far, also saying there's some kind of a relationship between what happens. There's something that they need to investigate a little bit further about what happened and firecrackers.
आपको बता दें 7:15 पर कल ये ब्लास्ट हुआ था। इसके बाद जो मुख्य आरोपी था तारिक, उसको पुलिस ने हिरासत में लिया था। उसके बाद तकरीबन 8 लोगों को और हिरासत में लिया था, जिनसे रात भर पूछताछ चली और तमाम जो लोग थे जिनकी दुकानों में इलीगल जो पटाखे थे वो रखे हुए थे, इसके बाद से जो कार्रवाई वो की गई। और अब तक इस पूरे मामले में आपको बता दें 12 लोगों को जो पुलिस ने हिरासत में लिया, उनसे लगातार पूछताछ की जा रही, कौन अन्य लोग इसमें शामिल थे। चूंकि मेन जो मुख्य आरोपी था तारिक था, जो कि पूरा वहाँ पर जो पटाखे का नेक्सस है उसको चलाता था। और उसके साथ ही आपको बता दें जो मूलगंज थाना था उसके सभी जो लोग वहाँ पर पोस्टेड थे उनको सस्पेंड कर दिया गया, क्योंकि पुलिस की ही कहीं ना कहीं इस पूरे मामले में संलिप्तता पाई गई है। पुलिस के लोग इसमें शामिल थे और पुलिस को ये चीज़ पता थी कि वहाँ पर इलीगल जो पटाखे हैं वो बेचे जा रहे हैं। उसके बाद जो कमिश्नर है उन्होंने इस तरह का एक्शन लिया और साफ तौर पर जो इस पूरे मामले में जो थाना था लोकल का उसको सस्पेंड किया हुआ है। वहाँ तमाम लोग जो इस पूरे मामले में इनकी संलिप्तता पाई गई है उनको इस पूरे मामले में सस्पेंड किया गया है और उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई की बात की गई है। साफ तौर पर यह एक्शन एक तरह से बड़ा एक्शन लिया गया है, क्योंकि जिस तरह से आपको बता दें कल ब्लास्ट हुआ था उसके बाद से ही लगातार जो कमिश्नर थे, जॉइंट सीपी थे और तमाम जो आला अधिकारी थे वो मौके पर थे और इस पूरी मामले की जांच की जा रही थी कि कैसे इतना बड़ा ब्लास्ट है वो होता है और बिना पुलिस को किसी तरह की इंफॉर्मेशन के वहाँ पर पटाखे इस तरह से इलीगली तरह से बेचे जा रहे थे, जिसके चलते ये बड़ा एक्शन लिया गया है। और साफ तौर पर इस वक्त हम मौजूद हैं पुलिस कमिश्नरेट के बाहर, ये पुलिस ऑफिस है जहाँ पर अभी कुछ देर पहले ही जो कमिश्नर थे रघुवीर लाल, उन्होंने प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस कर इस बात की जानकारी दी है कि 12 लोग अब तक हिरासत में लिए जा चुके हैं। अन्य के खिलाफ जो कार्रवाई है वो भी की जा रही है, उनसे पूछताछ की जा रही, कौन जो अन्य लोग थे इसमें शामिल थे। चूंकि आपको बता दें साफ तौर पर कल जिस तरह से इतना तीव्रता के साथ ये बड़ा ब्लास्ट हुआ था, तो कहीं ना कहीं इस पूरे मामले में कल रात से ही जो एटीएस है वो भी कानपुर आ चुकी थी और पूरे मामले की जांच की जा रही थी। चूंकि कहीं ना कहीं इस पूरे मामले में इस बात की जो संदिग्धता पाई जा रही थी कि कहीं ना कहीं जो इस पूरे मामले में इस ब्लास्ट के पीछे कौन लोग शामिल थे, क्या माहौल को खराब करने के लिए इस ब्लास्ट को किया गया था, जिसके चलते पुलिस ने बड़ा एक्शन लिया है। लोकल पुलिस जो थाना था उसको सस्पेंड किया हुआ है और 12 लोगों को हिरासत में लेकर उनसे लगातार पूछताछ की जा रही है। अभी कुछ देर पहले ही जो कानपुर कमिश्नर थे रघुवीर लाल, उन्होंने अपनी प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में साफ तौर पर बताया कि कैसे लोकल पुलिस का इस पूरे मामले में इन्वॉल्वमेंट था। उनको पता था कि यहाँ पर इलीगल पटाखे की मार्केट चल रही है, लेकिन उसके बावजूद उन्होंने किसी तरह का कोई एक्शन नहीं लिया और लगातार सारे इनपुट्स आने के बाद भी उस जो मार्केट थी इलीगल क्रैकर्स की वो लगातार चल रही थी, जिसके चलते बड़ा एक्शन लिया गया है। बैक टू यू।
Yes, the chilling CCTV footage is on your screen, viewers. Gaurav, hold on, Gaurav. We're showing the footage first. Access by Republic TV has captured the exact moment when the 2 scooters exploded in Kanpur's crowded Mishri Bazaar area. The footage shows a sudden flash and a loud blast in the narrow lane. Explosion occurred in the evening, damaged nearby shops, including a toy store, leaving many people injured. I want to go back to Gaurav. गौरव, और पुलिस और भी जांच कर रही है, स्पेशली अदर एंगल्स को देख रही है कि कोई और एंगल है कि नहीं?
देखिए साफ तौर पर तारिक जो है मुख्य आरोपी, उसकी तलाश लगातार जारी है। वहीं आपको बता दें इस पूरे मामले में एक बात और निकलकर सामने आई है, जिसमें जो स्कूटी थी वो चोरी की थी, जो कि पटाखे ले जाने के लिए इस्तेमाल की जा रही थी। 2 साल पहले उसकी FIR दर्ज हुई थी और वो स्कूटी चोरी की थी जिसका इस्तेमाल किया जा रहा था इस पूरी घटनाक्रम में जो पटाखे थे उनको ले जाने के लिए। इसलिए आपको साफ तौर पर बता दें इस पूरे मामले में लोकल पुलिस का इन्वॉल्वमेंट पाया गया, जो CO थे उनका भी इन्वॉल्वमेंट इसमें पाया गया, जिसके बाद तत्काल प्रभाव से उनको सस्पेंड कर दिया गया। आगे की कार्रवाई जारी है। फिलहाल 12 लोग हिरासत में, अन्य लोगों की पहचान जो है वो लगातार की जा रही है।
All right, Gaurav, hold on. We have the reaction coming in. Let's go and play out the reactions we're getting on the story.
जो 2 स्कूटी मिली थी, एक स्कूटी वाले जो अश्विनी हैं खुद ही उसमें इंजर्ड हैं, तो उनको लखनऊ रिफ़र किया गया। दूसरी स्कूटी है ये चोरी की है और इसमें कोई सैबोटाज की या आतंकवादी घटना का बिल्कुल पूरी तरह से हम खंडन करते हैं। इस संबंध में जो पुलिस वालों की लापरवाही रही है, SHO सहित 5 पुलिस वालों को निलंबित कर दिया गया है और जो ACP जिनके क्षेत्राधिकार में ये घटना हुई है उनको तत्काल वहाँ से हटा दिया गया है। CCTV फुटेज हमारे पास है। पहले ये बताया गया था कि डिक्की में था, लेकिन अब हमारे CCTV फुटेज से क्लियर हो रहा है कि वो जो बॉक्स है, बॉक्स में ये एक्सप्लोसिव जो विस्फोटक पदार्थ था और उसमें आग लगने, उसके ब्लास्ट होने की वजह से स्कूटी जो है डैमेज हुई है। तो इसकी और भी डिटेल हम इंक्वायरी कर रहे हैं कि ये जो चोरी वाली जो स्कूटी है इसके भी हम कनेक्ट करने की कोशिश करेंगे। पूरी तरह से घटना ये है अवैध पटाखे, अवैध विस्फोटकों को रखने से रिलेटेड है। अभी परवेज जिसकी मकान है, परवेज के बेटे और एक तारिक का और नाम आ रहा है, तो परवेज और परवेज के बेटे हमारे पास हैं। उनके सहित 12 लोगों को डिटेन किया गया और एक तारिक के नाम और नया आ रहा है। तारिक को भी हम लोगों को जल्दी, जिसके नाम पे शॉप जो है जिसने किराए पर ले रखे, उनको भी जल्दी पकड़ा जाएगा और स्थिति और क्लियर हो जाएगी।
Viewers, much for coming right up. Prime Minister Modi hails Netanyahu's strong leadership, welcomes Trump's Gaza peace plan. Big Republic TV impact. Coal Reef owner arrested from Chennai, being brought to Kanchipuram for further investigation. Stay tuned, we're live and breaking.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ,
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे, सतलुज की लहरों में, सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है।
Viewers, 2 years into the devastating Israel-Hamas war, a major breakthrough may be on the horizon. US President Trump says that both Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of his Gaza peace plan, a deal he calls historic and unprecedented. Here's more.
In what he hailed as a strong, durable and everlasting peace, US President Donald Trump announced that Israel and Hamas had signed off on the first phase of the 20-point Gaza peace plan. On his Truth Social platform, Donald Trump declared all hostages will be released very soon and Israeli troops will pull back to an agreed line. The announcement followed marathon talks in Egypt mediated by Qatar, Egypt and Turkey. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu welcomed the breakthrough, saying he would bring the hostages home with God's help. Donald Trump, buoyed by the deal, said that he might travel to the Middle East later this week, possibly to Egypt or even to Gaza itself.
I was just dealing with people from the Middle East, Arab people and other people on the potential peace deal for the Middle East. Peace for the Middle East, it's a beautiful phrase and we hope it's going to come true, but it's very close. And they're doing very well. We have a great team over there, great negotiators, and there are unfortunately great negotiators on the other side also. But it's something I think that will happen, got a good chance of happening. I may go there sometime toward the end of the week.
Trump's plan calls for a ceasefire, Hamas disarmament and a gradual Israeli withdrawal from Gaza.
His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and envoy Steve Witkoff were already in Egypt finalizing the details. Hamas, which submitted a list of prisoners to be freed, is expected to release the remaining 47 Israeli hostages, both alive and dead, taken in October 7, 2023 attacks. Hamas negotiator says that the group wants guarantees from President Trump and mediators that the war will end once and for all. Donald Trump, on his part, thanked the mediators and wrote, "Blessed are the peacemakers." As the world watches this rare glimmer of hope, the question remains, can Trump's peace plan truly bring an end to one of the bloodiest conflicts of our time?
Prime Minister Modi hails Netanyahu's strong leadership, welcomes Trump's Gaza peace plan. Big Republic TV back Cold Reef owner arrested from Chennai, being brought to Kanchipuram for further investigation. Stay tuned.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला. Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने.
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along...
He has been the master strategist for the biggest corporate giants in the company, from the Birla Group to the Tata Group, from Shah Rukh Khan to the Bachchans. In a rare and exclusive conversation, Ryan Kranjiwala, the managing director of Kranjiwala and Company, reflects on 4 decades in law, speaks on power and politics and what it takes to be in the cutthroat world of litigation. Watch only on the legal side of things this weekend on Republic TV.
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला. सिप सिप जीरा सिप जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप MDH का जलजीरा जीरा सिप.
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात. वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा.
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला.
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे सतलुज की लहरों में सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Watching live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. We're getting some developing updates right now. BRS leader KTR has been placed under house arrest ahead of the Chalo Bus Bhavan protest. All this and much more coming right up. But as usual, the headlines first. Let's get started. Prime Minister Modi meets UK PM Keir Starmer in Mumbai. Commerce Minister Piyush Goyal meets UK PM, focus on strategic partnership. PM Modi welcomes Trump's Gaza peace plan, praises Netanyahu's strong leadership. Afghan Taliban Foreign Minister begins first India visit. Pharma company owner arrested in Chennai over children's deaths linked to cold ref syrup. Republic accesses CCTV footage of Kanpur blast. Police says 12 people have been arrested. Getting some breaking updates coming in right now, viewers. The BRS has called for a protest at Chalo Bus Bhavan to demand a reduction in the recently increased RTC bus fares. And in response, police have heightened security measures and placed many BRS leaders under house arrest to prevent them from attending the demonstration. We're getting the latest responses, we're getting the latest visuals. BRS leaders protest. That is coming there on your screen. Huge police presence can also be seen at the Bus Bhavan. And these are visuals coming in of the protest that is taking place. Just giving a little bit of a context to what has happened so far. The BRS working president K.T. Rama Rao was placed in the house arrest following a call by the party for Chalo Bus Bhavan protest against the hike in the RTC ticket prices. Now a heavy police deployment can be seen.
The government has to answer. It is your decision to implement free bus. Why are you now saying that the RTC is in losses? Because you were the same party and same government that was claiming that RTC is in profits because of the free bus scheme. Now, there can't be a contradiction. You can't be hunting with the hounds and running with the hares. That's not how this works. You have to answer the people of Telangana as to why you have jacked up the prices of RTC, why you are hurting the common man. यही है क्या आपका इनोवेटिव थिंकिंग? आप कहते हो एक तरफ कि आरटीसी फ्री है विमेन के लिए, बट अगर वहीं पे उसी घर में जो पुरुष है उसके लिए डबल रेट कर देते हो और जो घर में बच्चा है उसका भी अगर 25% बढ़ता है, तो ये कहाँ की नीति है, कहाँ की रीति है? इसीलिए हम पूछना चाहते हैं गवर्नमेंट से, पब्लिक इंटरेस्ट में आपको सोशल ऑब्लिगेशन के जरिए लेना चाहिए और जो भी नुकसान है आरटीसी का आपको उठाना चाहिए, आवाम पे इसका जिम्मेदारी नहीं डालना चाहिए, बोझ नहीं डालना मुझे याद है कि राहुल गांधी प्राइम मिनिस्टर नहीं बने, पता नहीं फिर जियो कैसे निकाला इन्होंने और फिर ये क्या कैसी मजाक है बीसीस के साथ, उनको ही बताना होगा।
केटीआर जी, आपको जो पहले कहा गया था कि हाउस अरेस्ट की बात हुई और अब वापस,
इसलिए तो मैं कह रहा हूँ ये लोग जो है यहाँ के हमारे होम मिनिस्टर और यहाँ की गवर्नमेंट जो है इनको सरकार नहीं चलाना आता, सर्कस चलाना बहुत अच्छी तरह आता है। सुबह बोला अरेस्ट, फिर बाद में बोला निकलो अब जाइए, फिर बोला अभी फिर हर जगह पुलिस का तैनात और हर किसी को अरेस्ट करने की कोशिश, पता नहीं क्या कर रहे हैं। हमारे पुलिस भाई के साथ हमारी हमदर्दी है कि उनको भी बेचारे आज गवर्नमेंट के सिली डिसीजन की वजह से उनको भी बेचारे बहुत नुकसान हो रहा है। क्राइम रेट बढ़ गया, आज साइबराबाद में 60% बढ़ गया, हैदराबाद में 40% बढ़ गया। पुलिस को ये काम नहीं करना चाहिए, पुलिस को चोरों को पकड़ना चाहिए। पर आज क्या हो रहा है तेलंगाना में, आज जो लोग डेमोक्रेटिकली प्रोटेस्ट कर रहे हैं, बस में चढ़ना चाहते हैं तो अरेस्ट करना है और हर किसी को रोकना है, हर जगह एक एक बैरिकेड लगा के 100 पुलिस लगा के हमको रोकने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं। सरासर गलत है, इनको सरकार नहीं चलाना आता, सर्कस बड़ी अच्छी चला रहे हैं।
So how do you see the hike in the prices of the TSI?
Well, all we are seeking is answers from the government. We are saying if the free bus scheme has resulted in losses to the exchequer, the government has to take it as a social obligation and the government has to take up the burden and not push it onto the common people.
On one side, they have announced free bus service for women, but now they have increased the prices for
Prices have been jacked up for men. Prices have been jacked up for student bus passes, which will hurt the children in the family. शायद यही इनोवेटिव थिंकिंग है गवर्नमेंट का कि घर में एक को 10 रुपया दो, बाकी 2 लोग से घर में जो है उनसे 30 रुपया लो। तो इसका एक अजीबोगरीब माहौल जो आज तेलंगाना में है। सुबह हमको बोला अरेस्ट, दोपहर उसके बाद बोला कि अब जाओ, फिर यहाँ आने के बाद बोलते हैं अरेस्ट। तो पता नहीं क्या चला रहे हैं ये लोग, सरकार या सर्कस। कांग्रेस जहां भी है यही हालत होती है। राहुल गांधी जी को भी इसका एक बार जवाब देना होगा। बार बार कहते हो मोहब्बत का दुकान, पर ये जो देखने को मिल रहा है ये मोहब्बत का दुकान है कि इमरजेंसी की निशान है, क्या चीज है, आपको जवाब
What do you demand from the government?
We are demanding that the government roll back on the price hike. We are demanding that the government not privatize RTC because it appears that they are conspiring to privatize RTC and give it to a private company. Therefore, we are demanding 2 answers: save the RTC employees in the corporation and roll back the hike. Thanks.
All right, let's go to Ashwarya is joining us live right now. Ashwarya, I'm coming across to you, and we heard those reactions coming in from the BRS. They're saying that the protest only has one reason, and that is to stop the unfair hike of the RTC bus fares. Also saying that there's a lot of issues in the state which are anti-poor, anti the common man. That is what the BRS is saying. Let's take our viewers through what is happening on the ground right now. Ashwarya.
So there was this unfair price hike that was announced in the Congress government, which resulted in a massive protest among the locals as one of the guarantees when the Congress came into power was free bus scheme for women. But when they announced that free bus scheme for women, they increased the prices for the men and for the students who use this RTC for their day-to-day conveyance. But so the locals started to protest that in one angle you are giving a free bus scheme for the women, whereas in the same family the men and the students have to pay extra amount to travel in the same RTC buses. So this creates kind of an imbalance to the common man, where they one side they don't have to pay, the women don't have to pay, but whereas they are compensated, the payment is compensated with the men of the household or even the students and the children paying extra to travel by the RTC, which is a public transport, which is heavily used by the common public for day-to-day conveyances. So the BRF government has been protesting against this for days, and today they decided to march towards the bus bhavan in Hyderabad, and all the BRF leaders took the RTC bus, and as a protest, as a mark of protest against this price hike, as unfair burden put on the common people because of the financial failures that the Congress government couldn't handle. That they couldn't handle the losses that they incurred because of their not so thoughtful policies that they had implemented without prior search or research or anything, and which mounted to huge debts on the Congress government, leading to this price hike. So the BRF government and the opposition and the locals, everybody started to protest against this, and today the BRF leaders took out a march towards the bus bhavan in Hyderabad against this. And they were detained while the protest was happening, while they were raising their voices against the Congress government. Earlier in the morning, while they announced the protest, the KTR and other Harish Rao and other important leaders were also house arrested.
Hold on. We're getting some more reactions coming in, Ashwarya. Let's play them up.
ఇప్పుడు ఈ బస్ పాస్ 1600 చేశారు. నిరుద్యోగ యువకుడు ఉద్యోగం కోసం హైదరాబాద్ లో కోచింగ్ తీసుకుంటున్న ఈ తమ్ముడికి నెలకు 300 రూపాయలు భారం. అంటే జాబ్ క్యాలెండర్ ఇవ్వలేదు, ఉద్యోగాలు ఇవ్వలేదు, పైగా బస్ ఛార్జీలు పెంచి ఆ పిల్లల మీద భారం వేయడం జరిగింది. అందుకే మేము రేవంత్ ను ఒకటే కోరుతున్నాం, నువ్వు పేదల రక్త మాంసాలు పిలుస్తున్నావు. రేవంత్ రెడ్డి చేసింది ఏమన్నా ఉన్నది అంటే ఇవాళ నువ్వు ధరలు పెంచుడు, కమిషన్లు దంచుడు. ఇంతకు మించి రేవంత్ రెడ్డి ఏం చేసిన
నిలబెట్టుకోవాలి. ఉద్యోగులుగా వాళ్ళని ఆల్రెడీ మేము గుర్తించాము, ప్రభుత్వ ఉద్యోగులుగా. మీరు ఇచ్చిన మాట అపాయింటెడ్ డే కానీ, అట్లాగే యూనియన్ల గుర్తింపు కానీ, ఇతర అంశాలు కూడా తప్పకుండా ప్రభుత్వం స్పందించి వెంటనే మాట నిలుపుకోవాలని డిమాండ్ చేస్తున్నాం. రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం ఇవాళ విచక్షణ రహితంగా ఏదైతే సిటీ బస్సు ఛార్జీలు పెంచిందో దాన్ని నిరసిస్తూ బీఆర్ఎస్ పార్టీ తరఫున
and they are not able to afford the bus charges that was earlier at a reasonable rate.
ఇవాళ రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం ఏం చెప్తోందంటే ఇదేదో చాలా గొప్ప పని మేము చేస్తున్నది అన్నట్టుగా మహిళలకు
The Congress government is thinking that they are doing a very great job handling the finances of Congress government, handling the finances of Telangana state, but
బస్సుల సంఖ్య పెంచండి, అట్లాగే ఏసీ బస్సులకు కూడా ఫ్రీ బస్సులు అమలు చేయండి.
The KTR is saying that increasing the prices is not the solution, but increasing the bus numbers, the AC bus numbers, the other buses is the solution for this entire problem, but not increasing the bus rates in Telangana, in Hyderabad, leading to the burden pushed over the common people.
కాపాడుకునే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నాం. మీరు ఇవాళ రెండు పనులు చేస్తున్నారు. ఒకటి, ఎవరైతే పబ్లిక్ ట్రాన్స్పోర్ట్ ని, ప్రజా రవాణాను వాడే పేదలు ఉన్నారో, మధ్యతరగతి ప్రజలు ఉన్నారో వాళ్ళ నడ్డి విడిచే ప్రయత్నం చేస్తున్నారు. అట్లాగే
the Congress government is trying to push the burden over the common people who are being used, who use this public transport in a more numbers. The Congress government is trying to push the financial burden over the common people.
3 కోట్లకే సంవత్సరానికి 36 కోట్లకే మరి కార్గో సేవలను కూడా ప్రైవేట్ పరం చేసింది. అట్లాగే ఆర్టీసీని కూడా ప్రైవేట్ పరం చేయాలనే ఆలోచన.
They are also trying to privatize the RTC state transport buses.
ఆర్టీసీ నష్టాల్లో ఉన్నది అని చెప్పి ఇవాళ ఆర్టీసీని ప్రైవేటీకరించే ప్రయత్నం ఏదైతే రాష్ట్ర ప్రభుత్వం చేస్తున్నదో తప్పకుండా దీన్ని బీఆర్ఎస్ పార్టీ తరఫున నిరసిస్తున్నాము. తప్పకుండా ఈ పెంచిన ఛార్జీలను వెంటనే తగ్గించాలని డిమాండ్ చేస్తున్నాము. నెలకు ఆర్టీసీ కనుక కష్టాల్లో ఉంటే తప్పకుండా ప్రభుత్వమే ఆ నష్టాలు భరాయించాలి. ప్రపంచవ్యాప్తంగా ప్రజా రవాణా ఎక్కడ
when the RTC buses are incurring loss, that is the failure of the Congress government, but not the failure of the people. This burden should not be pushed over the common people, but the Congress government should take up the losses and they need to find other solutions, not increasing the price tickets. The Congress government has promised several guarantees when they came to power, but they cannot one promise, not even one promise, but instead are increasing the ticket prices.
Sasharia, just go ahead and tell our viewers once more what the BRS leaders have said, because they have spoken about that they need changes when it comes to bus fare hikes. They need changes, and they're saying that keeping us under house arrest or cracking down on us will not stop our agitation. They made that very, very clear.
So what the BRS government is saying, that they are protesting for the people, but arresting them, trying to silence their voice is not the solution for the problem, but actually looking at other reasonable solutions, like increasing the RTC number of RTC buses, not privatizing the RTC state transport, and not and even increasing the number of buses will be actually produce solutions to this problem. The government should think towards that, but other than increasing and pushing the financial burden of the Telangana state over the public, over the common people, is what the KTR as well as the other BRS leaders, the opposition, is claiming under the protest. When they are also unfairly criticizing the unfair treatment of the Congress government on the people and the opposition as well, when they are trying to raise voices for the locals. And they are saying that this particular protest is they've been detained in the morning, they've been house arrested, and they say, and the BRS leaders were not let for this protest, but when they announced this protest, they were house arrested in the morning with heavy police deployment, and they were not allowed to reach the location. But later, when they protested and reached the location, here also they were detained, and they were among the police. They not the peaceful protest.
Yes, Ashwarya. Okay, thank you, Ashwarya. I'll be coming back to you for more on the story. This is a developing story, by the way. I have to move ahead. Getting some more updates coming up. Porsche and a BMW viewers collided in Jogeshwari area of Mumbai's Western Expressway. Three friends were speeding in their expensive cars when the Porsche car lost control, after which a BMW coming from behind hit it. All three car owners are friends. And according to the police, this is not a case of drunk driving. We're putting these pictures out for you. We're putting these pictures out for you of the luxury vehicles who have been involved in that crash. The Porsche BMW crash. You can see the cars are absolutely mangled. It's a case of rash driving coming in. Let's go straight across to our colleague Satya Prakash joining us live from Mumbai. Yes, Satya Prakash, what exactly happened? Why were both luxury vehicles speeding like this?
देखिए शिवांगी, ये रात की घटना तकरीबन 2 बजे घटना है, जब ये पोर्स कार और BMW जोगेश्वरी हाईवे पर वहां पर रेसिंग कर रही थी। उस समय की घटना है। जो पोर्स कार है, लगभग उसकी जो स्पीड बताई जा रही है लगभग 150 प्रति किलोमीटर से हिसाब से दौड़ रही थी, और इसी वजह से कहीं न कहीं जो रेसिंग हो रही थी तेज रफ्तार में पोर्स थी और अनियंत्रित हो गया, और जिसकी वजह से डिवाइडर से टकरा गई। पीछे से जो BMW कार आ रही थी, टक्कर मारने के बाद लगभग 3 से 4 बार पलटी मारा पोर्स कार और किनारे जाके गिरी। एक अच्छी खबर रही कि कोई घायल नहीं हुआ, लेकिन ड्राइवर जो है वो घायल हुआ है। जो जानकारी मिली है कि जो पोर्स कार का मालिक है, साथ ही जो BMW है, दोनों दोस्त हैं और दोनों जो है मुंबई के जोगेश्वरी हाईवे पर वहां पर रेसिंग कर रहे थे। तकरीबन 1:30 से 2 बजे घटना है और जैसे ही पुलिस को सूचना मिली वैसे पुलिस की टीम पहुंची मौके पर और जो ड्राइवर है उसको तुरंत हॉस्पिटल में ले जाया गया है। जो अभी तक जांच में पता चला है कि ड्रंकन ड्राइव का मामला नहीं है लेकिन रेसिंग का मामला है। ये जो BMW और पोर्श कार के दोनों ड्राइवर रेसिंग कर रहे थे उसी समय हादसा हुआ जो डिवाइडर पर जाकर पोर्श कार टकराई और 3 से 4 बार पलटी मारा और जो कार की रफ्तार थी लगभग 150 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार थी और जो BMW आ रही थी पीछे से कार वो टक्कर मारी जिसके बाद ये घटना हुआ। शिवांगी।
Okay, any kind of eyewitness reports? What have the police said?
देखिए शिवांगी, पुलिस कहना है कि अभी तक जो जांच में पाया गया है हिट एंड रन का मामला नहीं है, ये रेसिंग का मामला है और जो पोर्श कार है और BMW कार है दोनों जो ड्राइवर थे जो दोनों दोस्त हैं दोनों कार के मालिक हैं और दोनों रेसिंग कर रहे थे, रफ्तार लगा रहे थे वेस्टर्न एक्सप्रेस हाईवे पर जोगेश्वरी में। वहाँ से निकलते वक्त लगभग जोगेश्वरी हाईवे के बीच में वहाँ पर डिवाइडर से टकराई जिसके बाद ये एक्सीडेंट हुआ। 3 से 4 बार ये पलटी मारा क्योंकि जब 1:30 से 2 बजे के रात में वहाँ पर ज़्यादा भीड़ नहीं थी, लोग ज़्यादा नहीं थे जिसकी वजह से बड़ा हादसा टल गया। लेकिन जो कार की रफ्तार बताया जा रहा है 150 किलोमीटर प्रति घंटे की रफ्तार से थी। पीछे जो BMW कार आ रही थी वो टक्कर मारी, इसके बाद 3 से 4 बार जो है पोर्श कार पलटी और वहाँ पर ये हादसा हुआ। फिलहाल पुलिस कहना है कि ड्रंकन का टाइप का मामला नहीं है लेकिन रेसिंग का मामला है। मामला दर्ज करके दोनों कारों को सीज कर लिया है और मामले की जाँच कर रही है पुलिस। जी।
All right, thank you for getting us those details. Satya Prakash telling us that these two luxury cars were actually racing. All right, let's move ahead right now, viewers, to some of the other stories we are tracking. Next, we'll get you up to date with all the other stories which are making the news right now. Let's get started. Union Home Minister Amit Shah will chair a high-level security review meeting on Jammu and Kashmir in the national capital to assess the prevailing security situation and inter-agency coordination in the Union territory. Overall security situation in Jammu and Kashmir will be reviewed in the meeting to enhance coordination among security agencies and assess the progress of ongoing counter-terror operations across the region. The meeting will be attended by Jammu and Kashmir Lieutenant Governor Manoj Sinha along with the senior officials from the Union Home Ministry and the Jammu and Kashmir Police. Security forces in Jammu and Kashmir, including the border security force and the army, are on high alert as intelligence reports indicate that 100 to 120 terrorists may be positioned near the launch pads along the LOC. Officials warn that terrorists could attempt infiltration before the onset of harsh winter. With about 2 months remaining, currently forces are using modern surveillance technology to monitor the area and prevent any attempts at crossing the border. Lok Sabha Speaker Om Birla, heading the Indian parliamentary delegation, has arrived in Barbados to participate in the 68th Commonwealth Parliamentary Conference from October 5th to 12th. The conference, one of the largest gatherings of parliamentarians from across the Commonwealth, provides a platform to discuss strengthening democratic institutions, promoting good governance and addressing global challenges. He will chair a workshop on digital democracy. And more news coming in. The World Health Organization has raised concerns over gaps in India's cough syrup testing after 17 children died from consuming toxic medicines. Indian authorities have now warned against 2 more brands after tests found dangerous levels of a chemical linked to kidney failure and death. The WHO confirmed that 3 contaminated syrups were identified, though none were exported. The Madhya Pradesh CM Mohan Yadav has vowed to eliminate Maoism in the state by March 2026. Speaking on Wednesday, he noted that the 10 Maoists have been killed in 8 encounters so far this year and emphasized the need for a robust strategy to make the state Maoist-free. Also coming up, US Republic accesses CCTV footage of Kanpur blast. Police says 12 people have been arrested. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, every day.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produce already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And, you know, Senator Durbin, I find it very interesting that you refused repeated Republican requests to release the Epstein flight logs in 2023 and 2024. You fought that. Did you take money from Reid Hoffman, campaign donations, who was a huge Epstein friend? Why did you fight for years? Why did you fight to not disclose the flight logs, Senator Durbin?
I can tell you I did not refuse. One of the senators here wished to produce those logs, and I asked her to put it in writing, and she never did.
Yeah, I think Senator Blackburn would quarrel with you on that.
Well, I will quarrel with you as to Reid, somebody that you mentioned I never heard of.
Reid Hoffman.
So who gave the order to flag records related to President Trump?
To flag records for President Trump?
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
MDH की देगी मिर्च देगी मिर्च का तड़का अंग अंग फड़का MDH की देगी मिर्च
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे सतलुज की लहरों में सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी बदमाशी थी और आज भी वो गीदड़ धमकियां लगाता है। 10 मई वो 2025 का 10 मई आज हिंदुस्तान भूल गया। हम कहते हैं अपने सिपह सलार को अपने
BRS protest in Hyderabad over RTC bus fare hike.
अभी परवेज जिसकी मकान है, परवेज के बेटे और उनके सहित 12 लोगों को डिटेन किया गया और एक तारिक के नाम और नया आ रहा है। तारिक को भी हम लोगों को जल्दी, जिसके नाम पे शॉप जो है जिसने किराए पर ले रखे, उनको भी जल्दी पकड़ा जाएगा और स्थिति और क्लियर हो जाएगी।
Republic accesses CCTV footage of Kanpur blast. Police says 12 people have been arrested. Big political scoop ahead of Tamil Nadu elections. AIADMK General Secretary EPS hints at alliance with DVK chief. Caught on camera, Porsche and BMW collide in the Jogeshwari area of Mumbai's Western Expressway. Prime Minister Modi meets UK PM Keir Starmer in Mumbai. PM Modi welcomes Trump's Gaza peace plan, praises Netanyahu's strong leadership. All right, getting some updates coming in right now. Chirag Paswan likely to meet Amit Shah later on today. The deadlock continues over the LJP and the BJP over seat sharing. With the Election Commission announcing the schedule for the Bihar Assembly elections, activity has picked up across the state. Parties are right now very busy engaging in high-stakes negotiations over the seat-sharing arrangements ahead of the polls. The Lok Janshakti Party is all set to also hold crucial strategy meetings and hold crucial talks. So today itself, it's very important update coming in that Chirag Paswan could be meeting Amit Shah today itself as the deadlock continues. And this is coming in as the Election Commission has already announced the schedule for the Bihar Assembly elections. Let's go to Prakash, our editor special projects, joining us right now. Prakash, big update coming in, and this is huge because now the negotiations and other talks are underway. We're getting some reactions coming in first, Prakash, then I'll come to you.
बातचीत चल रही है, ऐसे में मेरे ऊपर और भी जिम्मेदारियां हैं। जब तक मैं मंत्री हूं तब तक मंत्रालय की भी जिम्मेदारी है, तो फिलहाल मैं उसको देखने जा रहा हूं। बातचीत चल रही है, ऐसे में मेरे ऊपर और भी जिम्मेदारियां हैं। जब तक मैं मंत्री हूं तब तक मंत्रालय की भी जिम्मेदारी है, तो फिलहाल मैं उसको देखने जा रहा हूं।
All right, let's go to Prakash, who's joining us right now. Prakash, Chirag Paswan likely to meet Amit Shah today at 7. It's coming in the backdrop of the hectic negotiations taking place ahead of the Bihar polls.
Well, yes, it is hard bargaining that is going on. Now, if you look at Chirag Paswan's two statements, one is that yesterday his party released a statement that an emergency meeting is being called, and he used the word apatkalin baithak. And there was nothing apatkalin today in the LJP office. Now, today I was listening to the statement, the sound bite of Chirag Paswan. He says that jab tak main mantri hu, vibhagiya karya kar raha hu. It means he is threatening the BJP. Now we are getting to know that Amit Shah has asked him to meet, and the hard bargaining is gone. Now the problem with Chirag Paswan is that he represents around 4.9% of the vote, and now the BJP is wary of the fact that he's an important constituent. He is bargaining for the seating seat of the JDU and the BJP as well. Mostly he represents the Dalit community of 4.98%, but he's eyeing all those general seats. Now, the catch behind eyeing the general seat is that the perception revolving around the smaller parties is that it's a family-based party. 2-3 tickets are given to the family members, and rest of the tickets are sold at a hefty price. Now, this is a wrong trend in politics, and the BJP clearly understands this, that if you sell those tickets and then it is not going to do any good for the alliance in general. That's the common perception, even though the strike rate is very high as far as Chirag's claim is concerned in the Lok Sabha 5 out of 5. But if you also got to look at the face of Modi, specifically in the Lok Sabha elections. Modi's magic may not work to that extent in the localized Vidhan Sabha elections, but yes, it's a winnable combination of Narendra Modi and Nitish Kumar on paper, keeping in mind the social configuration. And Chirag Paswan is also an important constituent. So hard bargaining is going on. BJP has offered him 25-26 seats maximum because there are other constituents. Jitan Ram Manjhi is also bargaining. He wants 15 seats. Upendra Kushwaha wants 15 seats. And these three constituents want the BJP and JDU to contest to 80-odd seats each, which is impossible. And the BJP and the JDU has decided to contest on 100 seats respectively. What we get to know, last time the JDU had contested 115 seats, the BJP had contested 102 seats. Now it is up to the BJP to marshal out its allies, the JMM, the HAM, RLM led by Upendra Kushwaha as well as Chirag Paswan, and most likely by tomorrow, everything should be formalized, posturing going on, and maybe some Rajya Sabha berth would be assured to, say, Chirag Paswan, ministerial berth to Upendra Kushwaha to take fewer seats in this Vidhan Sabha elections. So those kind of bargaining is going in the backseat, in the backdrop, and Dharmendra Pradhan, we are told that he has already left for Delhi to have a negotiation in the meeting with Chirag Paswan and Union Home Minister Amit Shah. And thereafter, he will come back again to Patna to hold meeting with the JDU, specifically Nitish Kumar and Sanjay Jha and Lalan Singh, the Union Minister. So, and as far as the Mahagathbandhan is concerned, they just be keeping a close eye on the Mahagathbandhan alliance. They are also hard bargaining is going on between Tejasvi Yadav, the Congress party. The Congress party last time had contested on 70 seats. RJD wants the Congress party to contest on 50 to 55 seats so that it can accommodate Mukesh Sahni. Mukesh Sahni is the leader of the Mallah community, the Sahnis, and the left parties are also bargaining hard. So on both the sides, it's not going to be easy. It's very tricky, but all these things happen before elections, posturing by political parties, hard bargaining by political parties in the respective alliances are on, and sooner or later everything should be formalized, because Chirag Paswan at this stage cannot take a risk of exiting out of the NDA, because he's got a platform, he's a minister, and last time he had seen Last time he had seen that what happened to him when he walked out of the NDA. And Jan Swaraj Party is releasing its list of 100 candidates today at 2 p.m. All eyes are on Prashant Kishore as well. Back to you.
All right. Well, thank you for getting us those details, Prakash. I will be coming back to you for more as we head towards the BR elections, and hard bargaining is taking place already. We're getting some more breaking updates coming in. The BRS has called for a protest at Chalo Bus Bhavan and to demand a reduction in the recently increased RTC bus fares. In response, the police have heightened security measures and placed many BRS leaders under house arrest to prevent them from attending the demonstrations. Right now, we're getting these updates coming in, responses. Mr. Krishank Mane, BRS leaders, joining us live from a police station. Mr. Krishank, the BRS is saying that we will continue our agitation till our demands are met. Just take our viewers through, if whoever is hearing right now, Republic, what are your demands, Mr. Krishank?
Well, Shivangi ji, the Congress party has promised for a free bus scheme when they came into power here. That was their guarantee. But after coming into power, they have doubled the prices. Bus pass charges have hiked. And now recently, they have doubled the price from 10 rupees to 20, 20 to 40, 30 to 60 to 100 rupees. They've increased the bus fare, which is a burden on the common people. So the fact is, the free bus scheme is a bogus. There is no free bus scheme. The people are burdened here. And that is why BRS MLAs have taken a program to travel in an RTC bus. To travel in an RTC bus to the RTC bus headquarters, which is the bus bhavan, to give a representation. And you see, all of us are arrested here, kept in a police station. They are all former corporation chairmen when they were in the government. We are kept in a police station. One of our ex-corporation chairmen has an injury. You can see the bleeding here while being arrested during the police force. Rahul ji says, Mohabbat ki dukaan. Is this the Mohabbat ki dukaan that the opposition party is talking about the people's issue? Our demand is to reduce the bus prices. Where is the free bus scheme when you're actually burdening the people? And for this demand, you have arrested us. Senior MLAs' houses were being stopped with hundreds of police. Few of our leaders who could manage to come out to give a representation. We have been injured, arrested, and kept in a police station. We are at the Afzalganj police station currently. You can see so many leaders brought here in several police stations. Congress speaks about democracy. They call it a Praja Palan. That's all false. Rahul Gandhi, what he's speaking is false. There is no Mohabbat ki dukaan in Telangana state. Whoever takes up people's issues, they are being arrested. Their houses are raided, right from house arrest to peaceful protests also. This is the situation.
Mr. Krishan Mane, we are getting live pictures from the police station, from where the BRS leaders are detained. Could you just tell our viewers, whoever is watching right now, we are live, by the way, this is a live broadcast happening. We have a BRS leader with us. Mr. Krishan, just tell our viewers, what is the police telling you? Because the BRS is saying that the Congress has deployed the police, has detained your leaders, has kept them under house arrest just to prevent your leaders from going to the bus bhavan and going ahead and doing these protests.
Since 5 a.m. early in the morning, BRS MLAs, senior MLAs, former ministers, all of their houses where they had guests with hundreds of police. I mean, early morning, immediately we've seen that outside the residences, hundreds of polices were there. Some of them managed to come out. And when we actually came out, demand was to give a representation. And in support, see, ultimately it's a people's issue. It is about the RTC bus fare, which has been increased. See, when they've given 420 promises, declarations, Kharge ji came and released a declaration, the SC/ST declaration. Siddaramaiah ji came here in Telangana and released a BC declaration. Priyanka Gandhi ji came and released a Yuva declaration. Rahul Gandhi ji released a Kisan declaration. Rahul Gandhi ji promised that whenever Telangana needs, I will be there for you. Then why are you not talking today? This is the same Chief Minister Revanth Reddy who has already said that I do not have money. I cannot raise money. Then why did you give these declarations, guarantees and promises? The only one guarantee out of so many promises and guarantees was this so-called bus scheme. And that bus scheme is also a bogus. There is no free bus scheme. The fact is, the prices have been doubled. The prices have been hiked. And only within 2 years, they have done this 3 times. And imagine, not in 10 paisa or 50 paisa or 1 rupee. I mean, generally, governments, even if they hike with the fuel prices or many other reasons, cesses, they raise to 25 paisa, 50 paisa. This was the previous stats. But this time, doubling them, 5 rupees, 10 rupees, 15 rupees, this is really enormous trouble, huge burden for the people. So Revant Reddy has lied. Rahul Gandhi has lied with all these promises, and they have to answer about this. We hope they at least release us now, but still, we are being kept in the police station for talking about the people's issue, for talking about the RTC bus fare, for demanding for the reduction of the bus fare hike.
Mr. Krishank, also, there's a post by KTR. They're saying that all this detention, house arrest, police deployments happening to stop people from boarding the bus, wish the police would show the same level of enthusiasm about controlling the crime rate that is spiraling in Hyderabad. Now, we have seen these statements coming in from the BRS, and they have put these questions to the Congress.
Absolutely, that's true. I mean, crime rate in Hyderabad has increased massively, enormously, and that has not become a priority. Every day in and day out, we see sexual offenses against women. There are offenses of murder. There is increased gun culture here in Hyderabad. But the government, the Congress government's priority is to arrest the opposition, stifle their voices. Journalists are being threatened in the assembly. The chief minister himself says that I will attack the journalists. I would parade them naked. I will strip them out. This is what the chief minister speaks. And when oppositions are speaking, they are trying to arrest them. And let me also tell you that recently, the Congress government has released an order, a circular to all the police stations also, that whoever posts in social media against the Congress government, they will open a rowdy sheet, suspect sheet. Rowdy sheeter for posting on social media, rowdy sheets on taking up people's protests. And they call this as Mohabbat ki Dukan, they call this as Indira Amma ka Palan. This is an emergency in Congress government. This is how it is. I mean, there are numerous issues which the Congress is doing, but only thing is, they're trying to stifle the voices. The fact is, Rahul Gandhi is a hypocrite. The Congress leaders, Revant Reddy, this is absolute double standards that they preach across India about constitution. He flashes a constitution book. But the real fact is, it's murder of democracy, murder of constitution here in Telangana state where Congress is in power.
Mr. Krishank, do you think this is Congress's attempt to silence the opposition?
Absolutely, absolutely. I mean, they cannot tolerate any kind of questions. They do not answer about this. I mean, imagine a couple of days back, there was a hike of alcohol prices. Earlier, before that, the sand prices have been hiked. Now, the RTC bus fare has been hiked. There were even proposals of increasing the electricity charges. It was the prime opposition, the BRS, which raised this issue. So, ultimately, they have chosen the way to burden the people. And it is our responsibility as the prime opposition to raise these issues. That is what Mr. KTR has been doing. And what have they done? False cases on KTR, false cases on KCR, on Harish Rawji, commissions, inquiries, which are not yielding anywhere. So diversion tactics. And now, when we've got onto the streets to take up people's issue like RTC, in fact, the hospitals which we have started, they've stopped the completion of it. There's no construction of the TIMS hospitals. The schools are in a pathetic condition. School student suicides, farmer suicides for urea. The Congress government, Revant Reddy, says that this is only created by the media and social media. But we've seen how lines of farmers during even heavy rains also were standing for urea. So such is the situation here in Telangana. And when we raise about issues like farmers, youngsters, Revant Reddy says that youth are protesting, that they do not want job notifications. This is really bizarre. Which youngsters, which youth would say that they do not want job notifications? Youth are unhappy, farmers are unhappy, bus passengers are unhappy. And when we talk about these issues, we are framed with false cases, police cases, arrests and jails. Can you believe it that in Telangana state, for a social media user who just retweeted a post, he was jailed for 10 days by Revant government. This is the reality here in the so-called Mohabbat Ki Dukaan of Congress party.
Mr. Krishank, we are speaking to you live from the police station itself, from the detention center. Just take our viewers through who are watching right now. What exactly happened when the police detained you? What did they tell you and tell the other BRS leaders?
Telling there was no scope of talking. As I told you, they have dragged us. We've got scratches to our hands. As I've shown you, I'm showing you again, see. We've requested the police to at least give a basic medical treatment. It was let me show this once. Yeah. See, he is bleeding currently. He's a former corporation chairperson, a very senior leader who's been a part of Telangana agitation. And we've asked at least basic, kuch medical treatment kara do, ya TT injection dila do. But the way they arrested us, the way they dragged us from the premises there and brought us to a police station here, our fight is not with the police department, because the same police employees also have to use the RTC buses. Their family members also have to use the RTC buses. So our fight is for the people of Telangana. Our fight is not with these institutions. Unfortunately, the Congress government is misusing the police force. And that is the reason the crime rate is increasing. Imagine from Maharashtra, the police came here and seized 12,000 crore drugs. What was the Revant government doing? What was the police department doing? Such issues are important. Such crime has to be curbed, which the Congress government has failed. Instead, having opposition party leaders, and the program is already over too. Our BRS MLAs have given a representation. Then why are we still not released? Not just here in Afzalganj police station. In several dozens of police stations, BRS leaders are being kept still in the custody, which is a criminal wastage of time of the opposition party and even the police department. And that is how the Revant government is misusing the force.
Mr. Krishank, so you're saying that your party workers and other leaders are being mistreated, ill-treated while in police custody, while being detained, like you showed those pictures. And number two, I also want to ask you, how many of your leaders are under house arrest right now? Their names, how many of them are under house arrest, and how are they being treated? Are they being treated well? Because we can see that some of your leaders, some of your workers have sustained injuries.
See, from corporators to MLAs, from former ministers, everyone's residents. The 23 corporators were arrested. Women corporators were arrested. See, what is our responsibility? Those corporators have to ensure that administration has to be proper. So we are politicians. I've been a former corporation chairperson too. We represent people every day in and day out. Our job is to serve people. So we have to be available for them. But instead bringing these politicians, elected representatives, and bringing them in the police station and keeping them here, we're not criminals. And the way they are framing cases against us, I mean, in 2 years of government, I've personally had 26 false cases on me. There's one more student leader. He has been arrested. He's got a dozen of cases. So all of us have been, and all these are people's issues. Be it, the bus issue, be it the hospitals issue, be it the education schools issue. They've taken about the government schools campaign. So such all issues also, each one of us in the Congress government, since Revant Reddy has come into power, have had dozens and dozens and 26 cases, and we've been facing it. We've already seen jail. Last year during the election campaign, they picked us and they put us into jail. This particular student leader also...
Mr. Krishan Mane, thank you for joining us live from the detention center. BRS leaders are being detained, and Mr. Krishan Mane was telling us about what is happening, the protests, the detention, and how BRS leaders have been put under house arrest, and they are asking answers from the Congress government. Taking a short break right now. BRS leaders under house arrest. Stay tuned, viewers. We are live and breaking.
त्योहार की खुशियाँ होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produce already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Viewers, 2 years into that devastating Israel-Hamas war, a major breakthrough may be on the horizon. US President Trump says both Israel and Hamas have agreed to the first phase of the Gaza plan. Now, a deal he calls historic and unprecedented. Here's a report. Take a look.
In what he hailed as a strong, durable and everlasting peace, US President Donald Trump announced that Israel and Hamas had signed off on the first phase of the 20-point Gaza peace plan. On his Truth Social platform, Donald Trump declared all hostages will be released very soon and Israeli troops will pull back to an agreed line. The announcement followed marathon talks in Egypt mediated by Qatar, Egypt and Turkey. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu welcomed the breakthrough, saying he would bring the hostages home with God's help. Donald Trump, buoyed by the deal, said that he might travel to the Middle East later this week, possibly to Egypt or even to Gaza itself.
I was just dealing with people from the Middle East, Arab people and other people on the potential peace deal for the Middle East. Peace for the Middle East, it's a beautiful phrase and we hope it's going to come true, but it's very close. And they're doing very well. We have a great team over there, great negotiators, and there are unfortunately great negotiators on the other side also. But it's something I think that will happen, got a good chance of happening. I may go there sometime toward the end of the week.
Trump's plan calls for a ceasefire, Hamas disarmament and a gradual Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and envoy Steve Witkoff were already in Egypt finalizing the details. Hamas, which submitted a list of prisoners to be freed, is expected to release the remaining 47 Israeli hostages, both alive and dead, taken in October 7, 2023 attacks. Hamas negotiator says that the group wants guarantees from President Trump and mediators that the war will end once and for all. Donald Trump, on his part, thanked the mediators and wrote, "Blessed are the peacemakers." As the world watches this rare glimmer of hope, the question remains, can Trump's peace plan truly bring an end to one of the bloodiest conflicts of our time?
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे, सतलुज की लहरों में, सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है। और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है, ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी।
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
You're live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla, getting you the latest coming in. And as we speak, Prime Minister Modi and his UK counterpart are meeting after signing that historic FTA deal. Big boost when it comes to the India-UK ties. All this and much more coming right up, but the headlines first. Let's get started. BRS leader KTR placed under house arrest ahead of the Chalo Bas Bhavan protest.
बातचीत चल रही है, ऐसे में मेरे ऊपर और भी जिम्मेदारियां हैं। जब तक मैं मंत्री हूं तब तक मंत्रालय की भी जिम्मेदारी है, तो फिलहाल मैं उसको देखने जा रहा हूं।
Deadlock in Bihar over seat sharing. Chirag Paswan likely to meet Amit Shah. Republic gets a big political scoop ahead of Tamil Nadu polls. AIADMK, TVK alliance on the cards.
परवेज जिसकी मकान है, परवेज के बेटे और उनके सहित 12 लोगों को डिटेन किया गया और एक तारिक के नाम और नया आ रहा है। तारिक को भी हम लोगों को जल्दी, जिसके नाम पे शॉप जो है जिसने किराए पर ले रखे, उनको भी जल्दी पकड़ा जाएगा और स्थिति और क्लियर हो जाएगी।
Kanpur ADGP says 12 people detained in Kanpur blast that took place yesterday. Caught on camera, Porsche and BMW collide in the Jogeshwari area of Mumbai's Western Expressway. Prime Minister Modi meets UK PM Keir Starmer in Mumbai. PM Modi welcomes Trump's Gaza peace plan praises Netanyahu's strong leadership. All right, viewers, pictures coming in right now, live pictures coming in of Keir Starmer meeting PM Modi with the delegations and other leaders. PM Modi is meeting his UK counterpart Keir Starmer in Mumbai during PM Starmer's first visit to India after being appointed the Prime Minister. Two leaders are holding their talks right now. Pictures coming in, and they're talking about deepening ties between India and UK. And we can expect much more when it comes to the bilateral that is happening as we speak. I really want to go across to my colleague, our senior executive editor, Abhishek Kapoor, who's joining us right now. Abhishek, first time the meeting after the trade agreement between India and UK was finalized. And just to help our viewers understand, what are we seeing on the screens and what could be discussed in this bilateral which is happening?
Well, you see, these are typical delegation-level talks, and they include the whole gamut of issues between the two sides. Animated conversation happening there, as can be seen in the pictures. This is the biggest delegation that UK Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer said he is leading to India, and that's, according to him, the biggest from UK to India in recent memory. The reason obvious is that the British are excited that finally they have a lifeline facing headwinds rather on the economic front, and the trade agreement that's been signed between India and the United Kingdom is something that's going to resuscitate their economy in good measure, about 1 percentage point overall trade, and the British trade, and about 0.5 percentage point of the GDP push, and the doubling of trade between India and the United Kingdom over the next 5 years. In fact, the delegation level talks are also discussing the roadmap for the next 10 years as part of the 2035 vision that the two sides have thrashed out between themselves. So I think if you look at the pictures from the Indian side, you can see NSA in Dubai, you can see Foreign Secretary Vikram Misri. Of course, next Prime Minister is Commerce and Industries Minister Piyush Goyal. External Affairs Minister, of course, in Delhi, because the Afghanistan Foreign Minister is in town, and so the delegation there engaging with Prime Minister and delegation in Mumbai. And the choice of the place itself is indicative of the kind of focus that the two sides have, essentially focusing on business, economy, trade relationship, even as other aspects, of course, also discussed. We'll soon get statements from we'll also get the net sounds of the comments being made by the two respective leaders just in a while, and the opening press statement, so to say, of these where Prime Minister and both the Prime Ministers, in fact, have sort of set the agenda of the delegation talks. There were restricted format talks also between the two leaders, where they had a bit of a stroll at the Raj Bhavan lawns and overlooking the Arabian Sea, and then sat together for a chat on the overall direction of the relationship, upgraded to a comprehensive strategic partnership in 2022, which basically means that it's not just about the bilateral trade, people to people, technology for it, because when you talk, you typically discuss the commonality of interest, and so how India and the United Kingdom look at the Ukraine war, how India and the United Kingdom look at the West Asian theater of war, how India and the United Kingdom look at the Trump tariff tantrums. So while United Kingdom has signed a trade agreement with the United States also, why is it that their trade deal with India is actually being called as the most defining deal that the UK has signed in recent times, because the reason is, irrespective of what President Trump says, out of spite, the fact is that it's the Indian economy which is acting as a global engine of growth, growing at a fast clip, and in fact the fastest growing major economy in the world. So if India is growing at 6.8% and the UK is growing at 2.2 or 2.1%, then obviously between the two, you know who's doing the heavy, which side is doing the heavy lifting. Also, remember that between the two nations, India and the UK are the fifth and the sixth largest economies respectively, and India had in fact displaced the UK only about 6 months back as take its place in the five, and we would soon be in top four in about 6 to 8 months time, and then of course subsequently in top three in another couple of years, and then of course it becomes a little slower climb to break into the top two between China and the United States. So each of these trade agreements that India is signing are going to act as building blocks to make India in the top three and top two global economies. And this meeting happening in Mumbai is an acknowledgement of the Maharashtra capital, the financial nerve center of Indian economy. Yesterday, remember, Keir Starmer arrived with his delegation in Mumbai, and since then he has had a plethora of business meetings, including a visit to the Yash Raj films, and they have decided they would be shooting again in British and Scottish countryside and London and whatnot after a gap of almost a decade. They're going to shoot 3 films. So that's going to, of course, be the trade and the tourism component of the trade agreement that's between the two sides being discussed. Remember also that it becomes operational only after the British Parliament approves it sometime in the month of February or March next year. But till then, meetings like these, delegation talks like these, sort of give a momentum and a build-up to that final defining moment when all aspects of all 26 pillars or chapters of the trade deal kick in post the approval from the British Parliament. So I think these are very important meetings. This is a very important dialogue, and soon we will hear from the two respective leaders themselves as to what direction they have given to the India-UK ties.
What the UK PM had said about the FTA, and he's called it a really important, the biggest deal we have struck since we left the European Union. I think it's also the biggest deal that India has ever struck. It's hugely important, and this agreement aims to boost bilateral trade by 25.5 billion euros annually. So this is a very big, Abhishek, because also we have to highlight that how excited the UK PM was. He's come with a huge delegation with entrepreneurs, with delegates, with business leaders.
Well, yes, I mean, that is the reason why he has described the delegation that he's leading as the biggest in recent memory coming in from UK to India. And I mean, it's been full of optics. Obviously, some of it or much of it perhaps could be for domestic consumption for his home audience. So when he boarded the flight, the British Airways flight from London to Mumbai, he went to the cockpit and said, hello, this is your Prime Minister speaking, and welcome on board, etc. So, and he posted it on his Instagram handle, I believe. We can really play it if we can fish it out. And subsequently, we saw him again introducing his delegation, and in fact, put a task against each name and said that on his flight back to London, he would check with every secretary and minister traveling with him, and then the business honcho traveling with him as to what trade deals and contracts they signed while in Mumbai over the 2 days that they have been there. So I think the focus is razor sharp. The focus is on economy and trade. Of course, there are other aspects. So, for example, while the trade agreement is about trade, but it is also about people-to-people movement and mobility, and visa issues are a significant component of that. So, of course, on issues where the British actually need Indian talent. So, for example, their National Health Service, which is almost more than one-third, almost 40% of the NHS consists of nurses of Indian origin. If the visa processes can be smoothened. Also, of course, there is a security aspect to the dialogue. Shivangi, it cannot not be there. So all those things exactly transpired between the two sides.
All right. Okay. Thank you. Thank you for joining us there, Abhishek. I really have to move ahead right now. We're getting some more updates coming in. There is a tweet which has been posted by KJS Dhillon on Indian Air Force Day. And I just want to go ahead and tell our viewers exactly what's happening there, taking a dig at Pakistan. So this is what we see right now. Back-to-back updates coming in Republic TV. And you can see this is the menu where you can see that a dig has been taken. A dig has been taken on Pakistan. I'll just read out what that menu says. So in that menu, you can see it says Rawalpindi chicken tikka masala, Rafiki Rahara mutton, Bhulari paneer, methi malai. So this is, the dessert section says Balakot, tiramisu, Muswarabad, kulfi, faluda. This is a menu which is taking a dig at Pakistan. So just putting out that menu for you and the items on that menu. This tweet has been posted, which shows.
Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, Honourable Ministers, members of both delegation, distinguished guests and friends from the media. We will now have the press statements. May I request Honourable Prime Minister of India, Shri Narendra Modi, to give his remarks to the media.
Your Excellency, Prime Minister Starmer, दोनों देशों के डेलीगेट्स, मीडिया के साथियों, नमस्कार। प्रधानमंत्री कीर स्टार्मर की पहली भारत यात्रा पर आज उनका यहां मुंबई में स्वागत करते हुए मुझे बहुत प्रसन्नता हो रही है। फ्रेंड प्राइम मिनिस्टर स्टार्मर के नेतृत्व में भारत और यूके के रिश्तों में Is it okay?
It's fine. It keeps falling out, but apart from that, it's fine. It's okay.
Yeah. Friends, प्राइम मिनिस्टर स्टार्मर के नेतृत्व में भारत और यूके के रिश्तों में उल्लेखनीय प्रगति हुई है। इस साल जुलाई में मेरी यूके यात्रा के दौरान हमने ऐतिहासिक कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव इकोनॉमिक एंड ट्रेड एग्रीमेंट सीटा पर सहमति बनाई। इस समझौते से दोनों देशों के इंपोर्ट कॉस्ट में कमी आएगी, युवाओं के लिए रोजगार के नए अवसर बनेंगे, व्यापार बढ़ेगा और इसका लाभ हमारे उद्योग तथा उपभोक्ता दोनों को ही मिलेगा। एग्रीमेंट के कुछ ही महीनों में आपका यह भारत दौरा और आपके साथ आया अब तक का सबसे बड़ा बिजनेस डेलीगेशन भारत यूके साझेदारी में आई नई ऊर्जा और व्यापक दृष्टि का प्रतीक है। फ्रेंड्स, कल भारत यूके के बीच बिजनेस लीडर की सबसे बड़ी समिट हुई। आज हम इंडिया यूके सीईओ फोरम और ग्लोबल फिनटेक फेस्टिवल को भी संबोधित करेंगे। इन सभी से भारत यूके सहयोग को और मजबूत बनाने के अनेक सुझाव और नई संभावनाएं सामने आएगी। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और यूके नेचुरल पार्टनर्स हैं। हमारे संबंधों की नींव में डेमोक्रेसी, फ्रीडम और रूल ऑफ लॉ जैसे मूल्यों में साझा विश्वास है। मौजूदा वैश्विक अस्थिरता के दौर में भारत और यूके के बीच ये बढ़ती हुई साझेदारी ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी और आर्थिक प्रगति का एक महत्वपूर्ण आधार बनी रही है। आज की बैठक में हमने इंडो पैसिफिक, वेस्ट एशिया में शांति और स्थिरता और यूक्रेन में चल रहे संघर्ष पर भी विचार साझा किए। यूक्रेन कॉन्फ्लिक्ट और गाजा के मुद्दे पर भारत डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी से शांति की बहाली के सभी प्रयासों का समर्थन करता है। हम इंडो पैसिफिक क्षेत्र में मैरीटाइम सिक्योरिटी कोऑपरेशन बढ़ाने के लिए पूर्ण रूप से प्रतिबद्ध है। फ्रेंड, भारत और यूके के बीच टेक्नोलॉजी पार्टनरशिप में अपार संभावनाएं हैं। हम यूके की इंडस्ट्रियल एक्सपर्टाइज R&D को भारत के टैलेंट और स्केल के साथ जोड़ने पर काम कर रहे हैं। पिछले वर्ष हमने इंडिया यूके टेक्नोलॉजी सिक्योरिटी इनिशिएटिव लॉन्च किया। इसके तहत हमने क्रिटिकल एंड इमर्जिंग टेक्नोलॉजी में ज्वाइंट रिसर्च और इनोवेशन के लिए एक मजबूत मंच तैयार किया। दोनों देशों की युवा पीढ़ी को इनोवेशन इस ब्रिज से जोड़ने के लिए हमने कनेक्टिविटी और इनोवेशन सेंटर, ज्वाइंट AI रिसर्च सेंटर जैसे कई कदम उठाए हैं। हमने क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स पर सहयोग के लिए एक इंडस्ट्री गिल्ड और सप्लाई चेन ऑब्जर्वेटरी की स्थापना का निर्णय लिया है। इसका सैटेलाइट कैंपस ISM धनबाद में होगा। सस्टेनेबल डेवलपमेंट गोल्स के प्रति हमारी साझी प्रतिबद्धता है। हम इस दिशा में इंडिया यूके ऑफशोर विंड टास्क फोर्स के गठन का स्वागत करते हैं। हमने क्लाइमेट टेक्नोलॉजी स्टार्टअप फंड की स्थापना की है। इससे दोनों देशों के क्लाइमेट टेक्नोलॉजी और AI में काम कर रहे इनोवेटर्स और एंटरप्रेन्योर्स को समर्थन मिलेगा। फ्रेंड्स, रक्षा और सुरक्षा से लेकर एजुकेशन और इनोवेशन तक भारत और यूके के रिश्तों में नए आयाम घड़े जा रहे हैं। आज प्रधानमंत्री स्टारमर के साथ शिक्षा क्षेत्र का अब तक का सबसे बड़ा और प्रभावशाली प्रतिनिधिमंडल आया है। यह बहुत खुशी की बात है कि अब यूके की 9 यूनिवर्सिटीज भारत में कैंपस खोलने जा रही हैं। साउथहैम्पटन यूनिवर्सिटी के गुरुग्राम कैंपस का हाल ही में उद्घाटन हुआ है और छात्रों का पहला समूह प्रवेश भी ले चुका है। साथ ही गिफ्ट सिटी में यूके की 3 अन्य यूनिवर्सिटी के कैंपस निर्माण का कार्य प्रगति पर है। हमारे बीच रक्षा सहयोग भी बढ़ा है। हम डिफेंस को प्रोडक्शन की ओर बढ़ रहे हैं। दोनों देशों की डिफेंस इंडस्ट्रीज को जोड़ रहे हैं। रक्षा सहयोग को एक कदम आगे बढ़ाते हुए हमने मिलिट्री ट्रेनिंग में सहयोग पर समझौता किया है। इसके तहत भारतीय वायुसेना के फ्लाइंग इंस्ट्रक्टर्स यूके की रॉयल एयरफोर्स में ट्रेनर्स के रूप में कार्य करेंगे। ये विशेष संयोग है कि जहां एक और देश की आर्थिक राजधानी मुंबई में ये बैठक हो रही है, वहीं दूसरी ओर हमारे नौसैनिक जहाज कॉकन 2025 ज्वाइंट एक्सरसाइज कर रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, यूके में बसे 1.8 मिलियन भारतीय हमारी साझेदारी की जीवंत कड़ी है। ब्रिटिश समाज और अर्थव्यवस्था में अपने मूल्यवान योगदान से उन्होंने दोनों देशों के बीच मित्रता, सहयोग और विकास के पुल को मजबूत किया है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत का डायनेमिज्म और यूके की एक्सपर्टाइज मिलकर एक यूनिक सिनर्जी बनाती है। हमारी साझेदारी ट्रस्टवर्दी है, टैलेंट और टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन है। और आज जब मैं और प्रधानमंत्री स्टारमर मंच पर एक साथ खड़े हैं, तो ये हमारा स्पष्ट कमिटमेंट है कि हम एक साथ मिलकर दोनों देशों के लोगों के लिए एक उज्जवल भविष्य का निर्माण करेंगे। मैं एक बार फिर इस भारत यात्रा के लिए प्रधानमंत्री स्टारमर का, उनके डेलीगेशन का हार्दिक धन्यवाद देता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
Thank you, sir. May I now request Right Honourable Sir Keir Starmer, Prime Minister of the United Kingdom, to give his remarks to the media.
Namaskar, Dosto. Prime Minister Modi, it was an honour for me to host you in the United Kingdom in July at Chequers, and I am so delighted to be making this return visit just a few short months later. And can I just extend my thanks to the very warm welcome that you and the whole country have extended to me as Prime Minister, to the whole delegation, and through us to the whole of the United Kingdom. It is very much appreciated, very much noticed. And it is an important statement as we stand here about our shared commitment to this special relationship, because we are building something here. We're creating a new, modern partnership focused on the future and on winning the opportunities that it offers, and we're doing it together. And that's why we struck the UK-India Comprehensive Economic and Trade Agreement in July, a breakthrough moment, years in the making, slashing tariffs, increasing access to each other's markets, to drive growth and create jobs for our people, and making life better in both of our nations. And beyond the words on the page of the agreement is the spirit and the confidence that that has given to our two great countries to work even more closely together, something which we've seen evidence during the course of this visit here over the last 2 days. It is significant that we're meeting here in Mumbai as India's economic and financial capital because India's growth story is remarkable. I want to congratulate the Prime Minister on his leadership, aiming to be the world's third largest economy by 2028. And your vision of Viksit Bharat is to completely developed country by 2047. And everything I've seen since I've been here is absolute proof to me that you're on track to succeed in that. So we want to be partners on that journey. And my visit this week is about doubling down on the potential of our trade deal for the benefit of all of us. And that's why I brought a record 126 British businesses with me to India this week. We had to get a bigger plane to travel over here than the one we planned. But that delegation is some of our biggest, most iconic businesses and smaller and medium-sized businesses, but also leaders from education, some of whom are with us here, and sport and the arts. As I say, our largest trade delegation for a decade. And so my first as Prime Minister. So, of course, the destination for that had to be here, had to be India. Later today, the Prime Minister and I will convene a renewed CEO forum, and that was much discussed yesterday as a direct channel for business. There was a real buzz in the room yesterday that this forum is going to have real life breathed into it to embody the agreement that we've already reached, to ensure that the deal does deliver the opportunities that we want to see. And we are committed to that. And when we leave India later on tonight, I expect that we will have secured major new investments, creating thousands of high-skilled jobs in the sectors of the future for both of our nations. The UK and India stand side by side as global leaders in tech and innovation, And so we've also taken the opportunity to deepen our cooperation through our technology security initiative, with new commitments on AI, advanced communication, defence technologies, and much, much more. We are announcing a deal to make Bollywood films in the United Kingdom after a fantastic visit to the studio yesterday, and we're deepening our cooperation in education, as we've evidenced here on the film and with the people that we have in the room. It is the younger generation in India who will lead the charge to deliver on that 2047 target. The demand for the best quality higher education is very high, so I'm really pleased that we're announcing today that more British universities will be setting up campuses right here in India, making Britain India's leading international provider of higher education and delivering on our vision 2035 that we set out in July. These incredible economic bonds are the jewel in the crown of this relationship. But of course, our cooperation goes much wider too. And so we've had the opportunity to discuss issues of vital importance to global stability and security, including the situation in the Middle East. I strongly welcome the news that a deal has been reached on the first stage of the peace plan in Gaza. This is a moment of profound relief that we felt around the world, but particularly for the hostages, their families, and for the civilian population of Gaza, who have all endured unimaginable suffering over the last 2 years. I'm grateful for the tireless diplomatic efforts of Egypt, Qatar, Turkey, the United States and many others in securing this crucial first step. This agreement must now be implemented in full, without delay, and be accompanied by the immediate lifting of all restrictions on life-saving humanitarian aid to Gaza. The UK will support these crucial immediate steps and the next stages of the talks to ensure the full implementation of the peace plan. The Prime Minister and I also discussed the need for a just and lasting peace in Ukraine, the need for stability and security in the Indo-Pacific, and the need to cooperate in critical areas like climate and energy, including breaking away from dependence on fossil fuels. India is a global player. We sit together in the Commonwealth, the G20, and we want to see India taking its rightful place on the UN Security Council too. So we are committed to strengthening our strategic partnership. And in fact, as already been mentioned, our Carrier Strike Group is here in India right now, exercising with the Indian Navy, showing the strength of that relationship on defence and security, which we've discussed this morning. We want to take even further. And look, the whole thing, this particular partnership, goes much deeper. Because in the end, it is about people. The human connections between India and the UK are unique, forming what Prime Minister Modi has called the living bridge between our two countries. A bridge between people, a bridge between hearts, and in that spirit, Prime Minister, I want to express my deepest sympathies to all the victims of the Air India crash earlier this year. A terrible day and a tragedy for both of our nations. And it showed, frankly, that we are family. And I am proud this week that we're taking this incredible partnership between our two nations and making it stronger than ever for working people on both sides of that bridge. Finally, I'd like to take this opportunity as we enter the festive period to wish the people of India joy and happiness and a very happy Diwali. Diwali ki shubh kam inai. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. That concludes the press statements. Thank you for your presence, ladies and gentlemen. Please be seated.
And that was British Prime Minister Keir Starmer, who just delivered his address after Prime Minister Narendra Modi there in Mumbai at Raj Bhavan, the first joint statement coming in between India and UK. The British Prime Minister travelling with the biggest trade delegation to Mumbai. There you see Union Minister of Commerce and Industry Piyush Goyal also flanking Prime Minister Narendra Modi, as the comprehensive economic and trade agreement between the United Kingdom and India has now been operationalized. We saw Prime Minister Keir Starmer not just hail praises on the bilateral relationship, but also talk about the strategic importance of the India and United Kingdom ties in the Indo-Pacific region. NSA Ajit Doval was also present, shows the strategic importance of this meeting. At the same time, United Kingdom once again endorsing India's bid for permanent membership in the United Nations Security Council amongst all the expansive talks that have taken place. That's the latest, ladies and gentlemen, coming in on the India and United Kingdom bilateral relationship, live from Mumbai. We'll be closely tracking all the developments as they come throughout the day, with a lot of events planned. Meanwhile, a fresh breaking news update is coming in. A new notification has been published extending India's danger zone for a likely missile test in the Bay of Bengal region. This is the third time in 3 days that the NOTAM that was issued in the Bay of Bengal has been extended. The range of that NOTAM has been extended now to approximately 3,550 kilometers. From 1,500, it went all the way up to 2,500, and now it has come, ladies and gentlemen, all the way up to 3,550 kilometers. That's the big breaking news update coming in, as an impending strike or a test is speculated to take place in the Bay of Bengal, and now the NOTAM has been increased. We do not have much more information coming in at the moment, but a danger zone for a likely missile test is what our sources are telling us has now been increased to 3,550 kilometers. That's a massive length. There you can see the visual representation on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. That's all the way and beyond Sri Lanka there in the map, as we can see in the Bay of Bengal region. 3,550 kilometers, almost the range of a medium range surface missile. And just last month we saw the Agni missile tested. We also recently saw the Agni missile being launched from a railway platform, and now all eyes are at the Abdul Kalam Island, the missile test site, and what's likely to happen. But the big breaking news update that we are tracking at the moment, third time in a span of just 3 days, 72 hours, the NOTAM, the no-fly zone for a likely missile test, has been extended in range. Earlier, the start date is expected to be the 15th of October, and the end date is expected to be the 17th of October. So we are now officially less than a week away from this NOTAM that has been issued, and the timings are on your screen, ladies and gentlemen. At the same time, the range has now been extended thrice in the span of just 3 days. 3,550 kilometer range is what we are looking at. That is almost the range of a medium range surface missile, a ballistic missile caliber range there. And all eyes are now on India and its strategic posturing as it once again flexes its muscle in the Indo-Pacific, in the Bay of Bengal, with this most recent NOTAM now issued, once again with an extended range. Third time in the span of 3 days. That's the big breaking news development coming in, ladies and gentlemen. On your screens are the visualization of what that entire range and the width of that nexus goes on to. I have my colleague Ishan joining us live on the broadcast with more details. He's been tracking all the developments on the NOTAM very closely. Ishan, third time in the span of 3 days, the range of the NOTAM has been increased. What's going on?
Yes, the initial NOTAM was issued for a 1,440 kilometer range. Then it was subsequently increased to 2,500 kilometers, and now it has been increased to 3,800 kilometers. This definitely shows that it is going to be an Agni series ballistic missile test that is going to take place, because it is a medium range now, and now in this test it is also expected that we saw that the Agni Prime was tested recently from a rail platform, and now this is expected to be an LR-SAM anti-ship missile that may be tested in this NOTAM, because the range has been extended to 3,500 kilometers. It is definitely going to be a ballistic missile test, and it is expected to take place between the 14th and 16th of October.
Important updates coming in, ladies and gentlemen. There, Ishan, our colleague, is tracking the developments, and he says that it could be a anti-ship surface-to-air missile that could be tested. However, the strategic ambiguity is maintained, Ishan, at the moment. We have seen in the span of just 3 days, we have seen 3 different ranges been given. But ladies and gentlemen, that's the latest coming in, and we'll be continuing with more details on that. But moving on to our next breaking news update, a dinner menu at a ceremony of the Indian Air Force that named various dishes after Pakistani sites targeted for anti-terror operations has gone viral on social media. The menu had Rawalpindi chicken tikka masala, Rafiki rahara mutton, Bolari paneer methi malai, Sukhur sham saveri kofta, Sargoda dal makhni, Jacobabad meva pulao, and ladies and gentlemen, hear this one, Bahawalpur naan in the main course. That's the viral menu of the Indian Air Force on social media, making rounds. Indian Air Force once again taking a very, very sly dig and setting the record straight about Operation Sindoor. If anybody had a doubt in their mind, then the Pakistanis are welcome to see what's on the menu of the Indian Air Force. It's Rawalpindi chicken tikka masala, Rafiki rahara mutton, Bhulari paneer methi malai, Sukhur sham. The menu is out there, ladies and gentlemen. In fact, even in dessert, they had Balakot tiramisu and Muzaffarabad kulfi faluda. And in fact, Murid Ke also made a mention on that menu in the desserts, Murid Ke Meetha Pan. That's the menu of the IAF on 93 years of selfless, infallible, impervious and precise service of the Indian Air Force. And once again, hailing the contributions of the Indian Air Force, not just in the surgical strikes, not just in the Balakot air strikes, but also now adding to the long legacy of Indian Air Force's professionalism and courage, Operation Sindoor. Ladies and gentlemen, that's the breaking news update. My colleague Rakshita is joining us live on this breaking news update. Rakshita, do tell us about this very interesting and appetizing menu of the Indian Air Force.
We can see we have in fact put all of the all the food items, everything that was there in the dinner, everything has been listed out. And this is, of course, justice, how the Indian Air Force, how our armed forces serve justice. And they also very, very good when it comes to serving with the wits. And they have served them this strolling. This is called PSYOPs, actually. This is PSYOPs at their best. And we've seen that our defense really are upping their game as the day goes. And Pakistan can do whatever in their frustration. They continue to, send out threats. But, when they look at, I can't imagine what Pakistanis must be thinking, Krutas, and what thoughts might, how much frustration they would be, looking at this with. These are the all the air bases and all the headquarters that were literally decimated by the Indian Air Force. The Rawalpindi chicken tikka masala, Rafiki, Bolari, Paneer, and all are these air bases, which, we have shown. We've had the proof of it. We've had the proof of it. Pakistan has the proof of it. Pakistan has admitted to the decimation of it. And now you see this menu on the anniversary, 93 years of Air Force. Well, we have seen not the first time that Air Force has conducted those strikes. We have seen time and again. But the Air Force has played a very, very important role in earlier conflicts with Pakistan as well. But this time, of course, it was the Indian Air Force that they took this lead and they conducted unprecedented strikes at the Sargodha base, at Jacobabad, at the Sukur, Bholari, Rawalpindi. And remember, Rawalpindi is the top of the list menu, at the top of the menu, which of course is something that is going to, needle Pakistan so much, because that is the headquarters of Pakistani army. And in desserts, if you see, there's Balakot also, there's Muzaffarabad, there are Murid Ke. These were just the desserts. So you see the messaging also that we started with hitting this Balakot and Muzaffarabad and Murid Ke. We just started with this. But the main course was your Bahawalpur, your Sargodha, your Bholari and all these, and especially Rawalpindi. So this, of course, is... this great messaging, military messaging has been, on its A game, Krutat. We've seen this for quite some time. This has been on their A game. The statements that have come in from the air chief, from the army chief, and even the navy chief, he says that we are going to open the next innings, So the military messaging from India, something that we've never seen before in decades. Our military messaging has been on point. And this, of course, is something, I think this serving this on a platter in style is something that everyone would remember in India and across the border. I mean, they're going to have a meltdown indeed.
Indeed, Rakshita, and we all knew that Indian Air Force, of course, flies in style, but we are also now getting a first-hand taste of how they dine in style. And ladies and gentlemen, on your screen is that very, very viral menu from the 93 years of celebration of the Indian Air Force. On the menu, ladies and gentlemen, let me read it out once again for you, because it's a very appetizing menu, I must say. Rawalpindi chicken tikka masala, Rafiki rahara mutton, Bhulari paneer methi malai, Sukur sham savera kofta, Sargoda dal makhni, Jacobabad Mewa Pulao, and Bahawalpur Naan. For those who may not know the context, these are the air bases that were striked with impunity with India's BrahMos missile during Operation Sindoor. And do not forget the desserts, ladies and gentlemen. It is the Balakot Tiramisu, once again reminding of the Balakot airstrikes, Muzaffarabad Kulfi Faluda, of course, where the terrorist strikes were hit, and Murid Ke Meetha Pan, where once again the terrorist strikes were hit. And that was the menu of the Indian Air Force that they also very generously shared with Pakistan, Rakshita, during Operation Sindoor. If you can weigh in once again of how the infallible, impervious and precise service of the Indian Air Force is on display on the menu there of the Indian Air Force, 93 years of selfless service.
Well, of course,
Rakshita.
this is the dinner menu that, to have Air Force Day yesterday. It was celebrated at the Indian Air Base and to Monday. And this, of course, even the Air Chief Marshal had hailed Operation Sindoor. And, we have had a very, very mature statements coming in from all the service chiefs for the longest time. We've seen that they are very much, they have been alerting with the threats, with the challenges that are before the forces today in such times, times when India is facing threats from at least two fronts. And he has been very, very, vocal about what India needs, how many squadrons does the Air Force needs. But at the same time, he continues to motivate the forces by deriving confidence from this sort of a menu. It's a celebratory dinner menu. It's taken everybody by a storm. And, the dessert section, you can see this was referencing the areas associated with the terrorist strongholds that were hit during the cross-border operations. And then you had these very cleverly named dishes of how the dal makhni has been named Sargodha. And this was what went on for 2 to 3 days during Operation Sindoor that began from 7th of May. They targeted the 9 major terrorist hubs in Pakistan and, of course, Pakistan-occupied Kashmir. That includes Murid Ke and Bahawalpur. And they are very important centers because they are the headquarters of Lashkar-e-Taiba and Jaish-e-Mohammed. And these are the precision strikes that have been conducted across these places, and hence they find a place in this menu. And remember, Balakot airstrikes have also been reminded once again what happened in 2019. That was also very, very important. So they have paid tribute to our the personnel, the defense personnel, of course. But the latest, of course, is this entire menu that has been served hot to Pakistan. We've seen the way Air Force is mocking Pakistan and reminding them that before you think, you think of doing anything. We've seen yesterday Asim Munir once again had tried to, send out threats to what the army chief had said. And we've seen many such, like from Khwaja Asif to many others, because they are left with nothing but these empty, hollow threats. So I think India is like, we are not going to step back, at least in the PSYOPs, while our Operation Sindoor continues. Even our PSYOPs going to be continuing.
And, ladies and gentlemen, that's the menu there of the Indian Air Force from the celebrations of the 93rd year anniversary. And that's it for the main course and dessert this afternoon. Moving on to more breaking news updates coming in after 2 years into the devastating Israel and Hamas war. A major breakthrough may be on the horizon. Now, US President Donald Trump says that both Israel and Hamas have agreed to a first phase to his so-called peace plan in Gaza, a deal he calls historic and unprecedented. But will it culminate into on-ground reality? Here's a report.
In what he hailed as a strong, durable and everlasting peace, US President Donald Trump announced that Israel and Hamas had signed off on the first phase of the 20-point Gaza peace plan. On his Truth Social platform, Donald Trump declared all hostages will be released very soon and Israeli troops will pull back to an agreed line. The announcement followed marathon talks in Egypt mediated by Qatar, Egypt and Turkey. Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu welcomed the breakthrough, saying he would bring the hostages home with God's help. Donald Trump, buoyed by the deal, said that he might travel to the Middle East later this week, possibly to Egypt or even to Gaza itself.
I was just dealing with people from the Middle East, Arab people and other people on the potential peace deal for the Middle East. Peace for the Middle East, it's a beautiful phrase and we hope it's going to come true, but it's very close. And they're doing very well. We have a great team over there, great negotiators, and there are unfortunately great negotiators on the other side also. But it's something I think that will happen, got a good chance of happening. I may go there sometime toward the end of the week.
Trump's plan calls for a ceasefire, Hamas disarmament and a gradual Israeli withdrawal from Gaza. His son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and envoy Steve Witkoff were already in Egypt finalizing the details. Hamas, which submitted a list of prisoners to be freed, is expected to release the remaining 47 Israeli hostages, both alive and dead, taken in October 7, 2023 attacks. Hamas negotiator says that the group wants guarantees from President Trump and mediators that the war will end once and for all. Donald Trump, on his part, thanked the mediators and wrote, "Blessed are the peacemakers." As the world watches this rare glimmer of hope, the question remains, can Trump's peace plan truly bring an end to one of the bloodiest conflicts of our time?
So, ladies and gentlemen, it's time for a very short break, but do not go anywhere because Live in Breaking on Republic continues. We'll be right back after a very short break because coming up next on Live in Breaking is the big political scoop on AIDMK. But before that, Kanpur blast now. The ADP says that 12 people have been detained in the blast that took place yesterday night. We'll be bringing you more details on that story, and also coming up next on Live in Breaking are exclusive details on a possible AIDMK and Vijay's TVK alliance. What's next in Tamil Nadu? Do not go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We are live and breaking right after this short break.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
त्योहार की खुशियां होंगी डबल। हुंडई सुपर डिलाइट डेज में आपकी मनपसंद कार्स पर मिल रही है कमाल के डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a D-Decor brand. Live consciously.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ 8 मिनट में तैयार। क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, excuse me, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, You pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, "There's no incriminating client list." Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And, you know, Senator Durbin, I find it very interesting that you refused repeated Republican requests to release the Epstein flight logs in 2023 and 2024. You fought that. Did you take money from Reid Hoffman, campaign donations, who was a huge Epstein friend? Why did you fight for years? Why did you fight to not disclose the flight logs, Senator Durbin?
I can tell you I did not refuse. One of the senators here wished to produce those logs, and I asked her to put it in writing, and she never did.
Yeah, I think Senator Blackburn would quarrel with you on that.
Well, I will quarrel with you as to Reid, somebody that you mentioned I never heard of.
Reid Hoffman.
So who gave the order to flag records related to President Trump?
To flag records for President Trump?
To flag any records which included his name.
I'm not going to discuss anything about that with you, Senator.
Eventually, you're going to have to answer for your conduct in this.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has opened.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. We are tracking more breaking news updates coming in from the state of Karnataka, where a protest turned extremely intense outside the Jollywood studio, where pro-Kannada protesters were protesting against the government there and including chanting slogans against Karnataka's Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar. Here's what exactly is going on in Karnataka and in Jollywood. Take a look.
High drama has returned outside Jollywood studio in Bengaluru as Kannada group activists staged a protest. The activists are demanding that the Big Boss house remain closed, questioning the government's decision to reopen the studio after it had been shut earlier. The protesters belonging to the Karnataka Janpara Vedike are accusing the Deputy Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar of violating the law and pressuring the officials. The agitation has intensified near gate number C, with demonstrators vowing to carry on until the studio is closed again. The protest has caused high drama in front of Jollywood studio, with activists declaring that they would not back down until the government intervenes. The situation remains tense outside Jollywood studio, where the Big Boss Kannada is being performed, as protesters have continued their agitation.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला।
Bliss.
Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produce already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
A very good afternoon. We are live and breaking. I'm Shivangi Shukla getting you the latest coming in. There's some news coming in from Tamil Nadu that there could be a AIADMK TVK pact on the cards. All this and much more coming right up, but the headlines first. Let's get started.
मौजूदा वैश्विक अस्थिरता के दौर में भारत और यूके के बीच ये बढ़ती हुई साझेदारी ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी और आर्थिक प्रगति का एक महत्वपूर्ण आधार बनी रही है.
India UK issues a joint statement, and this is coming in as PM says global stability is the major focus.
This incredible partnership between our two nations and making it stronger than ever for working people on both sides of that bridge.
UK PM Keir Starmer hails India-UK ties, calls them stronger than ever. BRS leader KTR placed under house arrest ahead of Chalo Bas Bhavan protest.
ऐसे में मेरे ऊपर और भी जिम्मेदारियां हैं. जब तक मैं मंत्री हूं तब तक मंत्रालय की भी जिम्मेदारी है, तो फिलहाल मैं उसको देखने जा रहा हूं.
Deadlock in Bihar over seat sharing. Chirag Paswan likely to meet Amit Shah. Public gets the big political scoop ahead of Tamil Nadu polls. AIADMK TVK alliance on the cards.
अभी परवेज जिसकी मकान है, परवेज के बेटे और उनके सहित 12 लोगों को डिटेन किया गया और एक तारिक के नाम और नया आ रहा है। तारिक को भी हम लोगों को जल्दी, जिसके नाम पे शॉप जो है जिसने किराए पर ले रखे, उनको भी जल्दी पकड़ा जाएगा और स्थिति और क्लियर हो जाएगी।
Kanpur ADGP says 12 people detained in Kanpur blast that took place yesterday. Caught on camera, Porsche and BMW collide in the Jogeshwari area of Mumbai's Western Expressway. All right, starting with.
अब आग्रह नेता प्रतिपक्ष आपके सामने बात करने में कृपया शांति बनाएं। आदरणीय नेता प्रतिपक्ष आपको संबोधित करेंगे, शांति बनाएं।
तो शुरू करें। देखिए, सभी हमारे इलेक्ट्रॉनिक मीडिया, प्रिंट मीडिया, पोर्टल मीडिया, यूट्यूबर्स, आज का प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस विशेष प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस है और आप सब लोग इस प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में आए, इसके लिए आप सब लोगों का धन्यवाद करते हैं। आप सब लोग जान रहे हैं कि चुनाव का शंखनाद जो है हो चुका है। नोटिफिकेशन जो है इलेक्शन का हो चुका है और हमने पहले भी कहा था कि जितनी घोषणाएं तेजस्वी कर रहा है, उन सारी घोषणाओं का नकल जो है मौजूदा सरकार जो है कर रही है। आज आप लोगों के बीच एक ऐतिहासिक और युवा क्रांतिकारी घोषणा हम लोग जो है करने जा रहे हैं और लगातार लोगों का ये अपेक्षा और ये उम्मीद थी कि हमारा विजन क्या है, हमारा रोड मैप क्या है, बिहार को हम आगे कैसे ले जाएं। तो आज एक ऐतिहासिक घोषणा, युगांतकारी घोषणा हम आप सब लोगों के समक्ष जो है करना चाहते हैं और ये पहली घोषणा है, कोई अंतिम घोषणा नहीं है। इसके बाद भी जो हमारा विजन जो है वो आप लोगों के समक्ष अलग अलग प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस के माध्यम से हम लोग रखेंगे। तो आज आप सब लोग आए और आप लोग भी इच्छुक होंगे कि जाने भाई क्या घोषणा हो रही है। याद कीजिए, जब 2020 में हमने जब घोषणा की थी, सरकार बनते ही पहले कलम से पहले कैबिनेट में 10 लाख नौकरी जो है तेजस्वी देगा। मौजूदा मुख्यमंत्री जी अभिभावक तुल्य, उन्होंने उस वक्त कहा था कि यह संभव है, पैसा कहाँ से आएगा, अपने बाप के पास से लाएगा क्या। बीजेपी ने 19 लाख नौकरी नहीं, रोजगार की बात की। उस वक्त उनके फाइनेंस मिनिस्टर यहाँ आकर के उन्होंने घोषणा की थी। ये बात बिहार के लोगों को पता है, लेकिन सरकार बनने के 2 साल बाद भी किसी को नौकरी और किसी को रोजगार नहीं मिला और 20 साल ये खटारा सरकार का कभी ध्यान ही नहीं था कि बेरोजगारी जो है सबसे बड़ा मुद्दा है। नौकरी और रोजगार के बारे में चर्चा भी नहीं होती थी। तेजस्वी के दबाव में, तेजस्वी के कारण, कोई प्रमाण तेजस्वी को देने की जरूरत नहीं है, 17 महीने में जो हमने काम किया, 5 लाख नौकरी, 3.5 लाख नौकरी प्रक्रिया दी, हम लोगों ने जो है कराया। आज वही लोग जो है बेरोजगारी भत्ता देने की बात कर रहे हैं, नौकरी देने की बात नहीं कर रहे, बेरोजगारी भत्ता देने की बात कर रहे हैं। बस बहुत हुआ, अब बिहार बदनाम नहीं होगा, बल्कि देश दुनिया में बदलाव का वाहक बनेगा। सामाजिक न्याय के बाद बिहार अब आर्थिक न्याय का गवाह बनेगा। बिहार में अब नौकरी का नव जागरण होगा। और जो मेरी पहली जो घोषणा है चुनाव के नोटिफिकेशन के बाद, बिहार के जिस भी परिवार के पास सरकारी नौकरी नहीं है, ऐसे हर परिवारों को एक नया अधिनियम बना करके अनिवार्य रूप से उन परिवार में नौकरी जो है दी जाएगी। यानी सरकार बनते ही इन्होंने 20 साल तक कोई नौकरी नहीं दी, कोई रोजगार नहीं दी, लेकिन सरकार बनते ही 20 दिनों के अंदर यह अधिनियम बनाया जाएगा और 20 महीने में ऐसा कोई बिहार का घर नहीं बचेगा जिसके पास सरकारी नौकरी नहीं होगी। यानी सरकार बनते ही 20 दिनों के अंदर अधिनियम बनाएंगे और 20 महीनों के अंदर जिस परिवार में भी सरकारी नौकरी नहीं है, तेजस्वी उस हर परिवार को एक सरकारी नौकरी दिलाने का काम करेगा। ये हम लोग, आप जानते हैं, कोई प्रमाण देने की जरूरत नहीं है। और ये जो हम घोषणा जो कर रहे हैं, बहुत लोगों का सवाल होगा कैसे होगा, कब होगा, क्या तरीका है। ये सवाल उस समय भी पूछा गया था 20 में, और उस समय भी हमने कहा था कि ये साइंटिफिक रूप से हम लोगों ने अध्ययन किया है। हम लोगों के पास वैसे सारे परिवारों का डेटा जो है, जो हम लोगों ने सर्वे कराया था, उसके आधार पे हम लोगों के पास है, बिहार सरकार के पास है, किस परिवार के पास नौकरी है, नहीं है। और ये पूरी तरीके से हम अगर घोषणा कर रहे हैं तो ये मेरा प्रण है, और जो हो सकता है वही हम करें। कोई जुमलेबाजी नहीं कर रहे, किसी को ठगने का काम नहीं कर रहे, और प्रमाण देने को तेजस्वी को देने की जरूरत नहीं है। हमने वो 17 महीने में काम किया। हमें खुशी है कि हमने वो काम किया, 5 लाख लोगों को नौकरी दी, लेकिन एक कसक है और संतुष्ट तेजस्वी नहीं है। अगर 17 महीने ही नहीं, अगर हमको पूरा 5 साल मिलता तो आप समझ जाओ 17 महीने में अगर 5 लाख नौकरियां तेजस्वी ने दी तो 5 साल में कितना देता। ये इस बात का खुशी तो है कि 5 लाख दिए, लेकिन संतुष्टि नहीं है। और बिहार की जनता इस बार बदलाव चाहती है, परिवर्तन चाहती है, और बेरोजगारी को जड़ से मिटाना चाहती है, और सामाजिक न्याय के साथ साथ आर्थिक न्याय भी हम लोग बिहार की जनता के साथ करने जा रहे हैं। तेजस्वी ने जो कहा है वो किया है, और जो कह रहा है वो करेगा। ये एकदम फिजिबल है, हो सकता है, इच्छा शक्ति चाहिए। लेकिन इस 20 साल की सरकार में कोई इच्छा शक्ति नहीं दिखी। तेजस्वी ने जो राह दिखाया उसी राह को जो है इन्होंने नकल किया। आप देखिएगा जो भी और भी जो घोषणाएं हमने की उसका इन लोगों ने जो है कॉपी किया। 20 साल से लोग पक्के मकान का इंतजार कर रहे हैं, लेकिन सरकार बनते ही 20 दिनों के अंदर विशेष कानून बनाया जाएगा और हर घर 20 महीने के अंदर हम सब लोग सरकारी नौकरी हर घर तक पहुंचाने का काम करेंगे। 20 साल की भ्रष्ट एनडीए सरकार पक्का आवास, सस्ता राशन और हर घर स्वच्छ पानी नहीं पहुंचा पाई। हमारी सरकार में ही 7 निश्चय कार्यक्रम के तहत हर घर नल जल योजना शुरू हुई, लेकिन वो भी नीतीश भाजपा सरकार में भ्रष्टाचार का भेंट चढ़ गया। आप सबको पता है ये 15 में 7 निश्चय का हुआ था। सरकार का दायित्व है जिस चीज की कमी हो उसे वो पूरा करे। हमारी सरकार हर घर को एक सरकारी नौकरी देगी। नौकरी से हर कमी स्वतः ही पूरी हो जाएगी। 20 साल में एनडीए ने हर घर में असुरक्षा और बेरोजगारी का खौफ दिया। अब हम हर घर को जॉब देंगे। हमारी सरकार बनने पर जीत का जश्न, हर घर को सरकारी नौकरी और बिहार में उद्योग धंधे फैक्ट्री लगाकर एजुकेशनल सिटी स्थापित कर आईटी पार्क और एसईजेड लगाकर कृषि और डेयरी आधारित उद्योग को बढ़ावा देकर बिहार को विकास के नए पथ पर आगे बढ़ाने के रूप में किया जाएगा। सरकार बनने पर बिहार की बेहतरी और विकास के जश्न के रूप में हर घर को सरकारी जॉब दी जाएगी। जॉब यानी जश्न बिहार, जश्न ऑफ बिहार। जो लोग भूजा पार्टी की तरह सिर्फ 1 या 2 या 3 आदमी नहीं, सिर्फ 1 या 2 या 3 पार्टी नहीं, बल्कि अब पूरा बिहार सरकार चलाएगा। हमारी सरकार बनने पर अधिनियम बनाकर हर घर सरकारी नौकरी जो है वो दी जाएगी। यानी आप समझिए हर व्यक्ति, बिहार का हर परिवार में लोग सरकारी नौकरी होगा, तो हमारे साथ साथ हर बिहार के लोग सरकार को चलाने का काम करेंगे। हो सरकार में भागीदारी, हो सरकार में भागीदारी, हर युवा की हो हिस्सेदारी। इसलिए तेजस्वी सरकार देगी हर परिवार को नौकरी सरकारी। ये काम हम लोग जो है करने जा रहे हैं। एक बार और आप लोगों के लिए कह दे, हो सरकार में भागीदारी, हो सरकार में भागीदारी, हर युवा की हो हिस्सेदारी। इसलिए तेजस्वी सरकार देगी हर परिवार को नौकरी सरकारी। ये सरकार को आपको बेरोजगार ही रखना चाहती है, इसलिए चुनाव आया तो बेरोजगारी भत्ता देने की बात कर रहे हैं, लेकिन नौकरी देने की बात नहीं कर रहे। मैं वादा करता हूं कि इस 5 साल में अपने काम से बिहार की सेवा से साबित करके दिखाऊंगा कि बिहार में कि मेरा कर्म बिहार है और मेरा धर्म बिहारी है। जो 5 साल मौका मिलेगा, जो सेवा हम करेंगे, इससे हम साबित कर देंगे कि मेरा कर्म बिहार है और मेरा धर्म बिहारी है। हम जनता के आदर्श सरकार बनकर दिखाएंगे। हमारी पूरी कोशिश होगी कि अपने बिहार को सच्ची, ईमानदार, करेक्ट और परफेक्ट सरकार दें। सच्ची, ईमानदार, करेक्ट और परफेक्ट सरकार हम देंगे। अपनी सेवा, अपनी नियत, अपनी मंशा और अपने कर्तव्य का सबूत तो हमने 17 महीने में दिया है, ये आप सब लोग जानते हैं। और मैंने पहले भी कहा है कि 5 लाख नौकरियां दी, इसकी खुशी है, लेकिन तेजस्वी अभी भी असंतुष्ट है। 5 साल मिलेगा तो एक सच्ची, ईमानदार, करेक्ट और एक परफेक्ट सरकार देंगे। और तेजस्वी के साथ साथ पूरा बिहार जो है सरकार चलाने का काम करेगा। मुझे आशा ही नहीं, विश्वास भी है कि तेजस्वी का काम, मेहनत, नीति और नियत देखकर पूरा बिहार एक स्वर में आशीर्वाद देगा। तो आज ये एक ऐतिहासिक घोषणा है जो ठीक 14 नवंबर के बाद, यानी जिस दिन नतीजा आएगा उस दिन से बिहार आगे बढ़ेगा। केवल प्रोग्रेसिव, पॉजिटिव, सच्ची, ईमानदार, परफेक्ट, पढ़ाई, दवाई, कमाई, सिंचाई, उद्योग, धंधे, निवेश और कारखाने, शुगर मिल, जूट मिल, फूड प्रोसेसिंग यूनिट, एग्रो बेस्ड इंडस्ट्री, इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के मामले में, डेयरी के मामले में जो है, चाहे किसान हो, मजदूर हो, नौजवान हो, छात्र हो, माताएं हो, बहनें हो, बुजुर्ग हो, दिव्यांग हो, कोई जात हो, कोई धर्म हो, कोई वर्ग हो, हमारी सरकार किसी के साथ भेदभाव नहीं करेगी, सबको साथ लेके चलेगी, सबकी भागीदारी होगी और एक नया बिहार हम लोग बनाएंगे, एक बेहतर बिहार बनाएंगे, एक विकसित बिहार बनाएंगे, बिहार को नंबर 1 बनाएंगे। इस संकल्प के साथ, इस प्रण के साथ तेजस्वी जो है 5 साल बिहार के लिए काम करेगा।
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
ये है सीक्रेट रेसिपी, MDH का जीरा सिप जलजीरा मसाला।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से, इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे, सतलुज की लहरों में, सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है। और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है, ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी बदमाशी थी। और आज भी वो
He has been the master strategist for the biggest corporate giants in the company, from the Birla Group to the Tata Group, from Shah Rukh Khan to the Bachchans. In a rare and exclusive conversation, Ryan Kranjwala, the managing director of Kranjiwala and Company, speaks, reflects on 4 decades in law, speaks on power and politics and what it takes to be in the cutthroat world of litigation. Watch only on the legal side of things this weekend on Republic TV.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
आधे बाउल दही में 4 चम्मच MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला डाला, स्टर करो, पुदीना चटनी तैयार। MDH चटनी पुदीना मसाला। MDH
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produce already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to flag any documents that mentioned President Trump. Nothing came of that review until July when DOJ and FBI released an unsigned memo stating, quote, there's no incriminating client list. Why was the July 7th memo unsigned?
The July 7th memo came from the FBI and the Department of Justice. Director Patel answered those questions very clear. And you know, Senator Durbin, I find it very interesting that you refused repeated Republican requests to release the Epstein flight logs in 2023 and 2024. You fought that.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
MDH की हल्दी मिर्ची धनिया करे कमाल, ये रंग दे, ये खुशबू दे, ये तीखा, ये कम पड़े, क्या निराला MDH मसाला।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे सतलुज की लहरों में सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी बदमाशी थी और आज भी वो गीदड़ धमकियां लगाता है। 10 मई वो 2000
छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने, सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. It teases, it soothes, and sometimes speaks without words. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindwear. Hindwear, designed for bliss.
आर प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा आर प्योर मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein...
मौजूदा वैश्विक अस्थिरता के दौर में भारत और यूके के बीच ये बढ़ती हुई साझेदारी ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी और आर्थिक प्रगति का एक महत्वपूर्ण आधार बनी रही है।
India and UK issues joint statement. PM says global stability is the major focus.
We're taking this incredible partnership between our two nations and making it stronger than ever for working people on both sides of that bridge.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer hails India-UK ties, calls them stronger than ever. BRS leader KTR placed under house arrest ahead of Chalo Bas Bhavan protest.
बातचीत चल रही है, ऐसे में मेरे ऊपर और भी जिम्मेदारियां हैं। जब तक मैं मंत्री हूं तब तक मंत्रालय की भी जिम्मेदारी है, तो फिलहाल मैं उसको देखने जा रहा हूं।
Deadlock in Bihar over seat sharing. Chirag Paswan likely to meet Amit Shah. Republic gets a big political scoop ahead of the Tamil Nadu polls. AIADMK TVK alliance on the cards.
तारिक को भी हम लोग जल्दी, जिसके नाम पे शॉप जो है जिसने किराए पर ले रखे उनको भी जल्दी पकड़ा जाएगा और स्थिति और क्लियर हो जाएगी।
Kanpur ADGP says 12 people detained in Kanpur blast that took place yesterday. Caught on camera, Porsche and BMW collide in the Jogeshwari area of Mumbai's Western Expressway. Getting some updates coming in. Air India suspected hard landing of a fly aircraft. This is Mumbai to Kochi. Had a suspected hard landing upon arrival at Kochi at around 7:01 Indian Standard Time. Another case coming in. Air India had a hard landing. Nothing has been communicated so far. We're just getting these updates coming in. These are fresh updates we're getting for our viewers. No information regarding the suspected hard landing was communicated to the IOCC by the MCC at the time of occurrence. Now, initial occurrence reported shared with the DGCA regulatory body. Air India did cover up of hard landing initially upon landing at the airport. Then the aircraft flew back from Kochi to Mumbai, and at Mumbai, the regulators were informed. One more case coming in of a hard landing, Air India hard landing. This is suspected hard landing in Kochi, and a technical issue which is coming out. Not the first time. We have reported on such similar incidents in the past as well, viewers. Integrated Control Center of Air India had no intimation of hard landing at Kochi airport earlier. We'll try to go across to our colleague in a short while from now, but this is what has happened so far. From what we understand, no information was communicated about this hard landing. The DGCA is investigating the Air India hard landing incident, and regulators informed late of the Air India hard landing. Now, this is an aircraft operating from Mumbai to Kochi, had a suspected hard landing. The DGCA is now investigating what happened. Harsha, I'm coming across to you right now. It looks like that the Air India did not inform the regulators about the hard landing when it first happened.
So Shivangi, this is all what Air India has been trying to do since, these many days. It was an aircraft which operated from Mumbai to Cochin and then from Kochi to Mumbai. And at morning at 7 o'clock when it landed at Kochi airport, this A20 Airbus of Air India suspected a hard landing. At that time, the IOCC, the Integrated Command Center of the Air India, was not informed by the MCC about the hard landing. And subsequent aircraft only, this particular aircraft only, then flew back from Mumbai, from Kochi to Bombay, and upon landing at Bombay only, the initial occurrence report, which is also be seen as the prelim report, was shared with the regulatory body. But the question here is, why did Air India try to cover up the initial hard landing at the Kochi airport? Why didn't they inform the regulatory body? Why didn't they inform the IOCC, which is a very integrated center of the Air India itself, about the hard landing? They have been trying to do this from last many days, and that only we have been trying to reporting. Day before yesterday also there were the same incidents of one of the aircraft in which the IOCC was not informed by the MCC on ground about the technical problem, about the bird hit issue. Later upon landing at different airport, they were only informed. So this we have been trying to see from the side of Air India. Also the regulatory body now have received the initial occurrence report from the side of Air India about this entire incident. It's not just about the hard landing. It's about the issue with the aircraft. It's the issue with during the hard landing. If they would have informed about the hard landing at Kochi airport only, at that particular time, some more time would have been taken for the aircraft to fly back from Kochi to Mumbai. But they used the same aircraft in which there was a problem, which suspected a hard landing. The same aircraft went back from Kochi to Mumbai. It could have led to some other technical problem once again, but Air India just kept it aside. Air India again tried to brush this entire incident under the carpet and informed the regulatory body after their flying hours finally was completed. Back to you.
I really have to ask you, Harsha, what exactly has been happening in the past few months now, because Republic TV has reported on these technical issues, hard landings, mid-air scares. We have seen how the DGCA has cracked down on Air India, and it's probing these unusual issues that the airline is facing. However, there seems to be no improvement at all.
Yes, Shivang, you rightly pointed on, and therefore the checks and balances is very important. When again and again we asked Air India about these continuous problem like a bird hit, like hydraulic leak, or let's say the RAT which got deployed itself, or this today hard landing, Air India takes it as very small issue. Air India takes it as an incident which keeps on occurring. There's nothing to worry about. It keeps on happening because ultimately it's an aircraft, it's a huge body, some or the other thing will occur. For them, these things keep on happening. This is just the negligent, very lethargic, lenient attitude of Air India, what we have been witnessing. After AI 171 crash, what was needed was that Air India needed to be more stringent with the rules and regulation, more stringent with whether the incident is small or whether the incident is...
We have to go across to some more breaking news, viewers. This is in connection with the... Sanjay Kapoor legacy case. Now, Republic TV has accessed the details of Rani Kapoor, the mother of Sanjay Kapoor's affidavit. And these are sensational details that are coming in, viewers, on that story. Viewers, Republic TV getting you all the latest and exclusive inputs on that story. So, Rani Kapoor's affidavit has, in fact, revealed a lot about what was going on allegedly, between Priya Sachdev and Sanjay Kapoor. These are details coming in. Affidavit says that there was a marital discord. Rhythm, Anand Bharadwaj joins us on the broadcast for more. Rhythm, well, these are some sensational details. Take us through what have you found out as far as this affidavit of Rani Kapoor is concerned?
That's right. Let's tell our viewers first, we're getting the Rani Kapoor affidavit that has been filed today. It has been filed a few days ago in the Delhi High Court. First, let's tell our viewers that inheritance battle, crucial hearing in the Delhi High Court in just a short while from now. But viewers, the details that you're getting right here on Republic TV, for the very first time, the mother of Sanjay Kapoor, the deceased, breaks her silence. And she speaks in the voice that has never been heard before. She says that there has been marital discord that was there between Sanjay Kapoor, the deceased, and Priya Sachdeva. She's questioning the intent, the coercion. She has been made to sign documents. She does not understand how she was made to sign certain documents. She also says that there were certain virtual meetings that Priya Sachdeva made her attend in collusion with others, and she believes she was manipulated. She questions the alleged will. This is the breaking news coming in for the very first time. Sensational details of the affidavit filed by Rani Kapoor in the Delhi High Court in the inheritance battle are out for the very first time. I go to the very start where she says in this affidavit that Priya Sachdeva would repeatedly complain to Rani Kapoor regarding Karishma Kapoor accompanying them on vacations, as well as about Karishma Kapoor visiting the residence of the family. And then she says the most important words, that Sanjay Kapoor, the deceased, and Priya Sachdeva were undergoing crucial marital discord and estrangement since 2023. Rani Kapoor, Sanjay Kapoor's mother, the deceased's mother, says in the Delhi High Court that there was marital discord, crucial marital discord between Sanjay Kapoor and Priya Sachdeva for the past 2 years, that is since 2023. She says it is for this reason that Priya Sachdeva was removed as the director and managing director of AIPL on 31st of May 2023 because the two were facing marital discord. She therefore says in these circumstances, Rani Kapoor says it seems highly unlikely and improbable that the deceased Sanjay Kapoor, my son, would make Priya Sachdeva his sole beneficiary of his personal estate, particularly when he shared a deep bond and equal affection with all his children, Rani Kapoor, me, the mother, and also other members of the Kapoor family. Viewers, I want this to be understood by what Rani Kapoor is really trying to say. This inheritance battle is a battle for the personal estate of Sanjay Kapoor, which is going into lots of crores. There's a 30,000 crore inheritance battle that we are seeing. The personal estate, the moment this happened, she also says 10 days after his death, Priya Sachdeva hurriedly took control of Sona Group companies within 10 days of his death. She also alleges, Rani Kapoor says, the will was never shared with us. We are the class 1 heirs, raising serious doubts about its authenticity. What she's done in this affidavit has raised severe doubts about the will. She's gone on to say that Priya Sachdeva with certain intent, allegedly coerced and deceived her into signing documents and made her attend virtual meetings disguised as administrative formalities. This will possibly be countered by Priya Sachdeva's lawyers in the Delhi High Court. But what is very clear and also needs to be understood is Rani Kapoor, for the first time, as she breaks her silence in this affidavit in the Delhi High Court, and I assume that when it's an affidavit in black and white in the Delhi High Court, and keeping in mind Rani Kapoor's seniority and her age, this has been filed in all her senses, where she says that there was, number one, crucial marital discord and estrangement. Look at the language she's used, an estrangement since 2023. She then says it is for this reason that Priya Sachdeva was removed as the director of the managing director of AIPL on 31st May. She then goes on to say in this affidavit that we were reading that there were certain people who helped her, and she once again in 10 days became the director once again of the company. She's trying to understand how this happened after the death of her son. She says the post-mortem details were not shared with me. However, she says that the deceased, it seems highly unlikely, since there was this crucial marital discord and estrangement, that Priya Sachdeva would have been made the sole beneficiary of his personal estate. Remember earlier also we showed WhatsApp chats that had been there between the deceased Sanjay Kapoor and Karishma Kapoor's children, which in a group they had said that he wanted them to take Portuguese citizenship, and they had agreed, and they were trying to see how that has to happen. The reason for that was because he wanted to give them a certain part of his personal estate, and he wanted them for that to become, to save certain tax to become Portuguese citizens. A lot is happening here, but she also says, and I want to say this, this has also been said by Rani Kapoor, the mother of Sanjay Kapoor. There used to be constant fights between Sanjay Kapoor and Priya Sachdeva. This is twice been repeated in this affidavit, a very clear affidavit in the voice of Rani Kapoor. She's trying to say that she feels there has been some malified intent, there has been deception, there has been some conspiracy, and she has been kept out of something that had been made with a lot of love by her father and her husband. She also says on the 12th of June, Sanjay Kapoor passed away suddenly while competing in a polo match. She's questioning now the will of Sanjay Kapoor, the alleged will, claiming Priya Sachdeva hurriedly took control of the Sona groups within 10 days of the death. Now, viewers, I want to tell our viewers, roughly in 15 minutes from now, we're going to see a very crucial hearing in the Delhi High Court. Lawyers appearing in this case have been told not to speak to the media, so we're not going to be getting any words from either side now. But this affidavit that has been accessed by us clearly shows that Priya Sachdeva is now being challenged by Rani Kapoor on the one side, who's also questioning the malified intent, the coercion and deception. But I think it's also very clear to understand, was Rani Kapoor, the mother of Sanjay Kapoor, made a part of meetings, made to sign documents without her understanding what happened when she was grieving the death of her son? Did this happen? Was there marital discord and estrangement since 2023 between Priya Sachdeva and Sanjay Kapoor? Was this the reason that Priya Sachdeva had been removed as a director of AIPL in 2023? How is it possible, and with whose connivance or with whose will did Priya Sachdeva once again become a director in that company 10 days after the death of Sanjay Kapoor on 12th June 2025? These are questions that will also have to be answered in the Delhi High Court when this case comes up. I've gone through the details of what Rani Kapoor has said, and once again, sensational details are out for the very first time, where Rani Kapoor speaks in the voice of trying to make sense, still grieving her son's death, trying to make some sense of what happened, and says that, and I'm going to repeat this, Priya Sachdeva, she says, would repeatedly complain to Rani Kapoor regarding Karishma Kapoor, accompanying them on vacations, as well as about Karishma Kapoor visiting the residence of the family. She then says Sanjay Kapoor, the deceased, and Priya Sachdeva were undergoing crucial marital discord and estrangement since 2023. She then says it is for this reason that Priya Sachdeva was removed as the director and the managing director of AIPL.
Right, of course. So, Priya Sachdeva has been under the lens, and also what Karishma Kapoor's children had also alleged about, that about what details she has shared about their father's will. That was also under scanner, rhythm, and that, of course, makes it even more, that evokes more curiosity. Priya Sachdeva, had in fact also sought NDA, non-disclosure of, the documents. What what's happening on that front? Because she was also supposed to, as asked by the court, list out the list of Sanjay Kapoor's assets, from Priya Sachdeva after the lawsuit by Karishma Kapoor's kids.
High Court had told her to submit the details of her late husband's assets in a sealed cover to maintain confidentiality. The matter had been taken up by the bench that's headed by Justice Jyoti Singh, which also directed Priya Kapoor to share a copy of the will with Sanjay Kapoor's mother, Rani Kapoor, while keeping the original in the custody of the Registrar General. During the hearing, the senior advocate Rajiv Nair had said that there should be some understanding of confidentiality. However, Karishma Kapoor's children's lawyer, Mahesh Jethmalani, had said it's a case which has dimensions. There is a will involved, and therefore statements of the children have been made before the press. There was also a question that was said that cybersecurity is a risk in every case, and therefore even in this case. Summons had been issued in this case, set timelines for the pleadings earlier, ordered the purported will to be submitted in a sealed cover. All that had happened in previous hearings when Jethmalani had also questioned the authenticity of the will, alleging it was forged and produced under suspicious circumstances. It seems Rani Kapoor also now doing the same, where she questions this and says that there needs to be an understanding on what really happened and where is this will really going. So once again, before I hand it back to you, Rakshita, I want to tell our viewers what.
Right.
Affidavit filed by Rani Kapoor in the Delhi High Court, where she's repeatedly saying that Priya Sachdeva used to complain to her regarding Karishma Kapoor, accompanying them to vacations, as well as about her visiting the residence of the family. Most importantly, she said that Sanjay Kapoor, the deceased, and Priya Sachdeva were undergoing mutual marital discord and estrangement since 2023. There were constant fights between the two. It is for this reason Priya Sachdeva was removed as the director of AIPL on 31st May 2023. What has to be answered and what has to be seen is how 10 days after Sanjay Kapoor's demise did Priya Sachdeva once again become a director? Was this done hurriedly, like Rani Kapoor is alleging in her affidavit? How did she take control of the Sona Group companies within 10 days of his death is what Rani Kapoor is alleging here. And the bigger questions, she says, even if there was an alleged will, why was no one knowing about it? This raises serious doubts about the authenticity of the will. Class 1 heirs should have known about the will of Sanjay Kapoor, which nobody did. She's saying and accusing, allegedly, Priya Sachdeva of malified intent, coercion, deception. And she's saying that she was made to sign certain documents that she did not understand. This was done in collusion with certain others. Priya Sachdeva, she says, manipulated her through virtual meetings disguised as administrative formalities. I think it's very important, and I'm putting forward the words of Rani Kapoor because now all key players have somewhat spoken.
Yes. Right, Rhythm, well, thank you so much for joining us with those details coming in. Sensational details, viewers, coming out for the first time as far as Rani Kapoor, mother of Sanjay Kapoor's, her affidavit in court indicating now to a marital discord, as she claims in that affidavit, was there since 2023. My colleague Rhythm was getting us those exclusive details on that story. We'll keep a close eye, but now time for a very short break. Viewers, we'll also get you the latest on the blast in Kanpur. 12 people have been detained in the Kanpur blast that took place yesterday. And it's all caught on camera. Porsche and BMW collide in the Jogeshwari area of Mumbai's Western Expressway. We'll be right back with more details on that.
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
MDH की देगी मिर्च,
देगी मिर्च का तड़का, अंग अंग फड़का।
MDH की देगी मिर्च।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से
For years, health has been a major concern for people in Dharavi. Water was not always clean. Poor sanitation, open drains, and shared toilets. These kind of conditions made people vulnerable to a lot of diseases like diarrhea, cholera, dengue, malaria, and many more. Most of the homes are so small that there is hardly any ventilation. The family members, they stay very close to each other. And in case if one person falls sick, there are high chances it will spread to others very easily. The treatment has never been easy. There are very few clinics inside Dharavi, as you can see, one behind me. There are long waiting times with long queues too. And if someone wants to attend to another patient, he might have to taken off from the duty. That means he has to lose on money because a lot of people here work on daily wage system.
मेरा नाम रविंद्र किशन दुर्वे, पिछले 40-50 सालों से मैं धारावी में रहता हूँ और प्राइवेट क्लिनिक के लिए हम लोग आते हैं। सरकारियों में जाओ तो घंटों धक्का खाना पड़ता है, तो प्राइवेट में भी आते हैं। तो वही हालत यहाँ पे इंदिरा नगर में जब से स्टार्ट किया है हॉस्पिटल का, तो 1-2 क्लिनिक थे छोटे मोटे, अभी 2-4 बढ़ने के बावजूद भी घंटों लाइन लगाना पड़ता है।
But now, change has begun to show. More healthcare centers are being set up closer to homes. Mobile medical vans are also providing with basic medical aid and checking on the blood pressures and sugar levels of people. On top of that, better waste management system has also reduced in mosquito breeding. It will take time, but people here, they believe that healthier Dharavi is absolutely possible. Each person will have right to clean water, better drainage system, proper sanitation, cleaner toilets. Health is not just about curing a particular illness. It is about boosting the confidence in the society that they can live here without being afraid of the next disease. Well, in the next episode, we'll be discussing how education is opening doors for the younger generation of Dharavi.
Right, we are getting some breaking news coming in from Farrukhabad of Uttar Pradesh, where this private aircraft, you can see there was a mishap, and this is the visual of that aircraft, a private aircraft that lost control while taking off from the runway in Farrukhabad. It collapsed in the bushes, and now 2 pilots and passengers on board, they are reportedly safe, and thankfully there's no reports of Right, viewers, we are getting in more updates. These are visuals coming in from Farrukhabad. The private aircraft lost control while taking off from the runway. I'm waiting for more details as to what really happened. I can only tell our viewers that this is the visual. This is the private aircraft that crashed. It took off from the runway, and then it crashed in the bushes nearby. And 2 pilots on board, the passengers, they are safe. This is a story coming in from Uttar Pradesh in Farokhabad.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरीडे।
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Living my best life.
Mindfully crafted home decor fabrics. Sansar, a decor brand. Live consciously.
प्योर सूजी पास्ता उबालो, मिलाओ और खाओ।
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा प्योर मसाला।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not yet reviewed it. And if you see our memo on Epstein, you will see, our memo on Epstein clearly points out that there was no client list, our July 6th memo.
Going back to the Epstein files, according to another whistleblower who made a protected disclosure to my office, you pushed the FBI to review approximately 100,000 Epstein-related records on an arbitrarily short deadline in March, and the FBI was directed to fly.
From Asia's largest news headquarters, setting the agenda for Bharat. You're watching Republic.
Rani Kapoor, mother of late businessman Sanjay Kapoor, files affidavit in inheritance battle in the Delhi High Court.
मौजूदा वैश्विक अस्थिरता के दौर में भारत और यूके के बीच ये बढ़ती हुई साझेदारी ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी और आर्थिक प्रगति का एक महत्वपूर्ण आधार बनी रही।
India and UK issue joint statement. Prime Minister says global stability is the major focus.
We're taking this incredible partnership between our two nations and making it stronger than ever for working people on both sides of that bridge.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer hails India-UK ties, calls them stronger than ever. BRS leader KTR placed under house arrest ahead of Chalo Bus Bhavan protest.
बातचीत चल रही है, ऐसे में मेरे ऊपर और भी जिम्मेदारियां हैं। जब तक मैं मंत्री हूं तब तक मंत्रालय की भी जिम्मेदारी है, तो फिलहाल मैं उसको देखने जा रहा हूं।
Deadlock in Bihar over seat sharing. Chirag Paswan likely to meet Amit Shah. Republic gets the big political scoop ahead of Tamil Nadu polls. AIADMK TVK alliance on the cards. Republic accesses photos of James Watson visiting several villages in Bhiwandi, where he allegedly attempted to convert locals to Christianity. Caught on camera, Porsche and BMW collide in Jogeshwari area of Mumbai's Western Expressway. Good afternoon, viewers. You're watching Live and Breaking. I'm Rakshita Mishra with you. We start with the big inheritance battle, and Republic TV getting the latest scoop on that. Now, Rani Kapoor, the mother of deceased Sanjay Kapoor, filed affidavit in the inheritance battle in the Delhi High Court, and Rani Kapoor has told the court that Sanjay Kapoor and Priya Sachdeva were undergoing marital discord and estrangement since 2023. And she goes on to write that it is for this reason that Priya Sachdeva was removed and as the director and managing director of AIPL on the 31st of May. So this is a sensational revelation or a claim that has been made by Rani Kapoor, the mother of Sanjay Kapoor, and saying that unlikely Sanjay Kapoor would have made Priya Sachdeva the sole beneficiary, and that he shared deep and affectionate bond with all of his children. And these are the latest details we're getting in. This is the affidavit that has been signed by Rani Kapoor, and we have accessed that affidavit. This is the scoop, inside scoop that we're getting in. This is not just a scoop, viewer. This is on paper. This is an affidavit. These are important details that are emerging. Big claims that are being made by Rani Kapoor over in fact saying that there was a marital discord, the reason why Priya Sachdeva was removed from the position of director on the 31st of May. And it's unlikely that Sanjay would have made Priya Sachdeva beneficiary. And remember, Rani Kapoor has made the claims, including his sister has also made the claim. Mandira Kapoor has also, when speaking to Republic TV, said that the family, that is the mother and the sister, have been kept in the dark about the details of Sanjay Kapoor's will, and they had been they have been coaxed into signing documents, and they were not aware of anything, and that there have been details hidden by Priya Sachdeva Kapoor, the third wife of Sanjay Kapoor. And of course, that fresh twist came in just last month when Karishma Kapoor along with the kids have entered this battle. And in that submission to the court, they have also alleged that Priya Sachdeva Kapoor, they have cast doubts on the on the will details of the will that was communicated to them by Priya Sachdeva Kapoor. And now again, Priya is on the lens. Sanjay and Priya were going through a marital discord. This is what Rani Kapoor has said as she questions the details of the will, the inheritance will, and we'll try and get you more on that story, viewers. This is the big inheritance battle. It's 30 crore inheritance battle, and remember, this is the big inside details. The 30 crore succession battle, viewers, and this is the mother-in-law of Priya Kapoor, the mother of Sanjay Kapoor, who has made these allegations. And we'll try and get you more details on that.
On to the people by increasing RTC price risk and all of this. So what do you have to say about it?
Well, all it says, this is a thoughtless, this is a planless government which has no clue on how to actually govern. मैं तो कहता हूँ कि ये लोग सरकार नहीं चला रहे हैं, सर्कस चला रहे हैं, क्योंकि सुबह बोला कि हाउस अरेस्ट कर दिया, थोड़ी देर बाद बोले कि निकल जाओ, फिर जब निकल के गए वहाँ पे तो पूरे के पूरे 200-300 पुलिस लगा दिया, बोला कि आप नहीं जा सकते हो. मतलब माहौल जो है हैदराबाद में और तेलंगाना में आज, this is a government that is absolutely got no clue. They just wanted to get elected by hook or crook. इसीलिए हथेली में जन्नत दिखा दिया, कुछ भी बोल दिया, वादा कर दिया, 420 वादे करे, आगे सरकार में अब नहीं पता चल रहा उनको कि कैसे चलाना है. इसलिए क्या कर रहे हैं, देखिए आप चीफ मिनिस्टर बोलते रहते हैं कि इनोवेटिव थिंकिंग कैसा होता है. गवर्नमेंट बोलती है कि लेडीज़ के लिए बस फ्री है, बट उसी घर में जो आदमी है उसको डबल चार्ज, और उस घर में जो बच्चे हैं उसको 20-25% बढ़ा के, मतलब अल्टीमेटली अगर एक फैमिली पे अगर आप देखेंगे आउट ऑफ पॉकेट एक्सपेंडिचर वो तो बढ़ गया 30%. सो ऑल आई एम सेइंग इज दिस गवर्नमेंट has brought in schemes just to garner votes. They have no clue on economics, they have no clue on finances, they have no clue on policies or governance. So therefore, Telangana is suffering today, our growth is stagnated. More importantly, if you notice in the last couple of months, you see industries also drifting away, which is truly tragic. And I do hope and pray that instead of focusing their administration and instead of having their police focus on the opposition leaders, government needs to focus on governance. They need to focus on the spiraling crime rate. They need to focus on economy that is slipping. They need to focus on industry that is moving away. If they focus on the right things, then prosperity will come, revenues will increase. They'll be able to also ensure that even the other schemes that they've promised will be delivered. Or else they would fall flat and they would see egg on their face in not so many days in the future.
So as you also said, this because of this mounting debts on Congress government, the whole burden is falling on the middle class. Be it they're not able to fetch, even the basic utilities are increasing. One of the prime examples, this is RTC thing. So why is this Congress government not able to fulfill their promised election guarantees?
See, the Congress has this very unique habit of running with the hares and hunting with the hounds. They want votes on the one hand. They also want economic prosperity on the other. See, they make promises which are absolutely ludicrous. 420 promises have been made to the people of Telangana. Today they're unfortunately grappling and unable to come to terms on how to deliver. So as a result, you see that they have borrowed heavily. In the last 23 months, the state debt has risen by almost 2.2 lakh crore. Every month they're borrowing almost 10,000 crores. Where is the money going to? Not a single promise being fulfilled, not a new project being launched, no new infrastructure work being done, existing infrastructure not being maintained properly. Where is this money going, if you ask me? Is going into the kitties of All India Congress Committee. Telangana has become an ATM for them. Telangana has become, basically a cash cow. And it is being milked heavily by All India Congress Committee, and as a result, the state is suffering, the people are suffering. Now, to overcome this, they're transferring the entire burden onto the middle class and the working class of Telangana. RTC prices have been enhanced. They have also conspired to put almost 18,000 crores of burden on through electricity charges hike. We protested, we were able to hold them off, and we pleaded with the Electricity Regulatory Commission. They heeded to our advice. But I can assure you that right after these elections, the local bodies, Congress is going to jack up electricity charges. They've already increased 5 times RTC charges, and they're going to continue to mount the burden of debt on the state and also the working class of the state, which is truly tragic. It's all because of their incompetence and their failure to govern.
Sir, what is the BRS government suggesting with this mounting debts in Congress government and the price hike? How do you think the BRS government is suggesting that the Congress can handle this?
All I would say is, this government is not seeking any counsel from, people who have experience, people who have the competence. It is up to them to deliver. In fact, we can only give advice as opposition. We can only give them some ideas. But I don't think this government is in a mood to listen to anybody. They should basically focus on delivering the goods to the people. Whatever promises they have made, they should deliver that, because they said everything would be done in 100 days. 6 guarantees in 100 days. Now it's already more than 700 days, 750 days. In fact, nothing has been delivered. So we will continue to question on behalf of the people. We'll continue to challenge them on behalf of the people. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
All right, viewers, that was exclusive conversation with the KT Ramarao there. My colleague Ashwara getting you that later. But we're showing you what happened earlier. It was a high drama that unfolded amidst the march to the Bas Bhavan, which led to the house arrest of KTR. And you see that that this is what happened, the commotion, the chaos that unfolded on the streets. And this is the entire sequence. We're going to play it out for you. Just take a look.
Part in regarding the RTC price hike, the Congress had house arrested you, and later you went and submitted a representation as well. But what we are seeing lately is that there's this promises that the Congress government is not fulfilling, be it the free bus scheme that they promised for women, and be it the financial stability they are not able to bring to the Congress, to the state of Telangana. We are seeing mounting debts into the Congress government, as well as several suicides, and now that all these debts are being bounced to the people, by increasing RTC prices and all of this. So what do you have to say about it?
Well, all it says, this is a thoughtless, this is a planless government which has no clue on how to actually govern. मैं तो कहता हूँ कि ये लोग सरकार नहीं चला रहे हैं, सर्कस चला रहे हैं, क्योंकि सुबह बोला कि हाउस अरेस्ट कर दिया, थोड़ी देर बाद बोले कि निकल जाओ, फिर जब निकल के गए वहाँ पे तो पूरे के पूरे 200-300 पुलिस लगा दिया, बोला कि आप नहीं जा सकते हो. मतलब माहौल जो है हैदराबाद में और तेलंगाना में आज, दिस इज अ गवर्नमेंट दैट इज एब्सोल्युटली गॉट नो क्लू. दे जस्ट वांटेड टू गेट इलेक्टेड बाय हुक और क्रुक. इसीलिए हथेली में जन्नत दिखा दिया, कुछ भी बोल दिया, वादा कर दिया, 420 वादे करे, आ गए सरकार में. अब नहीं पता चल रहा उनको कि कैसे चलाना है. इसलिए क्या कर रहे हैं, देखिए आप चीफ मिनिस्टर बोलते रहते हैं कि इनोवेटिव थिंकिंग कैसा होता है. गवर्नमेंट बोलती है कि लेडीज़ के लिए बस फ्री है, बट उसी घर में जो आदमी है उसको डबल चार्ज, और उस घर में जो बच्चे हैं उसको 20-25% बढ़ा के, मतलब अल्टीमेटली अगर एक फैमिली पे अगर आप देखेंगे आउट ऑफ पॉकेट एक्सपेंडिचर वो तो बढ़ गया 30%. सो ऑल आई एम सेइंग इज दिस गवर्नमेंट has brought in schemes just to garner votes. They have no clue on economics, they have no clue on finances, they have no clue on policies or governance. So therefore, Telangana is suffering today, our growth is stagnated. More importantly, if you notice in the last couple of months, you see industry is also drifting away, which is truly tragic. And I do hope and pray that instead of focusing their administration and instead of having their police focus on the opposition leaders, government needs to focus on governance. They need to focus on the spiraling crime rate. They need to focus on economy that is slipping. They need to focus on industry that is moving away. If they focus on the right things, then prosperity will come, revenues will increase. They'll be able to also ensure that even the other schemes that they've promised will be delivered. Or else...
And there's breaking news that's coming in. This time we're getting you first and exclusively right here on Republic TV. This battle that we have been speaking out for the past few days between the Tata Group. What really are the details that are emerging? Who were the key players? On the one side, we heard there were two factions. On the other side, we heard that there were people coming to Delhi, meeting the two union ministers. To really get a sense of what's happening, let's go across to our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, who's joining us to really get a sense of what is happening. Arnab, of late, there has been a lot of chaos that has been created because of this huge battle. They're also saying the battle of egos in the Tata Group. What is the real story? if I can go across to our editor-in-chief, Arnab Goswami, who's joining us with the real details that have come out. The first time ever, the real details of the true details of the battle in the Tata Group. Arnab, what are the real details? There has been a lot of things that have been said in the media, but breaking right here first, what is the true picture that has now emerged?
Yes. Rhythm, can you hear me?
Yes, please. Yes, we can.
See, I think we've been ahead of all others on the story. I've just been speaking to a lot of sources within the Tata Group on all sides. And from what I understand, the point is that there is not a battle between Noel Tata and the Shapoorji Group, because what I have understood is that the impression is being given that Mehli Mistry is acting on behalf of the Shapoorji Group against Noel Tata. This apparently is not the case. There are cordial, functioning, good relationship between Shapoorji Group and Mehli Mistry. It may be either the Mehli Mistry sources close to Mehli Mistry who are giving the impression to the media at large that Mehli Mistry is acting on behalf of the Shapoorji Group, and therefore it is an open battle between the Shapoorji Group and Noel Tata. This is apparently not the case. I have been made to understand that Mr. Mehli Mistry may be acting more on his own. He is a distinguished person with his own vast professional background behind him. He has worked very closely with Ratan Tata in the past. Sources have said that he may have his own aspirations. So he may be more an individual contributor rather than leading a battle on behalf of the Shapoorji Group. And sources on all sides are very keen to send out a message that there is no ongoing battle between the Shapoorji Group and Noel Tata. So that is the first point. And otherwise, when I have spoken to several people, the sense I have got is that things are calmer. The message is already gone, including, I think, to Mehli Mistry and all the others and everyone else. That there is no, there is these issues which had escalated will not be escalated. So I think it would be fair to say that Noel Tata's supremacy and leadership has been acknowledged by all members of the Tata Trust. The Tata Trust controls 2/3 of Tata Sons. So in a way, I think a temporary but effective truce has been achieved, with Noel Tata's leadership being widely acknowledged by a majority of the important members of Tata Trust. This is a big breaking news story that therefore I would say that a temporary truce has already been achieved. A temporary truce has been, temporary but effective truce has been achieved within Tata Trust, and I think we won't see any much more of this dragging on after what we have found out. But Mehli Mistry was not, if it had been the case that Mehli Mistry was acting on behalf of the Shapoorji Group, it would be fair to say that the truce would not have been achieved. But I am confidently of the view now, having spoken to several people, that Mehli Mistry was not acting as the leader of a sort of a coup attempt by the Shapoorji Group, as sections of the media have tried to portray.
That's right. Arnab, this is breaking first right here on Our Business. This is actually something that we've kept ourselves ahead, and you've kept us ahead in getting us the biggest coup right here, because there are two big news points that are coming out of what you've said. One, the Tata truce has now been achieved. Noel Tata's leadership has now been acknowledged. In the past few days, we've seen several people, several media channels talk about this dispute. There have been people who've come to Delhi. Amit Shah has met certain trustees, Darius Khambata and others have been met. There's a certain fraction among them who've been trying to say news needs to be given of a dispute. But now the news that you are breaking seems to be understood that the battle is not really between Noel and Shapoorji. And also the second thing that you've said, things now, Arnab, are calmer?
Yeah, I think things are much calmer. The message has gone. I think there was an important meeting. Mr. Amit Shah had a meeting with several. I think the impact of that is already being felt. You would not see a single more, battle or open leaks as have been going on over the last few days, when things got very active about 3-4 days back. Now, the important thing is if Mr. Mehli Mistry is acting more on his own. As I have indicated, many people say that, he couldn't be acting on his own. He has his own aspirations, professionally also. But I think Noel Tata's leadership has been acknowledged. And there is a feeling going across the board that the Tata group cannot be there without, if you isolate the Tata family. And Noel Tata is therefore the representative of the family and chairman of the trust. So I think now it is completely sorted. And I think this is a story that the truce is there within Tata. Things are more or less going to be back to normal. And Mehli Mistry is not representing the Shapoorji group. Of course, there are issues about the exit of the Shapoorji group. They have debt. They want to pay off their debt by at least getting maybe 30, 40, 50 partial exit of their capital which they have, which will help them. I'm sure for that some arrangement can be achieved between Mr. Noel Tata and the Shapoorji group and the others. I'm sure we'll see that going forward. But right now, I think Noel Tata, has his leadership has been re-established after a week of great corporate excitement. Thank you.
Yes, all right. Arnab Goswami, our editor-in-chief, bringing us that big news on Republic Business and Republic TV, getting you first that extremely important news. The Tata truce has now been achieved. Things are calmer. Tata Group, a national asset, clearly no instability is there. There was this faction trying to create this hype and this news that there was instability, but that has now been thumped. Getting it right here first and exclusively on Republic TV, as has been stated by our editor-in-chief, way ahead of any other channel. It's completely broken. Temporary truce has been arrived at, and Noel Tata's leadership has now been acknowledged.
That's the big inside scoop, viewers. Thanks so much, Rhythm. All right, I think we're getting more details on that story.
All right, the battle now no longer between Noel Tata and the Shapoorji group. The truce is now arrived at. Things are calmer. And that is the way they should have been there, since we all know the Tata group does enjoy a position in India of having stability, national asset as it was. Things are going to be remaining with the Tata group, the Tata brand name that has also been there with Noel Tata. Right ahead of other channels, we give you this news of the Tata truce. Temporary truce arrived at. Noel's leadership has been acknowledged. This is the big breaking news right here on Republic TV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
त्योहार भी आ गए और हुंडे सुपर डिलाइट डेज भी। अब हर कदम पे खुशियां बांटेंगी। हर सेलिब्रेशन अपना अपना सा लगेगा। यही तो टाइम है प्यार दिखाने का अपनी फेवरेट हुंडई कार को। आपकी मनपसंद हुंडई कारों पर मिल रही है कमाल की डील्स। वैसे लोगे तो आप हुंडई ही, चाहे दिल की सुनो या डील्स की।
दादी के हाथों का जादू और खुशबू से महकता घर, माँ की मुस्कुराहट और खाने की सुगंध। MDH गरम मसाला,
क्योंकि हर रिश्ता है स्वाद से जुड़ा।
Lashkar-e-Taiba's deputy chief Saifullah Kasuri, who is believed to be the mastermind behind the Pahalgam terror attack, has openly threatened Prime Minister Narendra Modi in a clip that is now going viral on social media. In the video, Kasuri can be seen praising Pakistan Army Chief General Asim Munir, referring to him as Field Marshal, requesting him to teach a lesson to PM Modi similar to the Pahalgam attack on May 10th, 2025.
हम सतलुज के किनारे पर इस वक्त मौजूद हैं और ये दरिया सतलुज जो हिंदुस्तान से होता हुआ हमारे जिला कसूर से इसी इलाके से पाकिस्तान में दाखिल होता है। मुझे भी सैलाब के दिनों में ज्यादा वक्त सतलुज के किनारे पे, सतलुज की लहरों में, सतलुज की ऊपर चलने वाली कश्तियों और बेड़ों में ज्यादा वक्त गुजारने का मौका मिला है। और मैं खूब जानता हूं ये सतलुज में जो सैलाब आया है ये कुदरती सैलाब सारे का सारा नहीं था, ये मसनूई था, ये दुश्मन की अदावत थी, ये उसकी गुंडागर्दी थी, ये उसकी
सूजी पास्ता उबालो मिलाओ और खाओ
8 मिनट में तैयार।
क्या टेस्ट है सबका राजा हार्डकोर मसाला।
Bliss. Sometimes it dances on your skin like first rain. Weaves the magic of warmth into a cold day. Experience bliss in all its forms with Hindware. Hindware, designed for bliss.
अब छोलिया हो या लोबिया, सफेद चने या काले चने,
सब कुछ मजेदार बने।
Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my...
In February, you made a public claim that the Epstein client list was, quote, sitting on my desk right now for review, end of quote. You then produced already public information and no client list at a major media event hosted at the White House. Attorney General Bondi, why did you publicly claim to have the Epstein client list waiting for your review and then produce nothing relevant to that claim?
Senator Durbin, if you listen to my entire clip on that, I said I had not reviewed it yet, that it was sitting on my desk along with the JFK files, the Martin Luther King files. And I said I had not...
Republic is picking up the inside details on the Tata war. Sources tell Republic the battle is not between Noel and Shapurji group as has been portrayed. Rani Kapoor, mother of late businessman Sanjay Kapoor, files affidavit in inheritance battle in the Delhi High Court.
वैश्विक अस्थिरता के दौर में भारत और यूके के बीच ये बढ़ती हुई साझेदारी ग्लोबल स्टेबिलिटी और आर्थिक प्रगति का एक महत्वपूर्ण आधार बनी रही है.
India and UK issue joint statement. Prime Minister says global stability is the major focus.
Partnership between our two nations and making it stronger than ever for working people on both sides of that bridge.
UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer hails India-UK ties, calls them stronger than ever. We are cutting across straight to those visuals coming in when Keir Starmer meeting the Prime Minister, Prime Minister Narendra Modi along. He is meeting UK's Prime Minister Keir Starmer and the delegation along with him. And the photo up right now on your screens and an interaction that is underway. There's the latest visuals coming in on the Modi-Starmer meeting. And these are the latest visuals coming in. In the statement that came in, Prime Minister said that India and UK are natural partners. They share common beliefs. And these are the visuals coming in after the bilateral talks. And this is UK Prime Minister Keir Starmer's first official visit to India. Prime Minister Modi and Keir Starmer jointly addressed the CEO summit in Mumbai and, of course, spoke about the importance of India-UK partnership. All right, shifting focus back to the big story that we are tracking. Republic TV picking up the inside details on the Tata war, and sources tell Republic that the battle is not between Noel Tata and Shapurji group as has been portrayed. Now, sources tell us